Chapter 558. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed, and the myriad immortals' assembly had begun. Jiang Ci woke up from his cultivation on time, and a wisp of his spiritual sense entered the sky, connecting mountain and river diagram through the communication pearl. The sky connecting mountain and river diagram was an illusory world similar to an illusion, but it gave people a very real feeling. Apart from the fact that there was no life, it was no different from the original universe. After Jiang Ci's wisp of spiritual sense entered, it turned into a spiritual body. However, its appearance was that of the mountain sea sword immortal, and the aura it exuded was that of a seventh tribulation transcender. The mountain sea sword immortal already had a complete identity. Therefore, he could choose whether to show the image of Jiang Ci or the mountain sea sword immortal in the sky connecting mountain and river diagram. It was just that he couldn't participate in the myriad immortals' assembly with his real identity. Myriad immortals' assembly. Jiang Ci's mind moved. Suddenly, the space changed. He came to a vast starry sky, and the scene in front of him was very spectacular. In the starry sky, there were millions of huge thrones surrounded by big stars and colorful clouds. These thrones were neatly arranged in a ring, rising layer by layer. At the lowest level were more than 3,100,000-meter high thrones. In the middle were more than 100,000 meter high silver thrones. The scene at the top was covered by colorful clouds, and Jiang Ci, I couldn't see it clearly, nor could he use his spiritual sense to explore it. The 3,000,000 thrones at the lowest level are exactly the same as the number of people in the Tribulation Transcender Hall. The number of powerhouses above the 7th Tribulation Transcender realm is more than 3,000,000. Do the more than 100,000 silver thrones in the middle represent the number of true monarchs of the human race? As for the place covered by the colorful clouds, it should be the place where the Tao monarchs are. Jiang Ci guessed in his heart. Afterward, he swept with his spiritual sense and found his own throne at the lowest level, because the corresponding name was engraved on the back of each throne. On the back of his throne were the words, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Jiang Ci's figure flickered, and he appeared on the 100-meter-high throne. It was worth mentioning that the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal was an invincible tribulation transcender. Therefore, his throne was located at the top of the 3,000,000 stone thrones. Suddenly, some powerhouses of the tribulation transcenders turned their eyes to him. Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. The Mountain Sea Sword Immortal is here. Our human race's new invincible tribulation transcender. I've never heard of him before. He's a very mysterious powerhouse. Hello, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. I am Sword 19 of the Sword Gate. Ha! This humble monk is the Golden Sea Arhat of the Buddhist school, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. I see that you have some fate with the Buddhist school. I am Taoist Liangtan. Everyone was very enthusiastic, wanted to make friends with this newly ascended invincible tribulation transcender. That was because the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal was simply too mysterious. Normally, it would be impossible to find him, let alone meet him. Now that he had finally encountered one, he naturally wouldn't let it go. In the face of everyone's enthusiasm, Jiang Ci did not feel uncomfortable at all. He was able to handle this situation with ease. He happily chatted with the surrounding Tribulation Transcender powerhouses and exchanged transmission marks with each other. From Jiang Ci's point of view, this was a good opportunity to expand his network. Since these Tribulation Transcender powerhouses were able to sit around the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, their strength naturally wouldn't be weak. For example, Sword 19, Golden Sea Arhat, and so on. Many of them were invincible Tribulation Transcenders, while the rest were basically 9th Tribulation Transcenders. As for those 8th Tribulation Transcenders, they were not qualified to chat with the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. After a brief moment of liveliness, the area above the silver throne suddenly became lively as well. A figure with a wine gourd hanging from his waist and an immortal sword on his back appeared in the starry sky where the silver throne was located. His clothes were unbuttoned, and his carefree and unrestrained image was a clear indication of his identity to all the immortal Tao experts present. True monarch Wine's sword had arrived. Compared to the invincible tribulation transcender mountain sea sword immortal, the newly ascended rank 3 Tao immortal of the human race was obviously more popular. Everyone turned their attention to true monarch Wine's sword. After being silent for 50,000 years, he became a rank 3 Tao immortal in one day. Yes, he reversed life and death 3 times in a row. Such a magnificent feat has not appeared in our human race for tens of billions of years. True monarch Wine's sword used his strength to tell the myriad races of the universe that he has returned. Zhongli, you finally caught up. Zhongli, congratulations. True monarch Wine's sword. Zhongli smiled and greeted those true monarchs. Among them, there was no lack of people from the same era as him, and some were his best friends. It was only because he had been silent for 50,000 years that he had cut off contact with everyone. And during these 50,000 years, he had been staying in the ancient Tao source world, where the flow of time was 36 times faster than that of the original universe. In other words, 8 million years had passed in the original universe. Many of his contemporaries had become rank 2 Tao immortals, such as true monarch Chou Lian. Now, true monarch Wine's sword had become a rank 3 Tao immortal. It could be said that he had returned to the forefront of his contemporaries and become an influential figure of the human race again. Because he was a rank 3 Tao immortal, his true combat strength was equivalent to that of an ordinary rank 4 Tao immortal. And there were not many rank 4 Tao immortals in the entire human race. At the top of the 5-colored auspicious clouds, there were also some 10,000-meter tall golden thrones. Among these 10,000-meter tall golden thrones, there were 2 100,000-meter tall black thrones. On one of the 100,000-meter tall black thrones sat a white-robed middle-aged man with an ethereal aura. The other black throne was empty. No one was sitting on it. The white-robed middle-aged man was the strongest person of the human race the Taoist sects tomorrow venerate. As for those golden thrones, there were now tall, blurry figures sitting on them, as if they were affecting this space-time. Clearly, these were Tao Lord experts. At this moment, they were also talking. 9 firmaments, in the past few hundred years, some people below have had a lot of opinions about you. They all say that you're biased, one of the tall figures joked. It's the same for our moon sect. Many true monarchs have complained that it's unfair for a Tao integration cultivator to have 2 origin treasures. This was a woman's voice. It was very pleasant to the ears, but the tone was also mocking and did not have any intention of questioning. It's normal for them to be dissatisfied. I remember that 9 Firmament's 3rd disciple, true monarch and Feng, is already a rank 4 Tao immortal, but he still doesn't have an essence soul treasure. And Jiang Ci, who's only a Tao integration cultivator, has 1. I'm afraid that anyone who finds out will feel a little unbalanced. I think these true monarchs have been comfortable for too long and have forgotten what it's like to fight and kill. If they want treasures, they have to fight for it themselves. They're really shameless to be jealous of a little guy. I agree. In my opinion, we should lock up all the true monarchs who are discussing in private for 100 million years. Haha, that's a little too much. They're just discussing. There should still be freedom of speech. The other blurry figures also expressed their opinions on this matter. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments only smiled softly and did not respond. Finally, the white-robed middle-aged man on the black throne, venerated Ming, said with a smile, 9 Firmaments, did you really give that little guy 2 origin treasures? Although I value Jiang Ci very much, I won't go so far as to do such a biased thing. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments smiled calmly. The other Tao Lords, including venerated Ming, nodded in agreement. Everyone knew what kind of person Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was. For countless eras, Tao Lord 9 Firmaments had always been the most prestigious of the human Tao Lords. Even venerated Ming, the strongest of the human race, was not as prestigious as Tao Lord 9 Firmaments. This was because Tao Lord 9 Firmaments was dedicated to the human race even though he was already ranked in the top 3 of the human race. He was still very patient in handling and arranging all sorts of important matters for the human race. This was also one of the reasons why his 7th disciple, Miluo, was able to become an emperor of the heavenly court. They were of the same lineage. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments continued. In truth, I did give Jiang Xi an origin treasure. However, it was only an armor origin treasure. Furthermore, I obtained it from the chaos sea myself. It wasn't part of the human race's treasury. As for the essence soul origin treasure on him, that's worth mentioning. At this point, Tao Lord 9 Firmament paused for a moment. Oh. The Tao Lords grew curious. Shirzun. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments glanced at a bald-headed man with a benevolent face. Everyone's gazes turned towards him. This bald-headed man, named Shirzun, was the leader of the Buddhist Sangha, Buddha Shirzun. Do you still remember the ancient legacy of the Buddhist Sangha, the peacock visualization technique? Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said to Shirzun. Shirzun's expression was calm, but his tone was a little surprised. Could it be that little guy cultivates in the peacock visualization technique? That's right. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments nodded. That explains it. If he cultivates the peacock visualization technique to a high level, he will possess an essence soul defense that far surpasses his own realm. Shirzun said. Then he smiled. 9 Firmaments, state your conditions. A golden body fruit. At the same time, it will allow the people of the earth lineage to cultivate the peacock visualization technique. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said. The golden body fruit is fine. However, if the people of the earth lineage wish to cultivate the peacock visualization technique, they will have to join the Buddhist Sangha, Shirzun said. Deal. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments chuckled. The other Tao Lords, including the Heavenly Court's Emperor Miluo, did not say anything. They just watched as 9 Firmaments and Shirzun came to an agreement. This way, the latent dangers on Junior Brother will be gone. Emperor Miluo chuckled inwardly. The peacock visualization technique that I was about to hand over in exchange for a golden body fruit. Not a loss. This deal not only prevented the Buddhist Sangha from causing trouble in the future, it also gave Jiang Xi a golden body fruit that was extremely beneficial to his body. For cultivators who mainly cultivated the Tao, the strength of their bodies had always been their weakness before they became true monarchs. If they could obtain a higher level of body realm, they would be able to make up for this weakness. At the same time, it would also greatly increase their strength. As for the golden body fruit, it was a Buddhist Sangha fruit that could raise one's body realm. An epoch, that is 36 million years, would only produce one. It had no value to experts above the true monarch level, but it was incomparably precious to experts below the true monarch level. Everyone is here. Let's begin, Miluo. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments said to Emperor Miluo. Below the 5-colored clouds, more than 3 million stone thrones and more than 100,000 silver thrones were almost all filled at this moment. A grand voice came from above the clouds. Immortals, return to your seats. Some of the immortal Tao experts who were still chatting with their friends quickly returned to their seats. Its 7th senior brother, Jiang Xi's heart stirred. According to the information he had gathered, the Myriad Immortals Assembly was hosted by the Heavenly Court's Emperor. After the starry sky had completely calmed down, Emperor Miluo's voice came again. Emperor Miluo's voice sounded again. The main topic of this Myriad Immortals Assembly is the impending opening of the ancient immortal world. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the true monarchs in the silver thrones changed. Some were shocked, while others were pleasantly surprised. The ancient immortal world is located at the core of the universe. Every time it opens, the myriad races of the universe will compete for it. This time is no exception. If you want to obtain supreme treasures and make great contributions to your race, the ancient immortal world is your opportunity. This is the detailed information about the ancient immortal world. You can look it up first. Emperor Miluo said. Immediately, a 3-dimensional phantom appeared in front of each of the 3 million thrones, displaying the detailed information about the ancient immortal world. Jiang Xi like everyone else, quickly looked it up with his spiritual sense. In fact, when he had just joined the Tribulation Immortal Hall, he had already learned about the ancient immortal world through the Heavenly Eye Network. But that information was far less detailed than the information provided by Emperor Miluo. The information in the three-dimensional phantom showed the core of the universe was where the origin of this vast universe was located. For countless years, no existence had ever been able to enter that place, not even a celestial venerable. The origin of the universe was like an illusory place. It was there, but one could see it but couldn't enter. And the ancient immortal world was the place closest to the origin of the universe. In fact, the ancient immortal world wasn't an independent space or a world. It was a mystical place composed of 3,600 planets. The reason why it was called the ancient immortal world was because there were many immortal artifacts and supreme treasures on those planets. There were also immortal palaces that didn't belong to this era, as well as all kinds of immortal Tao materials for refining tools and pills. It was like the illusory ruins of the ancient immortal world in the legends. However, the opening of the ancient immortal world didn't have any pattern. The last time it opened was 1,000,000 years ago. But every time it opened, it would last for an era, which was 36 million years. When the time came, it would close on time. Any powerhouse that entered had to leave before it closed, or else they would die. No matter how strong one's cultivation was, how many clones they had outside, or what powerful life-saving methods they had, it was all useless. Staying in the ancient immortal world meant death. In addition, when the ancient immortal world opened, 3,600 passageways would appear all over the universe. Powerhouses of all races in the universe would have the opportunity to enter the ancient immortal world through the passageways and fight for the various treasures inside. The three pinnacle races stood at the top of the universe. Although there were many powerhouses in the universe, the total number of powerhouses from the top and ordinary races would be no less than the three pinnacle races. Therefore, the competition in the ancient immortal world was destined to be bloody, tragic, and crazy. It would be accompanied by all kinds of chaos and slaughter. Even Tao, Lord-level powerhouses could die in it. After Jiang Ci finished reading the information, another paragraph of text appeared in the 3D image in front of him. Treasures obtained in the ancient immortal world. If you have no use for them, you can give them to your race. Immortal artifacts, immortal Tao materials, and so on can be exchanged for contribution points. Origin Supreme treasures can be exchanged for origin points. Both contribution points and origin points can be used to exchange for other treasures. Jiang Ci nodded. This rule was reasonable. For example, if he obtained a supreme treasure in the ancient immortal world, what would he do if he had no use for it? He could give it to his race and obtain origin points. Then, he could use these origin points to exchange for sword-type origin supreme treasures. During this process, the race would deduct a corresponding service fee. After these transactions, the race would accumulate a large amount of resources. After all, these treasures were incomparably precious. Even if the fee was deducted for 1/10,000th, it might be enough to nurture a tribulation transcendent powerhouse. This is the contribution of a powerhouse to the race. Jiang Ci understood the principle behind this. When he was weak, he could rely on his status as a genius to obtain these cultivation resources from the race. Now that he was strong, he had to take on a certain responsibility and contribute to the race. This means that I'm no longer a weakling. I don't need to ask for resources from the race anymore. I become a contributor. The responsibility of a powerhouse. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. With the strength of the immortal's spiritual senses, it only took them an instant to read this information. However, Emperor Miluo still gave them some time to digest the shock brought by this news. After a while, Miluo opened his mouth and said, "The ancient immortal world will open in 10 years. Before it opens, everyone can make preparations in advance and arrange the things around them. You can also form your own teams or borrow treasures from other powerhouses. In short, everything can be arranged within these 10 years. After 10 years, the powerhouses of our human race, will enter the ancient immortal world. This myriad immortal assembly ends here. Rumble, Emperor Miluo's voice was like thunder, reverberating in the starry sky. It was vast and mighty like the might of the heavens. All the immortals stood up and bowed to the Tao monarchs on the five-colored auspicious cloud, respectfully sending off the various Tao monarchs. Jiang Xi didn't know about this procedure, but with his strength, he could easily keep up with them and bowed in unison. After that, the five-colored auspicious cloud disappeared, leaving nothing above. So fast, Jiang Xi was a bit surprised. Less than 10 minutes had passed, and this was the myriad immortal assembly? The invincible tribulation transcender, Arhut Jinhai, asked with a smile, surprised. Jiang Xi smiled and said, "Yeah, this speed is too fast. Haha, when I participated in the myriad immortal assembly for the first time, I also had this feeling. In fact, after thinking about it later, I understood. The major events of the human race that really need a long time to discuss will not be discussed in the myriad immortal assembly. It's the Tao monarchs who make the decisions in advance and inform us." Arhut Jinhai smiled. Jiang Xi nodded. He also understood this principle. Big things will be small things will be big things. For example, there was nothing to discuss about the opening of the ancient immortal world. He just needed to show everyone the information and inform them of the time. Jiang Xi's spiritual sense left the clear sky, mountain, river diagram and prepared to continue cultivating. He had no plans to enter the ancient immortal world for the time being. Although he had only seen one piece of information, Jiang Xi could foresee the cruelty of the ancient immortal world. I created the 3 moves of the Great Tao Scroll. In theory, my comprehensive combat strength should reach the level of a first-rank Tao immortal, which is equivalent to the most ordinary true monarch. However, in the ancient immortal world where the experts of the universe gather, I should not be considered an expert. After all, even Tao monarchs can die in there. Some of the weaker true monarchs would not dare to enter rashly. Jiang Xi shook his head. Although he was tempted, it would not be worth it if he just went to court death. Moreover, he was now facing the wall and reflecting. Even if he wanted to go, he could not. Anyway, after the opening of the ancient immortal world, it will last for an era, a total of 36 million years. After such a long time, I might be able to dominate the universe's races. Jiang Xi temporarily put this matter aside. Increasing his strength was the most important thing. However, after only 3 days, he had to stop cultivating. Because an important guest came to visit, he had to receive him personally. Clear Sky District, Villa 92's living room. Jiang Xi saw the visitor. It was a white-robed youth with a gentle smile. "Greetings, third senior brother." Jiang Xi smiled and bowed, asking him to sit down. The visitor was perfected Lord Infeng, Tao Lord Nine Firmament's 3rd disciple. Back when Jiang Xi was cultivating in the ancient Tao origin world, perfected Lord Infeng had taught Jiang Xi cultivation under Tao Lord Nine Firmament's orders. "Little junior brother, how have you been? I heard that you were having a good time facing the wall," perfected Lord Infeng said with a smile. "Senior brother, you must be joking." Jiang Xi laughed. "I'm here to bring you good news," perfected Lord Infeng said. "Good news?" Jiang Xi was curious. "Master has made a deal with Buddha Shizuan. He will give you a golden body fruit in exchange for the peacock visualization technique. At the same time, as long as you join the Buddhist sect, you can cultivate this technique." Perfected Lord Infeng smiled. This sentence shocked Jiang Xi at first, but then he calmed down. It turned out that Master Nine Firmament had already seen through his essence soul. Riverward rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, it was Master Nine Firmament who saw it first. If the Buddhist sect's Tao Lord knew about it first, it would probably be a huge problem. However, this problem was solved by Master Nine Firmament in advance. "This is the golden body fruit. Now, give me the peacock visualization technique." Perfected Lord Infeng flipped his hand and took out a blood-colored fruit with golden patterns. With just a glance, Jiang Xi felt as if every cell in his body was jumping as if they were strongly attracted to it. "I want to eat it." Jiang Ci recorded the peacock visualization technique in a jade slip and gave it to perfected Lord Feng. He received the golden body fruit. "Thank you, senior brother." Then, he thanked him seriously. It would be unreasonable if he did not thank a rank 4 Dao immortal for making a trip personally. "Don't be in a hurry to thank me. I have something I need your help with," perfected Lord Feng said. "Please speak, senior brother." Jiang Ci nodded. Perfected Lord Feng smiled. "It's like this. I plan to enter the ancient immortal world 10 years later, and I'm still lacking an essence spirit origin cardinal treasure. I heard that you happen to have one on you, junior brother. Therefore, I would like to ask you to lend me that essence spirit origin cardinal treasure." "My essence spirit origin cardinal treasure?" Jiang Ci was stunned for a moment and did not understand the situation. "That's right. When I return from the ancient immortal world, I'll definitely give you a generous gift." Perfected Lord Feng looked at Jiang Ci expectantly. The value and preciousness of an origin cardinal treasure was self-evident. It was especially so for essence spirit origin cardinal treasures. Due to their rarity, their value was even higher. Such Dharma treasures were basically in the hands of Tao lords. Among the perfected lords, only those ancient existences had the chance to possess one. Everyone knew how dangerous the ancient immortal world was. Perfected Lord Feng himself was not confident that he could return alive from the ancient immortal world. After all, that was a place where even Tao lords could die. If by any chance he were to die there, he would lose everything. Therefore, perfected Lord Feng knew that his request was unreasonable, even though they were fellow disciples. In fact, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments did not tell perfected Lord Feng that Jiang Ci only had one armor-type origin cardinal treasure. That was because he did not expect his third disciple to borrow an essence spirit origin cardinal treasure from Jiang Ci. Perfected Lord Feng did not know how magical peacock visualization was either. He only heard from some perfected lords that Jiang Ci had an essence spirit origin cardinal treasure on him. Therefore, the scene of him borrowing an origin cardinal treasure today occurred. Chapter 559. An Essence Soul Supreme Treasure? Jiang Ci didn't even know that he had such a supreme treasure. However, judging from perfected Lord Feng's expression, he seemed to have heard some rumors and thought that he had an Essence Soul Supreme Treasure. His third senior brother had become a disciple of Tao Lord Nine Cloud a long time ago and had lived for countless years. It actually took a lot of courage for an ancient fourth transformation perfected Lord to make such a request to his junior brother, who was only at the Tao integration stage. Therefore, Jiang Ci felt helpless in his heart and smiled bitterly. If perfected Lord Feng wanted to borrow the third mountain, he would definitely do so without hesitation. Anyway, the ancient immortal world was going to open an era. When perfected Lord Feng returned the supreme treasure, he could go again. However, perfected Lord Feng wanted to borrow an essence soul supreme treasure. He didn't have one at all. What made Jiang Ci feel awkward was that he couldn't directly say that he didn't have one now. His third senior brother was obviously certain that he had such an essence soul supreme treasure. If he said that he didn't have one, perfected Lord Feng would definitely be even more unhappy. For experts of this level, compared to being rejected, they actually hated being lied to more. Therefore, Jiang Ci was now in a difficult position and was also very angry. Who was the one who spread the rumor that he had an essence soul supreme treasure? Wasn't that making him hate him? Was it that perfected Lord Chou Lian? Jiang Ci was very suspicious. After thinking for a while, he said, "Third senior brother, actually I'm going to go to..." At that moment, perfected Lord Liquor's sword walked in from outside the door. "Yeah, fellow Taoist and Feng is here too," perfected Lord Liquor's sword said in surprise, but secretly winked at Jiang Ci. "Zhongli, your true body just drank with me in the ancient Tao origin world." Perfected Lord Feng shook his head. Then I'll be direct." Perfected Lord Liquor sword laughed. "I heard what you said just now. Actually, before you, I already borrowed that Essence Soul Supreme Treasure from Jiang Ci. Oh, then I'm late. True Monarch and Feng felt that it was a pity. It has nothing to do with sooner or later because Jiang Xi rejected me as well. He said that he was also prepared to give the ancient immortal world a try. True Lord Winesword shrugged. That's right, third senior brother. I think the ancient immortal world will be open for a long time. With my cultivation speed, I might have the strength to give it a try. Jiang Xi had an apologetic look on his face as he cooperated with True Lord Winesword. I see. Sorry for my rudeness. I'll think of another way. Perfected Lord and Feng smiled in a carefree manner. Jiang Xi sighed as he watched Perfected Lord and Feng leave. Borrowing a supreme treasure was not a big deal, but it was not a small matter either. In short, this kind third senior brother was probably going to have a knot in his heart. However, it wasn't that he didn't want to lend it to her. He really didn't have any primordial divinity supreme treasures. He could not say that his essence soul defense was comparable to a perfected lord's because he cultivated the peacock visualization and his mental state. Not to mention whether perfected lord and Feng believed it or not. He would expose a huge trump card and the loss would outweigh the gain. It was better to just admit that he had an essence soul supreme treasure. Kid, you really have an essence soul supreme treasure? Perfected Lord Liquor Sword took a sip of wine and suddenly asked, If I say no, would you believe me, master? Jiang Xi shook his head. Then say yes in the future. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword smiled. Obviously, he also knew that Jiang Xi had secrets. Without an Essence Soul Supreme Treasure, his Essence Soul defense was already so crazy. It could only mean that Jiang Xi's talent was higher than they imagined. By the way, this matter was spread by that narrow-minded, perfected Lord Cholian. I guess it's because of the battle 300 years ago. He thought you had an Essence Soul Supreme Treasure because you blocked his Essence Soul attack, perfected Lord Liquor Sword said. So it's that guy. Jiang Xi's eyes flashed with a cold light. Perfected Lord Cholian was a rank 2 Dao immortal. As long as he created a complete Great Dao scroll, he might not be afraid of him. That's my opponent. Don't even think about it. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword could tell what Jiang Xi was thinking. That's hard to say. It belongs to whoever meets him first. Jiang Xi said with a smile. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword laughed. Master, are you also going to the ancient immortal world? Jiang Xi asked again. Yes. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword nodded. The smile on his face disappeared, and he said solemnly, The perfected lord of the demon race that Lianrong and I met will definitely enter the ancient immortal world this time. So, this should be the best chance for me to avenge Lianrong. Then I'll lend my armor treasure, the Triple Mountain, to Master. Jiang Xi's mind moved, and the Triple Mountain appeared in front of them, emitting a heavy aura. No need. Your Triple Mountain is only a rank 2 armor treasure. It won't be of much help to me. If it's a rank 2 sword treasure, I'll use it. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword laughed. The master and disciple did not exchange pleasantries. So Jiang Xi could only put away the Triple Mountain. However, he was very concerned about the rank of the treasure that his master mentioned. Jiang Xi asked this question. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword explained with a smile. Normally, only perfected lords and above know about the origin treasures. I only got the information from my race after I became a perfected lord. But with your status, it's okay to know some. Origin treasures, as the name suggests, contain the origin of the universe. To be specific, they are Dharma treasures that contain the heavenly Tao's origin. So, only by comprehending the heavenly Tao can one truly unleash the power of an origin treasure. In terms of rank, according to the information I know now, origin treasures should be divided into 6 ranks. If a perfected lord can have a rank 3 origin treasure, it's considered extremely rare. And rank 4 to rank 6 origin treasures are basically in the hands of Tao lords. Hearing this, Jiang Xi nodded. To put it simply, origin treasures were Dharma treasures that only perfected lords and above were qualified to use. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword continued. In addition, origin treasures are divided into armor, attack, essence soul, flying, and some special origin treasures. And essence soul and flying origin treasures are extremely rare, so they are extremely precious. If it's in the ancient deity world, the more precious the origin treasure is, the greater the commotion and signs before it's born, and the more phenomena there will be. Then, the master and disciple talked for half a day. Jiang Xi benefited a lot, and also had a better understanding of the origin treasures at the same time. As time passed, many perfected lords came to Earth to borrow origin treasures from Jiang Xi. Obviously, in the eyes of these perfected lords, Jiang Xi was a Tao integration cultivator and would definitely not go to the ancient deity world. However, they were destined to return empty-handed. With the help of perfected Lord Lickersword, Jiang Xi rejected their requests one by one. The reason was the same as when he rejected perfected Lord Feng. Jiang Xi said that he also wanted to go to the ancient deity world. Not long after, the news that Jiang Xi wanted to go to the ancient deity world spread among the perfected lords of the human race. Almost all the perfected lords knew that the Tao integration cultivator wanted to go to the ancient deity world, so they should not borrow origin treasures from him. The perfected lords all knew that with Jiang Xi's cultivation speed, he might be able to become a perfected lord before the ancient deity world opened. But with Jiang Xi's current cultivation level, it was too arrogant to say that he wanted to go to the ancient deity world. He's totally courting death. Even if he becomes a perfected lord in this era, he'll only be an ordinary perfected lord. He's a genius of this era and has 2 origin treasures. He's a live target in the ancient deity world. Any perfected lord of a foreign race would be willing to hunt him down. Sigh, he has the legs and the treasures. We can't stop him if he's courting death. It's fine if he dies, but if the 2 origin treasures fall into the hands of the foreign race, it'll be a loss to the human race. He'll be a sinner then. Haha, you're worrying too much. He's the personal disciple of Tao, Lord Nine Heavens. Maybe Tao, Lord Nine Heavens will arrange a few rank 5 perfected lords to go with him and protect him. Reality proved that a person's nature would not change just because of the increase in cultivation level and strength. Jealousy and greed would always exist. Even in the human race, there were perfected lords who had opinions about Jiang Xi. They were dissatisfied with the fact that Jiang Xi had obtained 2 origin source treasures at the Tao integration stage and even viewed him as an enemy. Obviously, the Tao lords above did not announce what they had discussed in private before the start of the assembly of 10,000 immortals. There is no need to. He's just a Tao integration cultivator, and he dares to talk so arrogantly. I'd like to see if he can become a perfected lord in this era and explore the ancient immortal world. I'd like to see if he can survive. That was what many perfected lords were thinking. Jiang Xi's words about wanting to explore the ancient immortal world had indeed provoked many people. What kind of place was the ancient immortal world? Only Tao lords and rank 5 perfected lords dared to explore there. Rank 4 perfected lords had to be vigilant and careful at all times. If perfected monarchs below the 3rd revolution wanted to go somewhere, they would have to form small groups of 3 to 5 before they dared to enter. And as perfected lords, they had lived for countless years. Jiang Xi was a little guy who had cultivated for less than 5,000 years. What right did he have to say that he could explore the ancient immortal world? Jiang Xi had not heard of the discussions at the perfected lord's level yet. He only knew that he had become a perfected lord of the human race through his master, perfected Lord Winesword. Who's so immoral? Aren't they making enemies for me? Jiang Xi was a little confused. To be honest, he did have the idea of exploring the ancient immortal world. But that was something he would only consider after he had a certain level of strength. Previously, he had only used the excuse of wanting to explore the ancient immortal world to reject those perfected lords who wanted to borrow supreme treasures. But he did not expect that some perfected lords were too narrow-minded and immoral to spread the news of his excuse. You're planning to go, right? Perfected Lord Winesword asked with a smile. Yes, Jiang Xi admitted generously. There was no need to hide anything from his master. Haha, as expected of my disciple. Perfected Lord Sword laughed loudly. Then cultivate well. The ancient immortal world is going to open an era anyway. With your cultivation speed, it's even possible for you to become a perfected lord. When the time comes, you can dominate the ancient immortal world and show those guys. Perfected Lord Wine Sword first encouraged and then looked like he was watching a show. Jiang Ci also laughed. After Perfected Lord Wine Sword went back to cultivate in seclusion, Jiang Ci sat quietly in the cultivation room and pondered. One era, 36 million years. He did not want to wait that long. He would not even wait for 100,000 years. Currently, the only way to improve my strength is if I haven't undergone the tribulation. Other than deducing the Great Tao Scroll, there are 3 other ways. Jiang Ci replanned his cultivation direction. First, the simplest way was to refine the golden body fruit and further improve his physical realm. His current physical strength was close to a middle-grade immortal artifact. With the help of the golden body fruit, his physical body could at least improve by a major realm. Secondly, he could completely refine the armor's supreme treasure, the Triple Mountain. With his current cultivation, after refining the Triple Mountain, he could confine the space within a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers. At the same time, the armor's effect could defend against the full force attack of a first revolution perfected lord. This origin energy treasure would definitely allow his strength to reach a whole new level. Lastly, he could refine the 9th level of heaven-reaching tower. And I Shang told him that if he refined the 9th level of heaven-reaching tower, with his Tao integration cultivation, he would be able to exert 1,000th of the power of heaven-reaching tower. Even a 5th revolution perfected lord would not be able to do anything to him. However, this was the most difficult and also the most time-consuming. Because he had only refined the 1st level of heaven-reaching tower, he was still far from the 9th level. If he refined it normally, it would take at least 100,000 years. Thinking of this, Jiang Ci smiled. The ancient god's secret treasure I obtained in the foreign battlefield, as well as the tribulation transcenders of the foreign races I killed, brought me a lot of wealth. With this wealth, not only can I exchange for the supreme-grade immortal crystals needed to refine heaven-reaching tower, but I can also refine the heaven-reaching tower. I can also buy more heavenly spirit origin liquid to speed up the refinement of the origin supreme treasure. In the first 300 years of reflection, he had already dealt with the ancient god's secret treasure and the spoils of war he obtained from killing the tribulation transcenders of the foreign races. He had gained a lot of points. Jiang Ci checked his balance. 17,748 billion points. This was wealth that most perfected lords did not have. Then, he entered the Purple Heaven Sex Treasure Pavilion through his communication pearl and bought 10,000 top-grade immortal crystals and 100 grams of heavenly spirit origin liquid. The price of one top-grade immortal crystal was 100 million points. 1 gram of heavenly spirit origin liquid was 1 billion points, which would provide 100 times the refinement speed of the origin supreme treasure, and the effect lasted for 10 years. This time, he had used up 1,100 billion points. If this spread out, those perfected lords would probably make all kinds of jealous remarks. Because Jiang Ci's spending this time was already comparable to the total wealth of most of them. Jiang Ci was very open-minded, and he did not feel any heartache about spending money now. Points were just a string of numbers, and it was better to exchange them for real strength. This was the most correct way to do it. He decisively placed the order and paid. The item was sent to Jiang Ci through the teleportation array on the same day. The Purple Heaven Sect's security measures were very good. Although the delivery person was a 6th tribulation transcender, he did not know what he was delivering. After Jiang Ci received the item, he entered seclusion again. Or rather, he continued to reflect on his mistakes. 10 years later, the ancient immortal world opened. On this day, the entire universe was filled with whispers. However, only perfected lords and above could hear it. Then 3,600 ancient immortal world passageways emitted colorful light, like pillars of light that reached the sky and appeared everywhere in the universe. The aura emitted by the passageways was even more terrifying than that of Tao Lords. The perfected lords of all the races in the universe, whether it was the three peak races, the top races, or the ordinary races, were all excited. They either traveled alone or in groups of 2 or 3 and rushed to the ancient immortal world. These perfected lords had not yet entered the ancient immortal world passageways, and the first earth-shattering battle broke out outside. At the same time, strange phenomena occurred everywhere in the universe. Some ancient existences that have been hiding for hundreds of thousands of eras and millions of eras opened their eyes from the darkness. After waiting for 1,000,000 eras, the ancient immortal world has finally opened again. I, too, will become a Tao Lord in this era. I lost the battle 300,000 years ago. This time, when the ancient immortal world opens, I will avenge my humiliation. Ha! The ancient immortal world, this is my era. The figures that looked like gods and demons exuded terrifying auras as they walked out from various hidden places. With a light wave of their hands, they suppressed the perfected lords who were fighting outside the passageways. Then, they laughed and stepped into the pillar of light to enter the ancient immortal world. As the perfected lords of various races entered the ancient immortal world in large numbers, whether alone or in groups, even more bloody and tragic battles began. In the first 100 years of the ancient immortal world's opening, countless spirit artifacts, Dharma treasures, origin treasures, immortal Tao materials, and immortal crystals were born. The true monarchs of the various races fought countless battles over these treasures. Among them, there were a total of 14 large-scale battles. In other words, there were more than 100 true monarchs participating in the battles. Although Jiang Xi had only seen the images of the battles from the ancient immortal world, he could feel the brutality of the battles. This is not a place that tribulation transcendence can go. It's too terrifying. Even an ordinary first revolution perfected lord can't guarantee that they can survive there. Seeing these battles, Jiang Xi felt that his previous decision was very wise. He didn't arrogantly enter the ancient immortal world immediately. In just these 14 large-scale battles alone, hundreds of true monarchs had fallen, and even more than 10 rank 5 true monarchs had fallen. At present, only Tao Lords would dare say that they would be able to survive such a battle. Right now, that place isn't my battlefield. Riverward focused his attention on his own cultivation. It was now the 419th year that he had faced the wall and reflected on his mistakes. He had already successfully deduced the 4th style of the Great Tao Scroll, Metal Sword Style. In addition to the Fire Sword Style, Wood Sword Style, and Earth Sword Style from before, Jiang Xi felt that his strength had definitely surpassed that of a first Revolution Perfected Lord, but he wasn't sure if he had reached the second Revolution Perfected Lord level. Soon, as long as I refine the Golden Body Fruit, I will definitely become a second Revolution Perfected Lord. Next, Jiang Xi continued to face the wall and reflect on his mistakes. In the 523rd year, he successfully refined the Golden Body Fruit. His body's strength increased from close to a middle-grade immortal artifact to close to a high-grade immortal artifact. At this level, even a first Revolution Perfected Lord would find it difficult to cause real damage to his body. In other words, his current combat strength had definitely reached that of a second Revolution Perfected Lord. In the 648th year, he deduced the 5th style of the Great Tao Scroll, Wind Sword Style. When the 5 styles were combined, his combat strength was close to that of a 3rd Revolution Perfected Lord. In the 815th year, he successfully refined the 3rd layer of the Origin Treasure, Triple Mountain. The Triple Mountain could defend against a First Revolution Perfected Lord's full-strength attack. In addition, his body's strength was close to that of a high-grade immortal artifact. Now, even a 3rd Revolution Perfected Lord would find it difficult to cause great damage to his body. In addition, he had the ability to seal space. When combined with the 5 styles of the Great Tao Scroll, his combat strength had finally reached that of a 3rd Revolution Perfected Lord. In the 898th year, he deduced the 6th style of the Great Tao Scroll, water sword style. When the 6 styles were combined, Jiang Xi felt that he should have the strength to kill a 3rd revolution perfected lord. However, he couldn't be 100% sure since he hadn't tested it in actual combat. Afterward, he continued to deduce the 7th style of the Great Tao Scroll. According to Jiang Xi's vision, the 7th style was the advanced version of the 5-element sword style, which was the 5-element sword style. At that time, his strength should have another big breakthrough. Just like before, he had relied on the 6 styles of the universe and many other methods to barely have the combat strength of a 9th tribulation transcender. After creating the 5-element sword style, his strength directly advanced to the level of an invincible tribulation transcender. In the 1000th year, the punishment of facing the wall ended. This year was the 5572nd year of the new moon era. Jiang Xi woke up from his secluded cultivation. The results of these 1,000 years of cultivation were not bad, however. He didn't completely achieve the goal he had expected. First, there was the Heaven Connecting Pavilion. In short, he used 700 years to refine the Heaven Connecting Pavilion. So far, he had refined the Heaven Connecting Pavilion to the 8th level, only 1 step away from the 9th level. This wasn't a big problem. With the Heavenly Spirit original liquid accelerating the refinement by 100 times, he would be able to complete this goal in 1 or 200 years at most. Secondly, and also one that troubled Jiang Xi, was the 7th style of the Great Tao Scroll. From the 898th year until today, there was a total of 102 years. For such a long time, he had been using the experience panel to deduce the Great Tao Scroll every day. However, there was no progress. This and not having a breakthrough were 2 different concepts. After 102 years of deduction, the Great Tao Scroll hadn't changed at all. It gave Jiang Xi the feeling that he had encountered a bottleneck, but it also didn't feel like a bottleneck, because bottlenecks could be felt. In terms of the Great Tao Scroll, he didn't feel any bottleneck. It just stopped there. It was as if the experience panel had lost its function. This was the first time Jiang Xi had encountered such a situation. I'll continue to deduce it. If it really doesn't work, I'll wait until I refine the 9th level of the Heaven Connecting Pavilion and go to the ancient immortal world to fight. I'll get inspiration from the battle. Therefore, even though he was done reflecting on his mistakes, Jiang Xi didn't come out of seclusion. On the other side, the ancient immortal world had been open for 691 years. News of all kinds of battles came from the ancient immortal world from time to time. Even though there was the danger of death, the perfected lords of the various races didn't retreat. They were still fighting excitedly. They were all fighting for treasures. In the eyes of many perfected lords, if they could obtain an origin treasure, their strength would be greatly improved. They might be able to stand out from ordinary perfected lords and become an expert among perfected lords, comparable to a rank 4 or rank 5 perfected lord. It was worth mentioning that in these years, many human perfected lords had also sacrificed themselves. With such sacrifices, some perfected lords would often think of that Tao integration young fellow. They fought desperately in the ancient immortal world and could die at any time, but they still hadn't obtained an origin treasure. Riverward, on the other hand, already had 2 at the Tao integration stage. While feeling indignant, they were also wondering when Jiang Xi would become a perfected lord and step into the ancient immortal world. At that time, the ancient immortal world would definitely be lively again. However, everyone understood that it would probably take a long time. Although Jiang Xi was a genius of the new age, it would take him at least 10,000 years to become a perfected lord. At most, it would take him 100,000 years. Because the lifespan of a 9th tribulation transcender was 100,000 years. If Jiang Xi couldn't become a perfected lord in this time, everything would be in vain. Chapter 560. In the blink of an eye, another 300 years had passed. It was the 5,888th year of the new moon. The ancient immortal world had been open for more than 1,000 years. In this year, Jiang Xi had successfully refined the ninth level of the heaven-reaching tower and decided to end his cultivation. After another 300 years of deduction, he finally confirmed that there was a problem with the seventh style of the Great Tao. Master Nine Firmaments should know the reason, Jiang Xi thought. However, if he asked Tao Lord Nine Firmaments about this, it would expose his current strength. After thinking about it, Jiang Xi decided to ask first. After all, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was not an outsider. It did not matter if he knew. Then, he took out his communication bead and sent a message to Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. In just a moment, he received the message and hurriedly picked it up. A wisp of Jiang Xi's spiritual consciousness came to the Nine Firmaments realm through the communication bead. Then, he saw Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' slaughtered doppelganger in the sea of corpses. With blood-red hair and blood-red armor, he emitted a strong, murderous aura, as if he was the strongest killing god in the world. "Greetings, Master." Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. "Are you done with your reflection?" Tao Lord Nine Firmaments turned around and chuckled. "It's over." Jiang Xi nodded. "But I encountered a problem in my cultivation. I came to ask for your help." "Tell me about it," Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. "For more than 1,000 years, I have been studying my self-created secret technique, the Mountain Sea Sword Scripture. Currently, I have created the first 6 styles of the Great Tao. However, I can't create the 7th style no matter what. It's as if the 7th style doesn't exist." As Jiang Xi spoke, he demonstrated the 6 styles of the Great Tao with his sword. Therefore, he did not pay much attention to Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' reaction. At this moment, the top 3 powerhouses of the human race watched Jiang Xi's demonstration. First, he was shocked. Then, he fell silent for a long time. Jiang Xi and the Sword Tao secret technique that Jiang Xi demonstrated in front of him shocked him greatly. 1,000 years from the Universe Scroll to the Great Tao Scroll. Moreover, he created the 6 styles of the Great Tao without my help. If he hadn't encountered a problem, he probably wouldn't have asked for my help. Just the power of the 6 styles of the Great Tao is already close to the limit of a pinnacle secret technique. Just one more step, and it will be an ultimate secret technique. Tao Lord's secret arts. He originally had 2 paths to become a Tao Lord. Now, he's going to walk one of them himself. 3 paths. There seemed to be a universe hidden within Tao Lord Nine Firmaments' eyes. Jiang Xi really shocked him. This little guy had only cultivated for slightly more than 3,000 years, and he had already created such a secret technique. How stunning was this? Perhaps in the entire history of the human race, there weren't many such geniuses. From an ordinary disciple, he became a top genius, a peerless genius, and then an epic genius, one step at a time, and in the end, he reached his current breathtaking state. It had been a long time since Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had experienced such a shock. It can only be said that the surprise that Jiang Xi brought to him this time round was way too great. "Master?" After Jiang Xi's demonstration, he asked probingly when he saw that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments did not say anything. "Good, very good, very good." Tao Lord Nine Firmaments laughed. Jiang Xi. There was an additional very good compared to the previous time he asked. It seemed like the 6 styles of the Great Tao that he created had received great recognition from Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments continued. "You're extremely talented and managed to comprehend the first 6 styles of the Great Tao Scroll after cultivating for 1,000 years. However, the 7th style isn't something that can be comprehended with talent and cultivation alone. That's because it has already entered the realm of ultimate secret techniques." Ultimate secret technique. Isn't that a Tao Lord's secret technique? Jiang Xi was shocked. He had actually touched the boundaries of a Tao Lord's secret technique. That's right, it's a Tao Lord's secret technique. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments gave Jiang Xi an affirmative answer. "How should I resolve this problem, then?" Jiang Xi asked hurriedly. "So-called secret techniques are, in essence, combat techniques. Since you've reached this critical point, you can't just bury yourself in cultivation. Go out and fight. The ancient immortal world is the place closest to the universe's origins. If you fight there, you might be able to find inspiration to create the seventh style, Tao Lord Nine Firmament said. Master, do you also think that I can enter the ancient immortal world now? Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. With your strength, it shouldn't be a problem to find 2/3 transformation true lords, and be careful. However, you'll have to change your identity. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded with a smile. He had seen Jiang Xi's demonstration of the 6 styles of the Great Tao and could naturally determine Jiang Xi's current strength. Furthermore, he knew that Jiang Xi had bought a large amount of cultivation resources from the Purple Firmament Sect's treasury. There was even 100 grams of heavenly spirit origin liquid inside. Presumably, he had already refined the 3rd level of the Triple Mountain. In addition, the golden body fruit that he had obtained from Buddha could also increase Jiang Xi's strength. All in all, Jiang Xi's actual combat strength had already surpassed that of a 3rd transformation True Lord, and might even be close to that of a 4th transformation True Lord. Because Jiang Xi majored in the Sword Tao, his strength would be even higher in a real battle. In addition, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had also heard about it. In the past 1,000 years, some of the true lords in the clan had a lot of opinions about this young disciple of his. However, Jiang Xi did not give any response to this. It seemed that he was holding back. He wanted to use his true strength to shatter these rumors. Jiang Xi ended his transmission with Tao Lord Nine Firmaments. After talking with this master, he seemed to have eaten a calming pill. He was more confident about his upcoming trip to the ancient immortal world. After that, he made some necessary preparations. He also bought a large number of recovery spirit pills from the Purple Firmament Sect's treasury and some powerful one-time use Dharma treasures, such as True Lord talismans. Just these preparations alone cost him tens of billions of points. At the same time, before entering the ancient immortal world, Jiang Xi also consulted another master, True Lord Winesword. True Lord Winesword's original body had entered the ancient immortal world when it first opened. All the information that Jiang Xi had learned about the ancient immortal world over the years was brought to him by True Lord Winesword, because True Lord Winesword's clone was still on Earth. Earth, Rain Gazing Pavilion. True Monarch Winesword's avatar and Riverward sat opposite each other. You are becoming more and more incomprehensible to me. It has only been 1,300 years, and you already have the strength to explore the ancient immortal world? True Lord Winesword stared at Jiang Xi for a long time. Jiang Xi smiled, but did not say anything. Have you really decided to go? What did Master Nine Firmaments say? True Lord Winesword asked. Master Nine Firmaments also agreed. Jiang Xi nodded. Since Master Nine Firmaments also agreed, then there should be no problem. However, you still have to be careful. Now, even rank 5 true monarchs can't guarantee that they can survive there. True Lord Winesword sighed. Master, don't worry, I know. Jiang Xi smiled. No, my ass. I have to be careful there. If it wasn't for finding demon races, true monarch D-Saw, I would have left that damn place long ago. True Lord Winesword shook his head. He was still worried about Jiang Xi's choice. As for true monarch D-Suo, she was the demon race's true monarch expert that he and his Tao partner, Lien Rong, met. Don't be in a hurry to go. I will find some time to organize the information after the ancient immortal world opens for you. It includes some true monarchs that you need to pay attention to and some famous dangerous places in the ancient immortal world. True Lord Winesword said. Thank you, Master. Jiang Xi thanked him seriously. Right? Who are you going to team up with? If you can't find a suitable team, I can help you contact a few of my friends. True Lord Winesword said. Master Nine Firmaments has already arranged it for me. Jiang Xi lied. That's fine. True Lord Winesword nodded. He did not suspect that Jiang Xi was lying, because he felt that Jiang Xi would not lie, and the true monarch expert that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments arranged would definitely be stronger than his friends. In addition, he did not plan to invite Jiang Xi to go with him. His purpose in going to the ancient immortal world was mainly for revenge and to find his enemy. If he went with Jiang Xi, he might implicate Jiang Xi. 3 days later, Jiang Ci received the latest information about the ancient immortal world from True Lord Winesword. In addition to the information about the true monarchs of various races, there were also some treasures that were about to appear and some dangerous places to pay attention to. Very detailed, this way, I have a better chance of going alone. After Jiang Ci finished reading, he nodded lightly. He was prepared to go alone and did not consider forming a team with others. Because he had too many secrets, many of his methods were suitable to be used when he was alone, but in the case of forming a team, it was inconvenient. In one of the 9 domains of the Tao Alliance, the Sword Domain, somewhere in the desolate starry sky, there were no stars here, only a huge and strange nebula-shaped energy body. This nebula energy body spiraled like a whirlpool. A beam of light with a diameter of tens of billions of kilometers stood in the center of the whirlpool. The whirlpool and the beam of light emitted a colorful and violent energy. Just the aura alone was enough to make people tremble in fear. If a weaker tribulation transcender expert was affected by this energy, they would probably be annihilated directly. The passage to the ancient immortal world. A young-looking sword Tao cultivator wearing silver armor and carrying a long sword appeared in the starry sky outside the nebula whirlpool. This was a new identity and image that Jiang Ci had asked the 7th senior brother of the Imperial Emperor to give him. Sword Sect, True Monarch Wuda. Moreover, the aura he was emitting now was that of a 3rd-rank True Monarch. Of course, the 3rd-level mountain could not simulate the aura of a 3rd-rank True Monarch. This was simulated by Jiang Ci using Heaven Connecting Tower. Now, he had already refined the 9th level of Heaven Connecting Tower. Even a 5th-rank True Monarch would not be able to do anything to him if he could display 1,000th of the power of this treasure. This was also the reason why he dared to travel alone in the ancient immortal world. Riverward flew towards that pillar of light that reached the heavens. After approaching, he could feel an increasingly strong pressure. Buzz, amid a burst of spatial fluctuations, Riverward entered the heaven-reaching light pillar, and then disappeared after the world spun. He came out from the other end of the whirlpool of the ancient immortal world. Jiang Ci stood in the void and looked at the scene in front of him. Behind him was the whirlpool channel he had just entered. As far as his eyes could see, he could see another whirlpool channel. The ancient immortal world had a total of 3,600 planets, each of which was the same size with a diameter of 100 billion kilometers. And each planet had 3,600 whirlpool channels, one of which was to leave the ancient immortal world, and the other 3,599 were to other planets. The pressure here is stronger than in the whirlpool channel. Jiang Ci carefully sensed the environment here. His body and primordial spirit could feel the powerful pressure. Under this terrifying pressure, even a Tao Lord could not accelerate to the speed of light. At most, they could only fly at sublight speed. Furthermore, the spatial ripples here had completely stopped. The perfected lords who could control space had lost the ability to confine and teleport. The spatial imprisonment function of the Triple Mountain can't be used either. But this is good. Those who travel in the ancient immortal world are mostly true monarchs. It's fair that no one can use similar methods. Jiang Ci had already learned this from his master, True Monarch Winesword, so he was not surprised. In addition, everyone's spiritual consciousness was also greatly suppressed here. Even true monarchs could not leave their bodies with their spiritual consciousness. This was definitely good news for Jiang Ci. If it was not for that powerful pressure, a true monarch's spiritual consciousness could probably cover an entire planet. And his spiritual consciousness was obviously not as strong as a true monarch. Compared to true monarchs in the ancient immortal world, I have advantages and disadvantages. My advantage is that I can still use my self-created world. With a thought, Jiang Ci used the self-created world that came with the Mountain Sea Sword, Sutra's Heaven and Earth Scroll. The space and time, within a radius of 10,000 feet, were all under his control. With a thought, he could freeze space and stop time. This was another trump card for him to travel in the ancient, immortal world. The disadvantage is that true monarchs who can reverse life and death have an immortal body. Not only did true monarchs have an endless lifespan, but they also had an immortal body. This was also the main reason why they could live for so long. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. He had never fought with a true monarch before. Therefore, he could not be sure how much damage his sword Dao attack could cause to a true monarch. As Jiang Xi calculated this in his mind, he descended from the sky and entered a primitive forest. He carefully observed his surroundings. Without the detection ability of his spiritual consciousness, everything seemed to have returned to the time when he had just embarked on the path of cultivation. It was more intense and exciting. On the surface, the environment of the ancient immortal world is similar to that of an ordinary planet. Mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, forests, deserts, all kinds of terrains. It looks ordinary, but there's a terrifying pressure everywhere. Even a ninth tribulation transcender would have to kneel there. No wonder it is said that this is the battlefield of true monarchs. The special environment makes everything here extremely hard. Even a true monarch would find it difficult to destroy the environment here. Even if it is destroyed, it will quickly recover. This reminded Jiang Xi of something that his master, true monarch Wine Sword, had mentioned to him. It was a strange thing about the ancient immortal world. Except for those unearthed treasures that could be taken away, nothing else in the ancient immortal world could be taken away. No matter if it was flowers, grass, soil, stones, etc. Bang! Jiang Xi tried to punch a towering ancient tree, but only left a shallow fist mark. The leaves on the tree shook, but not a single leaf fell. I can easily blow up a planet with a punch now, but I can't even kill a tree here. Jiang Xi was speechless. It really recovered. In less than a second, the fist mark on the towering ancient tree returned to its original state. Jiang Xi was surprised and in awe of the unfamiliar environment as he carefully walked through this primitive jungle. He could clearly feel a sense of desolation and ancientness, as if this place was originally a ruin. Just being in it made it difficult for him to feel good. No wonder it is called the ancient immortal world. It is really magical. Jiang Xi shook his head and walked carefully in this primitive jungle. The omnipresent pressure is really too terrifying. My body is close to a high-grade immortal artifact, but I can still feel the pressure when I walk here. With his current strength, he could definitely accelerate to the speed of light in the original universe. But on this planet, he could at most cross 100,000 kilometers in a flash. However, he did not come here to hurry, so he did not use his maximum speed. As Jiang Xi walked carefully, he felt all kinds of energy fluctuations. According to the information provided by his master, the liquor sword immortal, because it was impossible to use spiritual sense to detect in the ancient immortal world, the most common way to find treasures was to sense the fluctuations. The experts who search for treasures in the ancient immortal world rarely wander around. They usually choose to wait silently in a place. Once they sense the fluctuations of treasure, they will immediately rush over and start fighting for it. Jiang Xi decided to follow this method. First, he would find a good place with good feng shui. Jiang Xi walked for less than half an hour before he stopped. He had just stepped on something hard and hurt his foot. But with his strength, no matter how hard the stones in the ancient immortal world were, they would not hurt his foot. Because he had lost the ability to detect with his spiritual sense, he could only look down. He found a black spike sticking out of the ground. A very subtle aura was emitted. The aura was too weak, so he did not sense it. No way, I am so lucky. Jiang Xi blinked and bent down to dig it out. It was a broken mace with the aura of a supreme-grade immortal artifact. A broken supreme-grade immortal artifact? It seems to have been buried for countless eras. I can't tell when it was broken. Could it be that this was left behind by a perfected cultivator when the ancient immortal world was last opened 1,000,000 years ago? Or could it be something unearthed in the ancient immortal world? But how could something unearthed in the ancient immortal world be broken? Or could it be that there was a great war here and it was destroyed? Jiang Ci was surprised, and all kinds of guesses appeared in his mind. However, a broken supreme-grade immortal artifact was also valuable. If he took it back and handed it to his tribe, he could get a certain amount of contribution points, because broken immortal artifacts like this could be dismantled, and the valuable materials could be recovered to refine other immortal artifacts. I stepped on a supreme-grade immortal artifact while walking. Seems like I am quite lucky. Then, Jiang Ci continued walking in the primitive forest. So far, he had not met a perfected cultivator of a foreign race, not even a human. After all, this planet was very big, with a diameter of 100 billion kilometers. If he walked slowly like this, he could walk for 10,000 years. Boom! A powerful energy wave came from the distance. A battle had broken out. Over there, Jiang Ci turned around. Whoosh! He used the wind sword style and became one with the sword. He kept accelerating and almost instantly reached 100,000 kilometers per second. Half a minute later, he had crossed 3 million kilometers. Whoosh! Riverward quickly landed on a relatively tall, ancient tree that towered into the sky. Then he saw the two sides of the battle. Boom! Boom! The battle was very loud, and violent energy waves swept over 1 million kilometers. One side has 3 Ghost second-rank perfected cultivators, and the other side has 4 Ghost second-rank perfected cultivators from different tribes. The Ghost race has the upper hand. Jiang Ci judged the situation. Then, he looked around the forest within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Through the energy waves, he could sense that the other 5 perfected cultivators were watching the battle. It seems that they were all attracted by the battle. No one joined the battle because the battle for the treasure had ended. If they joined the battle, they would not have such a good chance. At this time, the two sides of the battle also noticed the perfected cultivators coming from all directions. The demon race, the slug sea race, the zone ape race. A ghost second-rank perfected cultivator quickly looked around. There's also a human sword Dao third-rank perfected cultivator. He was shocked when he sensed the sharp sword Dao aura on Jiang Ci. We got 2 of the 3 superior-grade immortal artifacts. Retreat. He quickly ordered and left the battle with his 2 companions. On the other side, the other 4 perfected cultivators also left quickly, but in a more embarrassing state. The 2 sides of the battle left without hesitation. The other 5 perfected monarchs nearby also looked at each other before their gazes finally landed on Riverward. This was a new face, but they did not say anything and quickly left the place. Just like Master Zhou Jian said, the perfected cultivators in the ancient immortal world are all very cautious. If they don't meet a treasure that really attracts them, or if they don't have absolute confidence, they won't make a move easily. The 2 sides of the battle, just now, were not fighting for a precious treasure. There was no energy of supreme-grade immortal artifact or an origin source treasure. Jiang Ci smiled. Under such circumstances, he would not make a move. It was not worth it. If it was an origin source treasure, even if it was the most ordinary first-grade origin source treasure, he would definitely make a move. In the ancient immortal world, the more precious a treasure was, the bigger the commotion when it was born. For example, the appearance of an immortal abode, a divine tree, or a cave would cause a huge commotion. Once it appeared, it meant that a precious treasure was born. In comparison, the appearance of some ordinary immortal artifacts would cause a small commotion, just like the broken mace that he had just stepped on. Although it was a supreme-grade immortal artifact, it was already broken and much less valuable, so it did not have any energy at all. In fact, in the ancient immortal world where treasures were everywhere, what people were really fighting for were supreme-grade immortal artifacts and origin source treasures that were below 3 tribulations. This was because the chances of origin source treasures above level 3 appearing were very small. The ancient immortal world would be open for an era. It might be tens of thousands of years, and there might not even be a single origin source treasure above level 3 appearing. Chapter 561. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Jiang Ci realized that his luck was not as good as he had imagined. apart from stepping on a broken supreme-grade immortal artifact when he first entered. During these 3 years, he had encountered quite a few treasure battles. But every time he rushed over, the battle ended. Because the treasures that appeared were either middle-grade or superior-grade immortal artifacts. Their auras and movements were too small. He was far away, so his speed was naturally not as fast as those perfected lords who were closer. Did I scare them by pretending to be a rank 3 sword, Dao, perfected lord? Jiang Xi sat cross-legged on the crown of a towering ancient tree, feeling a little helpless. Every time he appeared in a treasure battle, the battle ended immediately. So in these 3 years, he had not fought even once. However, news of his disguise as true Lord Wu spread across the planet of the ancient immortals. Everyone knew that a rank 3 true monarch of the human race who cultivated the sword Dao had appeared on this planet. A rank 3 sword Dao perfected lord's combat power was comparable to a rank 4 sword Dao perfected lord. This was also the reason why others left when they saw him. Jiang Xi thought so. Suddenly, a special aura fluctuation came from not far away. Jiang Xi's eyes lit up. It might be a supreme-grade immortal artifact, or it might be an origin source treasure. It's very close to me. My chances are very high this time. In a treasure battle, strength, location, and timing were all very important. He had been far away the previous few times, and after he arrived, he did not have any chances. This time, he finally met someone close. Whoosh! Jiang Xi directly used the wind sword style, and his body became one with the sword. His speed reached 100,000 kilometers per second almost instantly. He flew rapidly in the direction of the special aura fluctuation. This aura, a treasure has appeared. The 2 perfected lords of the Silver Wolf race, who were 3,000 meters tall, looked at each other in surprise. Then, they whistled and left their hiding place, flying away. A treasure has appeared. It's not too far away. Soon, the 4 perfected lord squads in the vicinity followed the direction of the aura fluctuation and rushed over. Many of the true monarch squads that were further away were also hurrying over. Jiang Xi was pleasantly surprised to find that he was the first to arrive. What made him even more surprised was that the special aura fluctuation was becoming stronger and stronger. It was far more powerful than the peak grade immortal equipment he had encountered before. Treasure. It's at least a first-grade origin source true treasure. Jiang Xi instantly felt that his luck was pretty good. After saving up for 3 years, it was finally time to explode. In front of him was a huge valley. It wasn't too deep. With a swift movement, Zhang Xian arrived at the bottom of the valley and saw the treasure. There was only a purplish-golden staff that was about 3 feet long, and it was exuding a rich aura. Jiang Xi had 2 origin energy treasures on him, so he was extremely familiar with this presence. What kind of supreme treasure is it? He grabbed a short stick and pulled it out forcefully. It did not budge. Oh no, it's not completely born yet. Jiang Xi's expression changed. This was the reason why the competition for origin energy treasures was so intense every time they appeared. The more precious a treasure was, the greater the commotion it would cause when it appeared, and the longer it would take for it to appear. Wait, Jiang Xi was ready for battle. The crimson cloud sword appeared in his hand. He used the secret technique, Dao Fusion, in advance. 7 Daos fused together, and his spirit chi amplitude increased from 20,000 times to 140,000 times. He had been in the ancient immortal world for 3 years, but he had never really fought. This time, he finally had a chance. Just 10 seconds later, boom, boom. 2 3,000-meter-tall, silver wolf, perfected monarchs of the demon race, whistled through the air and arrived outside the valley. It's a supreme treasure. We brothers are the first. Their excited roars stopped abruptly as they discovered Jiang Xi. It's a human. It's that human perfected monarch who cultivates the sword Dao. The eyes of the 2 silver wolf perfected monarchs flashed with a ferocious light. Information about the other party's background also appeared in Jiangxi's mind. The silver wolf double demons of the demon race were said to be twins. They were both rank 3 true monarchs. Because the two brothers were telepathically connected, they had a very powerful combination attack. Almost no rank 3 true monarchs were their match. Kill. The silver wolf double demons pounced at Jiangxi at the same time. Their 3,000-meter-tall bodies were filled with monstrous demon chi. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of Jiangxi, trying to tear Jiangxi into pieces. Wind sword style. Jiangxi's sword moved according to his will, taking him tens of thousands of kilometers to the side. Then, with a turn, he returned to the side of one of the silver wolf perfected monarchs at lightning speed. Golden sword style. He stabbed with his sword fiercely and fiercely. Pucci. The sword pierced the waist of the silver wolf perfected monarch with a tearing force, retreating after one strike. Although it was only a 3-foot sword, it tore a 100-meter-long wound on the silver wolf perfected monarch's body. Silver blood spurted out and fell to the ground, giving rise to plumes of green smoke. The blood of a rank 3 true monarch also contained terrifying power. Jiangxi estimated that if the blood came into contact with an immortal below the rank 3 tribulation, they would die instantly. This exchange of blows was completed in the blink of an eye. Not even 0.01 seconds had passed. Big brother. The speed of this human was simply too fast. His attack is also very strong. He can break through my defense directly. The injured silver wolf perfected monarch roared. Attack together. The other silver wolf perfected monarch said calmly. Whoosh. The two huge silver wolves completed their transformation in an instant. In a dazzling light, the two silver wolves disappeared. The process was too short. Jiangxi did not have time to stop it. After the light dissipated, Jiangxi's expression changed slightly. A 4,000-meter-tall, two-headed silver wolf appeared in front of him, close to rank 4 true monarch. The aura of the two-headed silver wolf made Jiangxi feel that the situation was not good. This is good. I can test out my full combat strength. Jiangxi took a deep breath. Buzz 6 tens of thousands of feet long sword lights spiraled out and circled around his body. The 6 styles of the Great Tao were used together. Big brother, this human sword Tao mystic technique is a little strange. No matter how strange he is still a rank 3 true monarch. Use your strength to crush him. Roar. The two-headed silver wolves roared excitedly in unison, and a clear sound wave roared out. After that, 2 more silver short swords followed the sound waves, bringing along strange arcs as they attacked Jiangxi from 2 different directions. This is indeed troublesome. Jiangxi finally knew why the silver wolf double demons could dominate rank 3 true monarchs. This kind of joint attack increased the strength of the silver wolf double demons, but it did not affect their individual attacks. Earth sword style. The earthy yellow sword light around Jiangxi expanded from 10,000 feet to 10,000 feet, turning into an amazing sword light shield that surrounded him. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 attacks of the two-headed silver wolves landed on the shield formed by the earth sword style almost simultaneously. After the collision, a dazzling light burst out, illuminating the entire valley within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Where's he? The two-headed silver wolves took the opportunity to close in, but they found that the human had disappeared. Here, Jiangxi's laughter came from the sky. At the same time, a violent sword descended from the sky. The energy on the sword seemed to be able to incinerate heaven and earth. Fire sword style. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Riverward's fiery red sword light fell straight down. Roar. The two-headed silver wolves knew that they could not dodge, so they could only raise their heads and roar. The 2 silver short swords crossed and turned into a shield. Boom. The shield of the short sword was instantly destroyed. The power of the fire sword style did not decrease, and it stabbed into the back of the two-headed silver wolf's neck. Whoosh. He pulled fiercely. Another 100-meter-long wound was opened, and blood spurted out. Roar! The two-headed silver wolves roared in pain. It swung its tail, and the 1,000-meter-long wolf tail smashed onto Jiang Xi like a stick. Jiang Xi, who was in the air, did not have a good chance to dodge and was hit. Bam bam. Two consecutive sounds, one like a clap of thunder and the other like a muffled thunder. The first was the sound of the wolf tail hitting Jiang Xi. The second was the sound of Jiang Xi being sent flying and crashing into the valley tens of thousands of kilometers away. The rocks of the ancient immortal world were too hard, and only a few cracks appeared on them. Instead, he almost suffered internal injuries. If not for the defense of the triple mountain and my body being strong enough, I would definitely have been injured this time. Jiang Xi shook his head, but his aura did not weaken. 6 sword lights circled around him, and he used the wind sword style again. His body swayed and attacked the two-headed silver wolves. What? What kind of defense is this? It's not damaged at all. The two-headed silver wolves were shocked. A third transformation, true monarch, might have the strength to destroy a low-grade immortal artifact easily, and a middle-grade one with some effort. But they definitely did not have the strength to destroy a high-grade immortal artifact. Moreover, Jiang Xi was wearing the armor of the Triple Mountain, which could offset most of the power of their attacks. Therefore, when the two of them combined, their attacks landed on Riverward, it would at most cause some minor injuries. Again, Jiang Xi approached them. It was his turn to take the initiative. He could use the water sword style to fight. He could use the wood sword style to absorb the energy of heaven and earth to recover his energy. Then, he used the wind sword style, fire sword style, and metal sword style to attack. The 6 swords combined into one, and Jiang Xi was almost like 6 people fighting. In just 3 seconds, dozens of wounds that were hundreds of meters long were left on the two-headed silver wolves, of course. He also took a lot of the other party's attacks. However, with his defense, it was obvious that his opponent was at a disadvantage in this kind of exchange of injuries. Roar! The two-headed silver wolves roared unwillingly. Let's go. We give up. They had already sensed that the other 3 perfected monarch teams were rushing here. Further away, there were a lot of perfected monarchs auras approaching. If they did not leave now, even if they could get the origin treasure, they would be surrounded and even lose their lives. Moreover, they could not do anything to this human sword Tao perfected monarch. The two-headed silver wolves decisively swung their tails at Jiang Xi, forcing Jiang Xi away. Then, with a roar, it turned into a silver bolt of lightning and disappeared. Jiang Xi did not chase after them. He sensed that the aura of the purple-gold short stick was gradually stabilizing. The first origin treasure he encountered in the ancient immortal world had finally appeared. Can I pull out this time? Jiang Xi grabbed the short stick and pulled hard. The ground cracked, and the object under the short stick was revealed. Hammer! Jiang Xi was a little disappointed. Hammer my ass. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, the other 3 perfected monarch teams arrived at the huge valley almost at the same time. They noticed the origin treasure in the valley and also noticed Jiang Xi. Of course, they had also seen the silhouettes of the Silver Wolf duo demons galloping away. Even the famous Silver Wolf duo demons had been beaten back. This meant that this human sword Dao perfected monarch was very strong. He was also close to a rank 4 perfected monarch. The 3 perfected monarch teams were a little wary and did not act rashly. The origin treasure had already been obtained by this very strong human. The chances of them getting it were very small. They might have a chance if they used all their trump cards and fought to the death. But that was not worth it. Let's go. They turned and left very decisively. In the valley, Jiang Xi secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He put the origin treasure into his storage space and prepared to leave. At that moment, he was stunned. The silver armor formed by the 3rd-level mountain was trembling slightly. It seemed to be attracted by something, and the trembling was getting stronger. What's going on? Jiang Xi was very surprised. Why is the 3rd-level mountain being attracted? Could it be that the 3rd-level mountain is incomplete? Has it encountered other parts now? This thought flashed through Jiang Xi's mind. In the past few years, he had gained a thorough understanding of the origin treasures. It did not matter if immortal artifacts were broken. However, origin treasures had spirits. If an origin treasure was broken into two, its power might be greatly reduced. But the two incomplete parts still had part of the power of an origin treasure. Furthermore, the broken parts could be reassembled. Such a situation had happened in the ancient immortal world. Two perfected monarchs of other races had obtained parts of the same origin treasure one after another. Then they met, and the victorious party reassembled the two pieces and obtained the complete origin source true treasure. It was said that the reassembled origin treasure had reached the third level and caused quite a stir in the ancient immortal world. But that perfected monarch of another race soon left the ancient immortal world. Under the circumstances that he did not encounter a Tao Lord, a third-level origin treasure was enough for him to dominate the original universe. This was what perfected monarch Liquor Sword told Jiang Xi. Now, Jiang Xi seemed to be in the same situation. He sank his consciousness into the third-level mountain's origin treasure and carefully sensed the source of the attraction. Soon, he discovered a slight aura fluctuation. A perfected monarch expert was approaching him at an extremely fast speed. And the closer he got, the stronger the aura was. He seems to have sensed me, so he's rushing towards me at an extremely fast speed. Jiang Xi instantly made a judgment. But his speed is very fast, close to 150,000 kilometers per second. This is the speed of a fourth transformation true monarch. Under the terrifying pressure of the ancient immortal world, even a Tao Lord could not accelerate to the speed of light and could only approach it infinitely. Therefore, to a certain extent, speed represented strength. The trembling is getting more and more intense. It's obvious that he really has a part of the third-level mountain. Jiang Xi was very tempted. This also meant that the complete third-level mountain should be an origin treasure no lower than the second level. And it could be even stronger. What should I do? Stay and wait for him? Jiang Xi sensed the auras of many other perfected monarchs rushing over. They had all been drawn over by the violet gold hammer from before. If he did not leave now, he might be surrounded. Let's go. Jiang Xi made a decision and sped up to leave. Even if he stayed, he was no match for that fourth transformation true monarch. Moreover, he did not know anything about the other party. If it was a terrifying ancient existence, it would be over. Boom, boom, boom. Not long after Jiang Xi left, dozens of perfected monarch teams arrived at the valley one after another. We're late. The treasure has already been taken. Aya, what a pity. The aura of the origin treasure is left behind. Who's so lucky? These perfected monarchs came from various races. Under the circumstances of no conflict of interest, they did not attack each other. Even if some were from the enemy camp, such as human perfected monarchs and ghost race perfected monarchs. At this moment, they were only concerned about the treasure that had been taken away. Disperse, disperse. A foreign perfected monarch shook his head and prepared to leave with his people. But at this moment, whoosh, a figure with a terrifying aura came from afar at an extremely fast speed. Fourth transformation, true monarch. The perfected monarchs were shocked and did not dare to say anything. The figure was a young man with 6 black horns on his head. He was wearing black armor. He glanced coldly at the valley. After sensing the aura of the origin treasure, he shook his head and looked in the direction Jiang Xi had left. Want to leave? A ray of gray light shot out from the black-armored young man's eyes. Then, he sped up and disappeared in an instant. The dozens of perfected monarchs woke up from their shock and fear. They were afraid that the black-armored young man would kill them all. Who is this fourth transformation, true monarch? I've never seen him on this planet before. Maybe he's from another planet. Impossible. The news of a fourth transformation, true monarch from various races appearing in the ancient immortal world has already spread to every planet. He must be an ancient existence that has just entered the ancient immortal world. Anyway, we can't afford to offend him. Let's go, The perfected monarchs quickly left as if they had just survived a disaster. On the other side, Jiang Xiai was flying at an extremely fast speed of 100,000 kilometers per second. They've caught up? His heart sank. The other party clearly did not want to let him go so easily. In fact, if their positions were switched, he would not let go of such a good opportunity either. Triple Mountain was already a rank 2 origin treasure. If he could collect the missing parts, it would become a rank 3 origin treasure at least. At that time, his strength would increase by another step. But now, he was the prey, and the other party was the hunter. Moreover, he did not know who this hunter was. He's faster than me. If I continue chasing like this, I won't be able to escape. Jiang Xiai frowned. Leave this planet. He quickly made a decision. Then, he flew toward the nearest whirlpool passage. There were a total of 3,600 planets in the ancient immortal world. Each planet had 3,600 whirlpool passages. Except for one that left the ancient immortal world, the other 3,599 were passages that led to other planets. Next, Jiang Xiai used 30 seconds to cross 3 million kilometers. He was getting closer and closer to the nearest whirlpool passage. However, the unknown fourth transformation, True Monarch, behind him was also getting closer and closer. The other party's strength was an entire realm higher than his. He's only 100,000 kilometers away from me. Jiang Xi's eyes gathered golden light as he looked back. Whoosh with his eyesight, this distance was enough for him to see the other party's figure. 6 black horns, a youth in black armor. Jiang Xiai quickly searched through his memories, but could not find any information about the other party. I don't know him. Jiang Xiai memorized the other party's appearance and stepped into the whirlpool passage, disappearing. The next second, the youth in black armor also arrived in front of the whirlpool passage and chased into it. After the world spun, the youth in black armor rushed out from the other end of the whirlpool passage. This was another planet in the ancient immortal world. His aura is gone. The youth in black armor's expression changed. He could not sense the human race's aura fluctuation. Moreover, the black armor on his body was no longer vibrating. Without the attraction, he could not find the other party. Roar! The youth in black armor roared in indignation. Violent energy spread hundreds of thousands of kilometers. The great opportunity was about to be in his hands, but it flew away at the last moment. This black armor was given to me by my race's Tao Lord 100,000 years ago. I didn't expect it to be just a component of an origin treasure. This might be the first great opportunity in my trip to the ancient immortal world. I won't let it go. As long as you're still in the ancient immortal world, I'll find you sooner or later. The youth in black armor's eyes were cold. As a rank 4 true lord who had lived for hundreds of thousands of eras, he naturally knew about origin treasures. His black armor was a grade 3 origin artifact. With this supreme treasure, even if he encountered a 5th revolution true monarch, he would still dare to fight. What if he obtained the other missing component and turned the black armor into a rank 4 origin treasure? Rank 4 origin treasures were basically in the hands of Tao Lords. By then, I might be a rank 5 true lord. The youth in golden armor's eyes turned from cold to fiery, filled with anticipation. At this moment, 200,000 kilometers away, in the depths of a mirror-like lake, Jiang Xiai concealed his aura and hid here. The silver armor on his body had disappeared. It had been kept in his storage space. Damn it, it's been a long time since I've been chased so miserably. Jiang Xiai heard the youth in black armor roar. He did not dare to make any movements. He just lay quietly at the bottom of the lake, not letting out any aura. It was not until 3 days after the youth's aura disappeared that Jiang Xiai wanted to leave this place. Something's not right. Before he got up, he felt his body tighten. His intuition told him that there was still danger. Jiang Xiai waited patiently for another half a month. Sure enough, on this day, he sensed the youth in black armor's aura fluctuation and appeared 100,000 kilometers away again. The youth was waiting for him. This time, The youth in black armor's aura hovered in this area for a long time before disappearing. However, another month passed, and the youth's aura fluctuation appeared again. He's waiting for me? Jiang Ci was worried. True Lords had endless lifespans, but he did not. With the patience of a rank 4 True Lord, he might really spend 10,000 years here. At that time, he, a Dao integration stage cultivator with less than 10,000 years of lifespan, would be gone. After thinking about it, Jiang Ci decided to ask for help. Not long after, human True Lords began to appear in this area with a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. Some were rank 3 True Lords, and some were small groups of True Lords. There was even a rank 4 True Lord that appeared, as if they were forming an encirclement. About 300,000 kilometers away from Jiang Ci, the youth in black armor was sitting cross-legged on a mountain peak. His brows furrowed even tighter. As a rank 4 True Lord, he naturally understood what this meant. That cunning human had called for help. The human race was famous for having a lot of experts. If he continued to stay, he would probably be surrounded by the human race. I don't believe that you won't use that silver armor treasure forever. If you dare to appear in the ancient immortal world again, you won't be able to escape from me. The youth in golden armor left with a gloomy expression. Chapter 562. Jiang Ci successfully escaped. Through the whirlpool passage, he continuously changed his position and went to thousands of ancient immortal world planets. Finally, he came to a planet numbered 629 before stopping. After that, he found a relatively safe place on the planet and went into hiding again. Like before, he continued to sense all kinds of aura fluctuations, looking for those treasures that appeared in the world. At the same time, Earth reigned viewing pavilion. Jiang Ci's clone and True Monarch Winesword's clone sat opposite each other through a transmission phantom. Both of them had clones. The difference was that True Monarch Winesword clone was known by many experts. As for Jiang Ci's clone, so far, only 3 people knew about it. Dao Monarch 9 Firmament, True Monarch Winesword, and Jiang De. This clone was also Jiang Ci's last escape route. Therefore, he never placed his avatar on Earth, but hid it on a barren planet. This time, his clone came to meet True Monarch Winesword through a transmission phantom. The purpose was to help his main body in the ancient immortal world. Because True Monarch Winesword had many friends, his network of True Monarchs was obviously wider than his. Just now, True Monarch Winesword transmission helped him call over dozens of human race True Monarchs. Among them, there was even a rank 4 True Monarch who directly forced the black-armored youth to retreat. Safe. True Monarch Winesword smiled and asked at the same time, tasting the wine. Yes, I have already left that planet. Jiang Ci nodded. How did you get targeted by a rank 4 True Monarch? Although there are many existences of this level in the ancient immortal world, it is still quite difficult to meet one. Winesword Immortal said, Of course it is because of the treasure Master should know about the triple layer mountain that Master 9 Firmament gave me. Jiang Ci explained the situation. There was no need to hide this matter from True Monarch Winesword. The incomplete part of the triple layer mountain. True Monarch Winesword was so shocked that he forgot to drink the wine. Doesn't that mean that the complete triple layer mountain is at least a rank 3 origin source treasure? He said again, That's right. That's why the other party kept chasing after me. Jiang Ci said. However, the other party is a 4th Revolution True Monarch. It will be very difficult for you to get the supreme treasure part from him, even if we join forces. We are not a match for a rank 4 True Lord. True Lord Winesword frowned. I'm not his opponent now, but I can't say for sure in the future. Jiang Ci smiled confidently. That's true. He's coveting the treasures on you. Before he succeeds, he probably won't leave the ancient immortal world so easily. You still have a chance. Perfected Lord Winesword laughed as well. With Jiang Ci's cultivation speed, it wouldn't be long before he could fight against a rank 4 True Monarch. Describe their situation to me. True Lord Winesword said again. Jiang Ci nodded and explained in detail. At the same time, He conjured the general appearance of the golden-armored young man according to his memory. Golden-armored youth with 6 black horns. True Lord Winesword pondered for a moment. I don't have any impression of him. He should be a true monarch of a foreign race who just came to the ancient immortal world recently. I'll get someone to help you check his information. True Lord Winesword had a wide range of friends and information channels. He was very good at collecting information. Ancient immortal world, planet number 629. Jiangxi hid in a cave in a mountain range. He sensed all kinds of aura fluctuations while waiting for True Lord Winesword's message. He had to be vigilant at all times in the ancient immortal world. Therefore, it was safest to let his clone contact True Lord Winesword. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed. On this day, his clone received a piece of information from True Lord Winesword's clone. True Monarch He Shi from the top race Hunzi race. He became a true monarch 300,000 years ago. He is a rank 4 true monarch. He specializes in the Saber Dao. His other techniques are unknown. He has the record of escaping unscathed from a rank 5 true monarch. The last piece of information was the most important one. Jiangxi exhaled softly. It was obvious that he was no match for true monarch He Shi. The true monarchs of the top races were not weak, and their foundations would not be too bad. Because to be called a top race, this race would have at least one Dao monarch overseeing it. For example, the ancient god race of the Tonggu continent was a top race before it was destroyed by the 3 top races. True monarch He Shi, who came from a top race, might be slightly inferior to the rank 4 true monarchs of the 3 top races in terms of foundation and techniques. However, Jiangxi understood that the other party was still not someone he could fight against at his current stage. He shook his head and threw the unrealistic thoughts aside. I'll give up for now and focus on improving my strength. He originally had a glimmer of hope that the other party was just a very ordinary rank 4 true monarch of a foreign race. That way, he could join forces with his master True Lord Winesword to kill the other party. Now, the 2 of them together could not do it. The main thing is that my attack is still lacking. Jiangxi thought about his problem. He remembered the battle between him and the Silver Wolf twin demons. Although he could completely suppress the 2 rank 3 true monarchs with the 6 moves of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, causing dozens of wounds that were hundreds of meters long. However, he did not really cause much damage to the Silver Wolf twin demons, because the deepest of those wounds was less than a meter deep. For the 2-headed Silver Wolf that was close to 4,000 meters in size, such wounds could only be considered small wounds. I'm missing a sword-type origin treasure, Jiangxi thought to himself. Thinking of this, he flipped his hand and took out the grade 1 origin treasure, the purple golden hammer that he had obtained previously. I wonder if I can use this to exchange for a sword-type origin treasure from the race. According to the contribution rules of the human race, the treasures obtained in the ancient immortal world could be used. If one did not need it, one could choose to hand it over to the race and obtain the corresponding contribution points or origin treasure points. Then, one could use the contribution points or origin treasure points to exchange for other treasures from the race. A closed ancient stone appeared in Jiangxi's hand. It was the clone of the omniscient eye. Now, his 2 identities, the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal and True Monarch Wuda, were both human powerhouses and qualified to possess this item. He made a hand seal with one hand, and the closed stone opened and shot out a ray of light that enveloped the purple golden hammer soon. The information of this origin treasure appeared in his mind. Purple golden hammer, an attack type grade 1 origin treasure. Handed over to the race treasury for 3 origin treasure points. Jiangxi was a little speechless. 3 origin treasure points? What the hell? According to the information he had obtained, the value of the origin treasures in the human race treasury was divided as follows. Grade 1 origin treasures were worth 1 to 10 origin treasure points. Grade 2 origin treasures were worth 10 to 30 origin treasure points. Grade 3 origin treasures were worth 30 to 50 origin treasure points. Grade 4 origin treasures were worth 50 to 100 origin treasure points. Grade 5 origin treasures were worth 100 to 200 origin treasure points. Grade 6 origin treasures were worth 200 to 400 origin treasure points. Among them, the value of origin treasures of the same grade was divided. Under normal circumstances, the lowest value was an attack type origin treasure. Then, it was armor type, flight type, and primordial spirit type. Primordial spirit type origin treasures were the most valuable. There was also a special type of origin treasure. The value of this type of origin treasure could be high or low. The low value was worse than an attack type origin treasure, while the high value was even crazier than a primordial spirit type origin treasure. According to Jiang Xi's estimation, the other origin treasure he had, the Heaven-Reaching Tower, was a special type origin treasure. Because the Heaven-Reaching Tower could be used as a weapon, it could also be used for flight, and it could also be used to block attacks and act as an armor. Of course, with his strength, he could not use the Heaven-Reaching Tower as a regular Dharma treasure. Therefore, he still lacked an attack-type origin treasure that he usually used. Jiang Xi searched the Purple Heaven Sect's treasury using the identity of Perfected Lord Wu De through the communication bead. Perfected Lords were qualified to know information about origin treasures. Therefore, he could now search for goods related to origin treasures. Grade 1 sword type origin treasures cost at least 5 origin treasure points. Jiang Xi shook his head with a bitter smile. Now, I can only continue to save up. If I get another grade 1 origin treasure, I should be able to exchange for one. With this goal in mind, Jiang Xi continued to wait quietly in one place. Once he sensed the aura fluctuation of a treasure, he would rush over immediately. If there was a chance to fight for it, he would attack. If there was no chance, he would retreat decisively. Just like that, 100 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the past 100 years, Riverward had experienced a large number of battles. His mastery of the 6 styles of the Great Tao had become more and more skilled, and his actual combat strength had also increased to a certain extent. However, these battles still did not help him find the inspiration for the 7 styles of the Great Tao. At the same time, he did not obtain another origin treasure. In fact, Jiang Xi had also sensed the aura fluctuation of an origin treasure 6 times. The reason why he did not get it was partly because of his bad luck. For times, when he rushed over, the battle for the treasure was almost over. He did not have a chance to attack. Another reason was that he was not strong enough. There were also 2 times when he was very close. However, there were too many foreign race perfected lords at that time. With his strength, he could not defend it in the end, and it was taken away by another perfected lord team. After all, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. He could not do anything if he encountered a team of 3 or 4 rank 3 perfected lords. Of course, there were also gains. In 100 years, Jiang Xi had obtained a total of 13 supreme-grade immortal artifacts, 45 superior-grade immortal artifacts, and a certain number of middle-grade and low-grade immortal artifacts. This was not a small gain. It was worth more than 100 billion points. It was already equivalent to the wealth of an ordinary perfected lord. On this day, Jiang Xi rested his head on his arm and lay on the crown of a towering ancient tree. He looked at the gray sky of the ancient immortal world. There was an invisible barrier there that prevented all experts from probing. Not even Tao Lords were able to see into the world behind the barrier. He had tried to see if he could pass through the barrier. However, like everyone else, he had failed. Outside the barrier, there was a gray air current spiraling and flowing. The publicly accepted guess was that behind the gray air current should be the land of origin of the heavenly Tao, the mysterious, ancient, immortal world. Jiang Xi exclaimed. No one knew the true origin of the ancient immortal world. Perhaps only a few people in the universe knew, but no one would take the initiative to reveal it. I'm still too weak now. If only I could get another supreme treasure. Jiang Xi sighed softly. Well, let me find a sword-type supreme treasure directly. I've saved up 100 years of luck. It's finally time to use it, right? Just as Jiang Ci was thinking this, suddenly, a special energy wave came from a direction. It's not far, but it's not close either. I wonder if there's a chance. Jiang Ci quickly got up and turned into a ray of light and flew away. He had experienced the appearance of treasures many times and was already used to it. Therefore, at this moment, his heart was calm and he did not feel too excited. He was approaching the source of the energy wave at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second. As he got closer, he could clearly feel that the energy wave of the treasure was getting stronger and stronger. It's here. Did I really find a supreme treasure? Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. However, at the same time, he could also feel the energy of many perfected lords gathering from all directions. Their destination was the same as his. Moreover, the energy of two perfected lords was closer to the treasure than he was. It seemed that it was going to be a fierce battle. This time, I can't let the supreme treasure slip away from my hands no matter what. Jiang Ci's eyes shone brightly. In just 10 seconds, he had crossed 1,000,000 kilometers and arrived at a vast wasteland. At this time, two tall figures were crazily fighting. One was a white-haired giant, the other was a fire djinn. They were both about 3,000 meters tall. Turbulent energy waves swept across a radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers. However, the wilderness did not change at all. The green grass was quickly restored to its original state, even though it had been destroyed by the energy storm. Two rank 3 perfected lords from the Banto race and the Blazing Fire race. They are both perfected lords from the top races in the universe. Jiang Ci identified the information of the two sides. Then, in the green grass, he saw a sharp horn that was slightly shining with golden light. The golden horn that was exposed on the ground was more than a foot tall, and the energy it emitted was constantly increasing. It's not completely born yet, but its energy has surpassed that of a supreme-grade immortal artifact. It must be a supreme treasure. Jiang Ci was overjoyed. At the same time, Jiang Ci's arrival also attracted the attention of the white-haired giant from the Banto race and the fire djinn from the Blazing Fire race. To be exact, it was hostility. The human race. It's the rank 3 perfected lord of the Sword Dao. Deal with the human race first. The two foreign race rank 3 true monarchs stopped fighting in tacit understanding and turned their attacks to riverward at the same time. This was because a rank 3 perfected lord of the Sword Dao was much stronger than normal rank 3 perfected lords in terms of actual combat strength. Roar. The white-haired giant and the fire djinn roared and attacked at the same time. One ice and one fire. An extremely cold frost tornado and a blazing flame dragon roared as they pounced towards riverward with a powerful aura. Jiang Ci smiled and spun the red cloud sword in his hand. 6 sword lights that were 10,000 feet long spiraled out. The 6 dials of the Great Tao. This time, the 6 sword lights followed his thoughts and shot out at the same time, as if they were a whole. Boom, 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 boom. The 6 sword lights that were 100,000 feet long each had the power of a rank 3 perfected lord. Then, they collided with the ice tornado and the fire djinn. There was a huge explosion, and the violent power immediately set off an energy storm with a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. After everything calmed down, the 2 energy dragons disappeared, and the 6 sword lights continued to move forward with 1/3 of their original power. The 6 dials of the Great Tao had the upper hand. At the same time, a figure that was like a sword behind the sword lights surpassed the sword lights in an instant and arrived in front of the white-haired giant and the fire djinn. Golden sword style. A fierce sword stabbed toward the white-haired giant. All of this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint. The 2/3 revolution perfected lords of foreign races had just finished their attack, and before they had time to accumulate power, they saw Riverward's figure and the sharp golden sword. The white-haired giant waved its hand and slapped it. The fire djinn formed a huge flaming fist and smashed it toward Jiang Ci's back. It wanted to smash Jiang Ci into meat paste. Child's play. Jiang Ci laughed. With the help of the secret Tao fusion technique, his spiritual power amplification had reached 140,000 times. In terms of the power of the energy in his body, his original spiritual power was definitely not as strong as the celestial power of a rank 3 perfected Lord. However, with the amplification of 140,000 times, the strength of his spiritual power was not much weaker than the celestial power of a rank 3 perfected Lord. Moreover, his Sword Dao secret technique was close to the peak and was one step away from becoming a Dao Lord secret technique. Therefore, the power and speed of his sword were beyond the imagination of the 2 perfected lords. Chi, the meter-long sword, pierced the chest of the white-haired giant. The violent energy instantly exploded, and a bloody hole with a diameter of 3 meters appeared in the white-haired giant's chest. After this attack, Jiang Xiai didn't stop for a moment. Without any hesitation, he moved to the side like the wind. Then, the fiery giant's fist came crashing down. Boom, boom. This fist only left a few cracks on the ground and didn't do anything else. He's too fast. The fiery giant's expression was very ugly. The flames on its body were like angry flames and increased by several times. The bloody hole on the white-haired giant's body wriggled and quickly recovered. Its aura didn't seem to have weakened at all. The immortal body of a perfected lord. Jiang Xiai sighed in his heart. He had already improved the attacks of the 6 styles of the Great Tao. For example, this kind of energy explosion attack could easily tear apart a perfected lord's defense. However, the immortal body of a perfected lord was too abnormal. The body and primordial spirit contained a special immortal substance. As long as a trace or even a cell was left, it could quickly recover to its original state. Of course, this didn't mean that a perfected lord was truly immortal. Jiang Xiai knew very well that if his attack could annihilate this immortal substance and prevent the other party from recovering in time, he would have the strength to kill a perfected lord. Previously, he thought that with his current combat strength, he could kill a rank 3 true lord. In fact, his thinking was too simple. If I can't kill you, I'll crush you. Riverward looked at the 2 enraged rank 3 perfected lords. His figure swayed, and he charged forward again. At a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second, he arrived in front of the 2 rank 3 true lords in an instant. Swoosh! A sword like the Milky Way, the water sword style of the 6 styles of the Great Tao, swept toward the fiery giant spirit. Roar! The fiery giant spirit was like a deity, roaring and spewing out a flame dragon. Boom! The 2 attacks collided. The flame dragon turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. But this was enough time for Jiang Xiai to slash the fiery giant spirit a second time. The powerful golden sword style was used again. Let's see if you can breathe fire. Crack! The red cloud sword suddenly became 10,000 feet large and directly chopped off the fiery giant spirit's head. He was knocked back with one blow. Jiang Xiai turned around and dodged the white-haired giant who attacked at the same time. A cold ice staff swept past his chest. The human race is too cunning. The fiery giant and the white-haired giant felt that they couldn't use their power. Of course, even if they could use it, it seemed that they were no match for Jiang Xiai. The 2 rank 3 true lords joined forces again and attacked at the same time. Bang! Jiang Xiai was sent flying by a flaming fist. But his aura didn't change. The defense of the Triple Mountain and his own physical strength almost offset all the attacks. Moreover, his cultivation was at the Tao integration stage. Whether it was injuries or spirit chi recovery, it was very simple and could be done in an instant. In contrast, it was very difficult for a perfected lord to recover his immortal chi. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult to recover 10% of immortal chi without thousands of years. It could only be recovered in a short time with the help of various immortal crystals, immortal pills, and a lot of resources. Therefore, the white-haired giant and the fiery giant were completely suppressed by Jiang Xiai. It was a pure war of attrition. Neither side could do anything to the other. The perfected lords had immortal bodies, and Jiang Xiai had super strong defense. However, Jiang Xi recovered faster. After using up his spirit qi, it could be completely recovered in the blink of an eye. And the two foreign race perfected lords couldn't recover their immortal qi in a short time after using it up. The white-haired giant and the fiery giant fought more and more fiercely. They didn't want to give up. That was obviously a supreme treasure. Boom, boom. Another two perfected lord teams came to this wasteland. One was a monster perfected lord team made up of 2 rank 3 true lords and 1 rank 2 true lord. The other was a human perfected lord team made up of 4 rank 2 true lords. We found a supreme treasure this time. This treasure will belong to the monster race. The leader of the monster race perfected lord team laughed wildly. He was a rank 3 true lord with black flesh wings with a wingspan of more than 10,000 meters. Kill the humans first. The monster race perfected lord team locked onto Jiang Xi. Not only because they were enemies, but also because Jiang Xi was too strong. He completely suppressed the 2 rank 3 true lords. The strongest one naturally had to be dealt with first. On the other side, the human perfected lord team was also watching the battle. It's perfected Lord Wu De. The leader of the human perfected lord team recognized Jiang Xi. The foreign races didn't know Jiang Xi's name, but the human perfected lord experts already knew who perfected Lord Wu De was. As humans, we should help each other. Let's block this damn monster race team for perfected Lord Wu De. The leader of the human perfected lord team shouted, "Kill the monster race." In terms of strength, the 4 rank 2 true lords were inferior to the monster race team, with 2 rank 3 true lords and 1 rank 2 true lord. But they weren't afraid at all. The energy in their bodies burst out and blocked the monster race team. "You're courting death." The demon race rank 3 true monarch with black wings roared angrily. His wings were like a canopy, flapping as he slashed out 2 sharp saber lights, sweeping towards the human squad. Although we're no match for them, we can still hold them back for a while. Do your best, perfected Lord Wu De. The utmost treasure belongs to the human race. Get the utmost treasure. The 4 perfected lords of the human perfected lord team laughed loudly. A chaotic battle broke out on 2 battlefields. On one side, Jiang Xi had the upper hand and the perfected lord of the foreign race was at a disadvantage. On the other side, the monster race team had the upper hand and the human team was at a disadvantage. Right now, it was a matter of who would end the battle first. If the monster race team ended the battle first, Jiang Xi's chances of obtaining the utmost treasure would be greatly reduced. Jiang Xi was initially worried about that. However, when he saw the 4 human perfected lords that he didn't know blocking the monster race team for him without hesitation, he was extremely touched. However, even though he was touched, he remembered clearly how the human perfected lords had belittled and mocked him previously. He would still have to slap their faces later on. However, this time round, he was proud to be a human. Other races might often have internal strife. However, it was different for the human race. No matter how intense the internal conflicts were, everyone's fists would be pointed outwards the moment they met with an external enemy. Chapter 563. No matter how the situation developed, Jiang Xi definitely had the upper hand for now. Therefore, he had a greater chance now. When a human perfected lord team helped Jiang Xi block the demon perfected lord team, Jiang Xi crushed the white-haired giant of the Banto race and the fire djinn of the Yin-Hor race to the point where they could not fight back. Break! The fastest wind sword technique was slashed out instantly. A huge green sword light flashed past the necks of the 2 rank 3 perfected lords. Their mountain-like heads exploded in the air. Then, the 2 perfected lords with undying bodies used the indestructible substance in their bodies to rapidly recover their missing heads. However, the time they had to recover gave Jiang Xi a chance. The aura emanating from the golden horn in the grassy area had already stabilized. The ultimate treasure had been completely born. Jiang Xi merged his body with his sword. Like the strongest wind in the universe, he whistled to the front of the golden horn and pulled it out. It was a golden Rubik's Cube. It was covered with black patterns and gave off a mysterious aura. It looked like a grade 1 origin treasure, but it also did not look like one because it was mixed with other auras. I got it. Jiang Xi did not think too much about it. His doubts were instantly replaced by joy. Fellow Taoists, thank you for your help. We can leave now, he shouted to the human Perfected Lord team. Ah, not bad. Perfected Lord Wuda. Congratulations, congratulations. Treat us to a drink when you return to the human territory next time. See you next time. The 4 rank 2 Perfected Lords laughed. They did not seem to have gained anything this time, but they had gained quite a lot. Firstly, they gained the friendship of Perfected Lord Wuda. He was a rank 3 sword Dao Perfected Lord and had a much higher status than them in the human race. Secondly, human experts had always advocated helping each other. They had helped Perfected Lord Wuda this time. If they encountered a similar situation next time, as long as there were human experts nearby, they would also receive corresponding help. In comparison, the white-haired giant, the fire djinn, and the demon Perfected Lord team were furious. However, it was already very difficult for them to keep Perfected Lord Wuda and the human Perfected Lord team here few. They could only watch helplessly as the humans took the utmost treasures and left in high spirits. No, that's not right. What is that? The rank 3 true monarch of the demon race with black wings suddenly narrowed his eyes. When Jiang Xi pulled out the golden Rubik's Cube from the ground and put it into his storage magic tool, he was able to clearly see the appearance of the golden Rubik's Cube. He did not say anything. Instead, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to another rank 3 true monarch beside him. Don't you think that looks like the token of the Hun Tian Immortal Abode? Chaotic Heaven Immortal Mansion? The other rank 3 true lord was shocked. His eyes widened in disbelief and a fiery gaze. It's very similar. It's almost the same as the previous 2 tokens. Quick, report this to the clan. Yes, we can't do anything to this human rank 3 true monarch, but the other rank 4 true monarchs of our race can definitely do it. It seems like we didn't lose out this time. If our race can obtain this precious token, then we'll also have a merit to report and get a huge contribution. The 2 rank 3 true monarchs of the demon race were extremely excited. They hurriedly used a special method to send the news back to the demon race. On the other side, the white-haired giant of the Banta race and the giant flame spirit of the Yanhor race did not realize the uniqueness of the golden Rubik's Cube. Because both of them were from top races, they obviously did not know as much about the ancient immortal world as the demon race. Of course, the human race also knew about the precious token of the Hun Tian Immortal Abode. However, the 4 rank 2 true monarchs did not have a high status in the human race's true monarch palace, so they did not know much about this precious treasure. Therefore, they did not realize what the golden Rubik's Cube represented. As for Jiang Xi, he was a fake true monarch and had only been in the ancient immortal world for 100 years. It was even more impossible for him to know what he had just obtained. In the territory of the demon race, various powerful stars floated in the infinite demon starry sea, one of the 3 holy lands of the demon race. At the same time, there were 6 magnificent palaces that were larger than those stars. They stood in the infinite demon starry sea and were surrounded by stars. These were the 6 holy palaces of the infinite demon starry sea. Each holy palace represented a Tao monarch. At the same time, in the 5th holy palace, on the tall throne, there was a figure with a vague aura. This figure was covered by gray fog. It seemed to have 16 long, colorful legs, or it seemed to be the center of this space-time. A rank 5 true monarch of the demon spider race quickly walked in from outside the palace. He said respectfully, "Lord Amlin, there is news from the ancient immortal world. The 3rd token of the Hun Tian Immortal Abode has appeared. 2 Wind Wing true monarchs are waiting outside. Bring them in," Dao Monarch Amlin said in a low voice. Soon, the 2 Wind Wing true monarchs walked in from outside the palace. They were the two rank 3 true monarchs of the demon race who had participated in the fight for the golden Rubik's Cube. Their true bodies were wandering in the ancient immortal world. The ones who came to Amlin Holy Palace were their immortal power clones. This was a common practice among true monarchs of all races. When they did not have clones, they would leave an immortal power clone in their race. This way, they could send messages and ask for help at any time. Greetings to the great Lord Amlin. The two wind-wing true monarchs knelt on the ground respectfully. Are you sure is the token of the Hun Tion immortal abode? Tao Monarch Amlin asked in a low voice. My lord, we have seen the other two tokens of the Hun Tion immortal abode before. We can't be wrong, one of the wind-wing true monarchs said. Then, he quickly explained the situation of the fight for the golden Rubik's Cube. Does that human true monarch Wuda know anything about the token? Tao Monarch Amlin asked. I don't think so. The leader of the wind-wing true monarchs hesitated. I saw that he was not in a hurry when he left, so I don't think he knows. All right, I have noted down the merit you have reported. You may leave for now. Tao Monarch Amlin's blurry figure revealed a pair of eyes that were like a furnace. The two wind-wing true monarchs left in surprise. If they were remembered by the great Tao Monarch Amlin, they would have made a great contribution this time. Inside the Amlin Holy Temple, the rank 5 true monarch of the demon spider race asked, Lord Amlin, are you going to send true monarchs to surround the human true monarch Wuda? Not only do we have to send perfected lords, but the chaotic heaven immortal abode is also very important. Just in case, I have to make a trip to the ancient immortal world myself. As Tao Lord Amlin spoke, he dispersed the gray fog that concealed his figure. It was a human-faced demon spider. It had 16 long legs, and its entire body was multicolored. Just looking at it was enough to make one's heart jump, not to mention that terrifying aura. Whoosh, time and space changed, and Tao Monarch Amlin disappeared into thin air. Only the rank 5 true monarch of the demon spider race was left in the holy temple. Lord Amlin is going to take action personally? Shocked, he quickly dispatched the demon race's perfected lords near planet 629 of the ancient immortal world to surround the human perfected Lord Wuda. Of course, he only mobilized rank 4 true monarchs, because the two wind-wing true monarchs had already said that without the strength of a rank 4 true monarch, they would not be able to take down true monarch Wuda. As for rank 5 true monarchs, such ancient existences were very difficult to mobilize. In just a moment, the 3 rank 4 true monarchs near planet 629 of the ancient immortal world received Amlin Holy Temple's order. They came to this planet from other planets through different whirlpool passages. There were 3,600 planets in the ancient immortal world, and each planet had 3,600 whirlpool passages. One of them was to leave the ancient immortal world, while the other 3,599 were to other planets. At this time, 3 rank 4 true monarchs of the demon race stood in front of the whirlpool passage that left the ancient immortal world on planet 629. They were true monarch Wang Chong, true monarch Li Sheng, and true monarch Chi Hu. I'm sure you know Lord Amlin's order. True monarch Wang Chong said. He was also a member of the demon spider race, and true monarch Amlin was their race's ancestor. Unlike true monarch Amlin, he only had 8 terrifying spider legs and a face that looked like a human face. It was very ferocious and very pale. Surrounding and killing true monarch Wuda is a piece of cake, true monarch Li Sheng said with a smile. His body was similar to a human's, but it was covered with dense, sharp spikes, which made people feel disgusted just by looking at him, as long as a rank 3 true monarch of the Sword Dao is still on this planet. Won't it be a piece of cake for the 3 of us to join forces? True monarch Li, who also chuckled and was very confident. He was a true monarch of the tiger race, who specialized in killing and had a very strong, murderous aura. True monarch Wang Chong of the demon spider race was not as relaxed as them. He said seriously, since it's Lord Dao Lord's order, we have to be 120% vigilant. True monarch Li Sheng and true monarch Li Hu's expressions turned serious, and they also stopped looking down on him. True Monarch Wang Chong continued. We can't be sure if True Monarch Wuda knows about the special nature of the golden Rubik's Cube. If he knows, he'll definitely be so scared that he'll want to leave the ancient immortal world. We have to prevent that from happening. So, according to my plan, True Monarch Li Hu will stay here and guard the only passage that can leave the ancient immortal world. I'll go with True Monarch Li Sheng to kill True Monarch Wu De. With our strength, a mere True Monarch Wu De won't be able to do anything. This way, we can ensure that nothing goes wrong, and we can also try to get the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode before Lord Amlin arrives. When the time comes, we'll split the great contribution points between the three of us. True Monarch Wang Chong's gaze swept across the faces of the other two rank 4 True Monarchs. Lord Amlin is coming to the ancient immortal world personally? True Monarch Li Sheng and True Monarch Li, who were shocked. That's right. True Monarch Wang Chong nodded. Then we'll go according to your plan. True Monarch Li Sheng said solemnly. The 3 rank 4 True Monarchs of the demon race were very decisive and immediately split into 2. One of them stayed here to guard the whirlpool passage that left the ancient immortal world. The other 2 turned into streaks of lightning and flew in the direction of Jiang Xi. This was because when the golden Rubik's Cube appeared, Jiang Xi was the 3rd to arrive. Based on the direction Jiang Xi had left in, they could easily determine Jiang Xi's approximate location. True monarchs who search for treasures in the ancient immortal world would stay in a hiding place for a long time, so Jiang Xi was no exception. Human territory, Doubt Alliance Heavenly Court's True Monarch Palace. At this time, many True Monarchs' immortal energy clones were gathered in the palace. Everyone here was either silent or chatting enthusiastically. Most of them were exchanging all kinds of information about the ancient immortal world. One of True Monarch Liquor Sword's clones was here. His goal in going to the ancient immortal world was to find his old enemy. The various True Monarchs gathered in the True Monarch Palace could provide him with a lot of useful information. True Monarch Liquor Sword's eyes were very cold as he hid killing intent in his heart. He had waited for many, many years. Even after reversing life and death 3 times in a row, this unforgettable hatred could not be erased. Soon, as long as you take a step into the ancient immortal world, I'll be able to quickly find your tracks. True Monarch Liquor Sword had already weaved a very large network in the True Monarch Palace. Among the human True Monarchs present, except for a few rank 5 True Monarchs with extraordinary status, the rest would give him face and pay attention to True Monarch Li Sua's tracks for him. While True Monarch Liquor Sword was deep in thought, a voice suddenly came from afar. Another origin source treasure has appeared on planet 629. I can't confirm if it's rank 1 or 2. This was a custom that the True Monarch Palace had formed after the opening of the ancient immortal world. As long as someone discovered the birth of a treasure, they would report it to the True Monarch Palace. Planet 629, isn't that the planet Jiang Xi is on? True Monarch Liquor Sword smiled lightly, the coldness in his eyes dissipating and turning into a gentle gaze. In the past 100 years, including the treasure this time, 7 treasures have appeared on that planet. The frequency is a bit high. Unfortunately, Jiang Xi's luck is a bit bad. True Monarch Liquor Sword shook his head. He knew that Jiang Xi had always wanted to exchange for a sword-type treasure in the race. But now, he didn't have enough treasure points, so he was working hard to find other rank 1 treasures in the ancient immortal world and then hand them over to the race. At the same time, the topic of the True Monarch Palace began to revolve around the newly born treasure. The True Monarch clone in charge of introducing the treasure enjoyed the treatment of being the center of the topic. If Jiang Xi was here, he would recognize that the 4 people introducing the treasure were the 4 rank 2 True Monarchs who had helped him stop the demon team. The treasure looks like a golden Rubik's Cube. It's very square and covered with black patterns. The rank 2 True Monarch in the lead was a middle-aged man in blue. As he spoke, he used his immortal power to materialize the shape of the golden Rubik's Cube. This This is the token of the Hun Tian Immortal Abode. A rank 4 true monarch clone's expression changed drastically after seeing the appearance of the golden Rubik's Cube. The man in blue was immediately stunned and stopped talking. It's really the token of the Hun Tian Immortal Abode. That's right, it really is. Two appeared in front. This is the third token. The human true monarchs who wanted to join in the fun immediately became excited. True monarch Liquor Sword's attention was also attracted. His gaze swept across the phantom of the golden Rubik's Cube. It really is the token of the Hun Tian Immortal Abode. True monarch Liquor Sword was shocked. He also knew about the Hun Tian Immortal Abode. This was the first time a treasure had come into being since the opening of the ancient immortal world. However, the Hun Tian Immortal Abode was not a treasure, but a carrier of a rank 6 treasure. When the ancient immortal world had just opened, a true monarch discovered the immortal abode and then triggered a huge battle. That was also the first large-scale battle after the opening of the ancient immortal world. The blood of the true monarchs who died gathered into a river. It was very terrifying. But later, everyone discovered that the immortal abode could not be entered at all. After the blood of the true monarchs completely soaked the immortal abode, a stone tablet appeared. The stone tablet recorded the information of the immortal abode and the treasure hidden in the immortal abode. Simply put, the Hun Tian Immortal Abode had a total of 4 tokens, representing 4 opportunities. When all 4 tokens appeared, the immortal abode would open. Then, with the tokens, one could enter the immortal abode and search for the rank 6 origin treasure. Amidst the shocked and excited discussion, the rank 4 true monarch hurriedly asked the blue-clothed man, "Who took this token?" It was true monarch Wu De, a rank 3 true monarch of our human race. The blue-clothed man was still somewhat dazed, feeling as if he had missed something. True monarch Wu De? Never heard of him. There is no immortal power clone of him in the true monarch hall. Perhaps it was that reclusive true monarch? What we can be sure of is that he is in danger now. Rank 3 true monarchs can't keep this token. This is a serious matter. Quickly report it to the clan. The true monarchs discussed animatedly. Soon, the strongest rank 4 true monarch present reported the matter to the Heavenly Court's Mi Luo Palace, which was the residence of Emperor Mi Luo. Because everyone's attention was on the golden Rubik's Cube, no one noticed the shock and anxiety in true monarch Liquor Sword's eyes. Jiang Xi, this fellow. True monarch Liquor Sword hurriedly contacted Jiang Xi through his clone on Earth. Doubt Alliance Heavenly Court, high above the 9 heavens. The highest Mi Luo Palace. Emperor Mi Luo, who was wearing an imperial crown, was sitting upright on his throne. The rank 4 true monarch clone of Dao, Lord Palace, respectfully reported to Emperor Mi Luo that the 3rd token of the Hun Tian Immortal Abode had appeared. True monarch Wu De, junior brother, is truly lucky. A strange look flashed through Mi Luo's eyes. He was the one who had helped Jiang Xi obtain this new identity. The Hun Tian Immortal Abode has a total of 4 tokens. The first 2 were obtained by the Peak Jiayi race and the ordinary Guai race. Who would have thought that the 3rd would end up in the hands of our human race? Mi Luo was pleasantly surprised. The universe was fair. It didn't mean that the stronger a race was, the more treasures it would obtain. For example, when the Hun Tian Immortal Abode appeared, each race had an equal chance of obtaining the token. Therefore, it was instead the peak races and ordinary races that obtained the first 2 tokens. However, because the ordinary Guai race didn't have a Dao Lord overseeing it, their token was ultimately bought back by the Ghost race at a high price. The ancestor of the Guai race, true monarch Ming Hai, led his race to join the Ghost race as a vassal race. These thoughts flashed through Emperor Mi Luo's mind. He then said to the rank 4 true monarch, "I already know of this matter. You may leave." Yes. The rank 4 true monarch clone respectfully retreated. He didn't ask the emperor about the contribution points. There was no need to mention it. Whether it was him or the 4 rank 2 true monarchs who had sent back information about the tokens, they would all receive a certain amount of contribution points. Master, I'm going to the ancient immortal world. Help me guard the heavenly court. Mi Luo's voice traversed space-time and transmitted directly to the Nine Firmaments realm where Tao Lord Nine Firmaments resided. Don't worry. Go. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments Slaughter Clone opened his eyes. Phew. I haven't fought for many years. Many outsiders should have forgotten that I, Mi Luo, am also a Tao Lord. Emperor Mi Luo's eyes shone with five-colored light. He rose from his throne, took a step, and vanished. The palace of Mi Luo, suspended high in the sky, also abruptly vanished. Then, a monstrous bloody aura spread out from the Tao Origin Palace's passage and covered the space where the palace of Mi Luo had been. The Tao Origin Palace was the passage between the primal universe and the ancient Tao Origin world. This huge commotion shocked all the immortal Tao experts in the heavenly court. The emperor actually left the heavenly court, and he took the palace of Mi Luo with him. It looks like he's going to deal with someone. That bloody aura should be Lord Nine Firmaments while that descended here. Ancient immortal world, planet 629. Jiang Xiai had just returned to his hiding place in a cave beneath a mountain range. He'd been hiding in this place for more than 10 years. It looks like my luck is quite good this time. After all, I've accumulated 100 years of luck. This golden Rubik's Cube should be a special supreme treasure. Judging from its aura, it's at the first rank. After I hand it over to my race, I'll definitely be able to exchange my points for a sword-type supreme treasure. Jiang Xiai was very happy. With a flip of his hand, he took out the golden Rubik's Cube and the omniscient eye clone, ready to appraise the supreme treasure. But at this moment, he discovered that his clone had received a message from his master, perfected Lord Wine's sword. Master, why are you looking for me at this time? Jiang Xiai didn't pay too much attention to it. He multitasked and sent his clone to contact perfected Lord Wine's sword. His main body made a hand seal and opened the omniscient eye clone. The stone I shot out a ray of light that enveloped the golden Rubik's Cube. Suddenly, a message appeared in his mind. Token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. Special supreme treasure. Worth 100 supreme treasure points. Jiang Xiai was stunned. He didn't know whether to be surprised or shocked. The omniscient I didn't give the specific grade of the golden Rubik's Cube. It seemed like there was no way to determine it. But the supreme treasure points given were equivalent to a top 4th rank supreme treasure. The luck he'd accumulated for 100 years had exploded. At the same time, his clone had already contacted perfected Lord Wine's sword, and the two sides quickly communicated. Perfected Lord Wine's sword concisely told him about the chaotic heaven immortal abode and the token, as well as the seriousness of the matter. Retreat. Hurry up and retreat. Jiangxi's decision was the same as perfected Lord Wine's sword suggestion. Hurry up and retreat. Leave this planet. The farther the better. It was best to leave the ancient immortal world directly. Origin supreme treasures above 4th rank were basically in the hands of Tao Lords. From this point, one could see the preciousness of 4th rank supreme treasures. Some Tao Lords of the top races even used 3rd rank supreme treasures. Moreover, this golden Rubik's Cube was a token to open a 6th rank supreme treasure. In terms of value, it was even higher than ordinary 4th rank supreme treasures. One could imagine that if the foreign races found out about this golden Rubik's Cube on him, it would definitely lead to a killing spree. Even Tao Lords might come. At that time, it wasn't only the human race's perfected Lord team that saw this supreme treasure. There were also the demon race's team, the Banta race, and the 2 3rd-rank perfected Lords of the Blazing Fire race. With their status, it's very likely that they also know about the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. So, I'm in a very dangerous situation now. Jiang Xiai sped up and left this hiding place, flying toward the whirlpool passage that left the ancient immortal world. Chapter 564. Riverward sped toward the vortex passage leading out of the ancient immortal world at a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second. After flying for 15 minutes, he sensed the auras of two perfected lords flying towards him from afar at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, their target and route were very clear. They had no intention of changing directions. They were heading straight for him. As expected, "I've been discovered." Jiangxi's expression was solemn. So fast, about 150,000 kilometers per second. Two fourth-rank true monarchs. In other words, the two unknown fourth-rank true monarchs were approaching him at a relative speed of 50,000 kilometers per second. If this continues, they will definitely catch up to me. Because he was now close to 20 million kilometers away from the Whirlpool Passage. With his speed, he would need at least 3 minutes to reach them. And the two fourth-ranked true monarchs were only 5 million kilometers away. They would need at most 1 minute to catch up to him. What should I do? Jiangxi knew that he was definitely not a match for fourth-ranked true monarchs. Moreover, these were two fourth-rank true monarchs. According to the information Master Winesword told me, Seventh Senior Brother should already know about this matter. He will definitely make targeted arrangements. For example, he will dispatch nearby human experts to reinforce me. But can I wait for reinforcements to arrive? Jiangxi remained calm as he assessed the current situation. The enemies would catch up in a minute. At this time, his communication bead received a message from Emperor Mi Luo. "I am Seventh Senior Brother. Tell me your approximate location." Jiangxi's eyes lit up. Was Seventh Senior Brother going to personally rescue him from this predicament? He hurriedly transmitted his coordinates and informed them that he was being chased. After sending the message, Jiangxi finally reacted. It would take a certain amount of time to reach here from the Heavenly Court. 1 minute was definitely not enough. In other words, he would definitely have to face the two fourth-ranked true monarchs. Don't get close to the Whirlpool Passage leaving the ancient immortal world. There might already be other races lying in ambush there. Emperor Mi Luo sent another message. Jiangxi was startled and immediately came to his senses. He originally thought that he was very calm, but he still neglected this crucial point. Since the other party had already sent out 2 rank 4 true monarchs to hunt him down, they would definitely consider the possibility of him leaving the ancient immortal realm in a moment of desperation. If that's the case, then let's go all out and see where my limit is. Jiangxi's eyes were filled with madness. In the end, whether or not he could escape and survive depended on himself. If he couldn't hold on until reinforcements arrived, it would be useless even if Ming Zun personally came to save him. Whoosh! Jiangxi merged his body with his sword, like the fiercest wind in the universe, flashing rapidly in the air. He changed his direction and no longer flew towards the vortex passage that led to the ancient immortal world. Instead, he went deep into the planet and prepared to find an environment with complicated terrain to deal with the other party. Behind him were perfected Lord Wang Liang and perfected Lord Feng Sheng of the demon race. Both of them were emitting powerful demon chi and immortal force. They kept breaking through the void and chasing after perfected Lord Wuda of the human race. He's changed directions. Perfected Lord Lu Sheng said, "Looks like we can't wait for him to walk into the trap. However, he won't be able to escape." Perfected Lord Wang Liang said calmly, "Haha, he's just a 3rd revolution perfected Lord. I only need to use my full strength to destroy the imperishable substance in his body and kill him instantly." Perfected Lord Feng Sheng laughed. With perfected Lord Feng Sheng's bloodline talent and the rain of blood thorns, you can indeed kill a 3rd revolution perfected Lord instantly. Perfected Lord Wang Liang nodded. Although they were chasing at high speed, they were very calm. They were like 2 experienced hunters who saw the prey in front of them as prey in the bag. The distance between the 2 parties was getting closer and closer. Soon, a minute passed. In the end, Riverward found a place suitable for fighting. It was a stone forest filled with strange rocks. The rocks were tens of thousands of feet tall, and the lowest ones were only dozens of meters tall. The environment was extremely complicated. Moreover, the sword principle and body movement technique that he cultivated were both very flexible. The more complicated the environment, the more advantageous it was for him. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party's movement technique was not flexible. Jiang Xiai went deep into the stone forest and kept changing his position. Boom, boom. Two figures with torrential demonic chi arrived above the stone forest instantly. Both of them were more than 4,000 meters tall. Perfected Lord Wangliang and perfected Lord Fengsheng of the demon race. Jiangxi's expression changed as he hid in a crack in a rock. He knew that the two infamous perfected lords of other races were perfected lords who had killed countless people. That human is hiding like a burrowing rat. Perfected Lord Fengsheng laughed. His appearance was humanoid, but he was covered in spikes that were disgusting to look at. When a prey escapes in a hurry, they will leave behind a remnant aura. Those auras won't escape the eyes of a hunter. Perfected Lord Wangliang of the Fiend Spider race was filled with confidence. The human-faced Fiend Pearl was a top bloodline of the demon race to begin with and specialized in hunting and pursuit. He carefully sensed for a moment, and a sinister spider leg pointed towards Riverward's hiding place. Over there. Shoo! Jiang Sai didn't even think and directly flashed out. At the same time, a massive green sword beam whizzed towards the two gigantic figures with a ferocious astral wind. Child's play. Perfected Lord Fengsheng scoffed in disdain. Tens of thousands of poisonous spikes that were 1,000 feet long appeared on his body, each of them emitting a terrifying black poisonous fog. The poisonous spikes shot out like a torrential downpour. Swoosh! Swoosh! Instantly, countless sounds of air being torn could be heard. Peak's secret skill, rain of poisonous spikes. Wherever the torrential downpour passed, the strange stones that even perfected lords could not destroy were visibly corroded with black spots appearing on their surfaces. Jiang Xiai no longer had a way out. Therefore, he did not think of running for his life. He deployed his strongest defense, Earth Sword Stance. The khaki-colored sword beam turned into a shield of sword light that was 100,000 feet long and circled above. At the same time, the silver armor formed by the Triple Mountain was activated to its limits. Block it. I can definitely block it. Jiang Xiai roared in his heart. Puff, puff, puff. Tens of thousands of poisonous spikes that were 1,000 feet long fell on the shield of sword light like a torrential downpour in just an instant. The khaki-colored shield of sword light disintegrated and turned into specks of light. The powerful force sent Jiang Xiai flying and crashing heavily onto a strange stone. Then, the poisonous spikes fell and drowned him. Boom, boom, boom. A huge explosion occurred in an area of tens of thousands of kilometers around the strange stone forest. The black smoke was endless and transformed into various terrifying shadows of poisonous creatures that continued to charge towards the center of the explosion. Weak. Perfected Lord Fengsheng shook his head coldly. He could no longer sense the aura of the human race. Perfected Lord Wang Sun was expressionless. This kind of battle was meaningless. Whoosh! At this moment, a green figure darted out of the black smoke and nimbly entered another area of the strange stone forest. What? He's not dead. His aura did not change at all. Perfected Lord Wang Sun and Perfected Lord Fengsheng were both shocked. In particular, Perfected Lord Fengsheng was even more shocked and in disbelief. I used almost half of my immortal power to cast the rain of poisonous spikes, but did not cause any damage to him. Perfected Lord Fengsheng could not believe it. In the strange stone forest, Jiang Xiai kept changing his position. Damn it, it hurts. He gritted his teeth. He had truly experienced the feeling of being poisoned to the heart and having his blood, flesh, tendons, and bones melt. In that instant, he used the shield of sword light of the Earth Sword style and the armor of the Triple Mountain to offset 70% of the power of the rain of poisonous spikes. However, the remaining 30% still caused devastating damage to his body. If not for the fact that his body was already close to a superior grade immortal artifact, he would have been melted by the poisonous spikes and poisonous creatures. Fortunately, his body held on. In the end, he had less than 10% of his aura left. To be exact, it was less than 5%. This was also the reason why the two perfected lords of the demon race did not sense it. Because 5% of the aura of a Tao integration cultivator was equivalent to a perfected nascent soul cultivator. Under the terrifying pressure of the ancient immortal world, this level of aura was negligible, but at the same time, his cultivation level was low, so it was not difficult for him to recover. A recovery-type inferior-grade immortal pill was enough to completely recover his body. Moreover, it was done in an instant. You have some skills. Let's attack together and kill him. Perfected Lord Wang Chang's gaze was cold. His 8 spider legs condensed into 8 sword lights and shot out in an instant. Perfected Lord Li Sheng was furious and used the rain of poisonous spikes again. The terrifying poisonous spikes filled the sky and covered the area where Jiang Xi was like a rainstorm. At the same time, the two of them shrank from 4,000 meters to 40 meters and entered the strange stone forest, preparing to fight Jiang Xi in close combat. Jiang Xi turned into a green phantom and constantly flashed in the strange stone forest. He was very agile. He sensed the 2 rank 4 perfected lords attacking again. However, he already knew the limits of his defense and was slightly more confident. I can only block one of the 2 secret techniques at most. Jiang Xi made this choice when the opponent's attacks were completely locked on him. His figure flashed, and he hid behind a strange stone that was 100,000 feet tall. The complicated terrain of the strange stone forest created many opportunities for him. The next moment, perfected Lord Wang Chang and perfected Lord Li Sheng's secret techniques arrived. Boom, boom, boom. Tens of thousands of poisonous spikes formed a rain of poisonous spikes with a terrifying black poisonous fog and instantly drowned the area where Jiang Xi was. At the same time, perfected Lord Wang Chang's 8 sword lights descended. However, the sword lights were blocked by the strange stone that was 100,000 feet tall. The hard stone cracked and recovered rapidly. Swoosh, a green phantom flew out. Just like before, Jiang Xi's aura did not change, and he escaped to the next area. Haha, you want to kill me with that little ability? Jiang Xi mocked loudly. He was imitating perfected Lord Li Sheng, who mocked him earlier. Damn it! Perfected Lord Wang Chang and perfected Lord Li Sheng were furious. Every time they attacked with their full strength, they had to expend a certain amount of immortal power, and immortal power was a resource. In other words, they had expended a lot of resources without causing any damage to the enemy. They had lost so much for nothing. Rumble. In order to enter the strange stone forest, they had shrunk their bodies to more than 40 meters tall. However, they were still not as agile as Jiang Xi. Some of the cracks that were only a few meters wide were not something they could crawl through and could only take a detour. Eventually, perfected Lord Wang Chang and perfected Lord Li Sheng realized that it was impossible for them to catch up to that detestable human in the strange stone forest. They could only use secret techniques to attack from afar to kill perfected Lord Wuda. However, the problem was that their full-strength attacks seemed to be unable to cause any damage to the human. Force him out. Perfected Lord Wang Chang shouted coldly. Thereafter, they executed secret techniques continuously in the air to force Jiang Xi out of his position. As for Jiang Xi, who was in the strange stone forest, he made use of the complicated terrain to dodge the attacks time after time. That did not mean that he was safe. He was still in a precarious situation right now. Perfected Lord Li Sheng's rain of poisonous spikes had reduced his aura to less than 5%. In other words, his defense could only block one attack from a rank 4 perfected lord at most. If he was careless and was hit by the secret techniques of the 2 rank 4 perfected lords at the same time, he would not have a chance to recover. Right now, it was as if he was dancing on the tip of a knife and could die at any moment. Soon, 3 minutes had passed. I've already expended 30% of my immortal body. I've expended 35%. Perfected Lord Wang Chong and perfected Lord Li Sheng's expressions were ugly. They could clearly sense that perfected Lord Wu De, who was running around in the strange stone forest, still had no change in his aura. It was too strange. It was too perverse. I'm sure that he has an armor treasure. Otherwise, he won't be able to withstand so many secret technique attacks. He won't dare to take on our attacks at the same time. So we just have to hit him at the same time. Once is enough. The two rank 4 perfected lords had already figured out many things and continued to attack with their secret techniques. If they were in the original universe, their attacks could easily destroy a life galaxy. However, in the ancient immortal world, they could only cause a certain amount of damage to those strange stones, and the damage was recoverable. However, their demonic chi and immortal energy fluctuations were still terrifying. With the strange stone forest as the center, the terrifying aura fluctuations of the two rank 4 perfected lords covered an area of 1,000,000 kilometers. The perfected lords who were lurking nearby or passing by had already left this area and only dared to watch from afar, not daring to get close. At this moment, a figure was running towards the strange stone forest at an extremely fast speed. Another rank 4 perfected lord. The perfected lords who were watching from afar were shocked. What's going on there? 3 rank 4 perfected lords are here. Could it be that a rank 2 or rank 3 ultimate treasure has appeared? Impossible. It seems that an ultimate treasure has already appeared in this area. There won't be another one in a short time. The lone perfected lords and their perfected lord squads were all guessing what had happened. In the strange stone forest, Jiangxi's expression changed as he sensed the approaching rank 4 perfected lord. It was already very difficult for him to deal with 2 rank 4 perfected lords at the same time, and he could die any time. If another rank 4 perfected lord came, he would definitely die. Did 7th senior brother forget to call for reinforcements? Jiangxi was very worried. In the sky above the strange stone forest, perfected Lord Wang Shui and perfected Lord Fengsheng were puzzled. There were only 3 rank 4 perfected lords near planet 629. Now that the 2 of them were here, and perfected Lord Ho, who was guarding the whirlpool passage, who could it be? A human? A ghost? Or another top race? The 2 rank 4 perfected lords felt that the situation was not good. Lord Lan should be here soon, right? Soon, no matter who it is, it won't affect the overall situation. Right after that thought appeared in their minds, they saw a figure galloping toward them. It was a human perfected lord who was traveling on a sword. Half of his hair was black and half white, and he exuded an ancient aura. Human perfected Lord Jian Kong. Perfected Lord Wang Shui and perfected Lord Fengsheng's expressions changed. This was definitely a powerful and ancient existence. It was clear from a name that this was a sword Dao perfected lord, and his combat strength was a level higher than experts of the same cultivation realm. Wuda, leave quickly. Leave this place to me. Perfected Lord Jian Kong said coldly. Haha. Thank you for your help, Senior Jian Kong. Jiang Ci burst into laughter. If it was a rank 4 perfected lord who came, he was in for sure. With that said, he sped up to leave the strange stone forest. There was naturally no way perfected Lord Wang Shui and perfected Lord Fengsheng would let him leave just like that. The 2 of them seized the opportunity to crush Jiang Ci with their powerful bodies when he was about to charge out of the strange stone forest. However, right then, perfected Lord Jian Kong, who had been motionless, slashed with his sword. A black and white sword beam tore through the void and blocked the path of the 2 demon perfected lords. If they continued forward, they would be slashed by the sword beam. Damn it! Damn it! Perfected Lord Wang Shui and perfected Lord Fengsheng were enraged and shocked at the same time. That was because the power of that slash was at the level of a rank 5 perfected lord. Crash! The black and white sword beam landed at the edge of the strange stone forest, and some of the strange stones exploded into piles of rubble. Perfected Lord Jian Kong's strength was enough to destroy the environment of the ancient immortal world. If the two of them had received that attack, 10% of the imperishable substance in their bodies would have been destroyed. Whoosh, taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Xi had already fled far away. The two demon rank 4 perfected lords could only watch helplessly and could not do anything to stop him. That was because perfected Lord Jian Kong's aura had firmly locked onto them. I haven't fought for 100,000 years. It's better to meet by chance than by invitation. Fight with me. Perfected Lord Jian Kong waved his sword expressionlessly. Lunatic, this lunatic. I don't believe that the two of us are not his match, even if we join forces. Perfected Lord Wang Shui and perfected Lord Feng Sheng felt that they had been underestimated and were furious. Boom, boom, boom. Instantly, a shocking battle broke out between the two sides. Violent energy waves spread out to a radius of several million kilometers. On the other side, Jiang Xi had successfully escaped from his predicament. According to 7th Senior Brother Emperor Mi Luo's advice, he did not rush to the whirlpool passage to leave the ancient immortal world. Instead, he fled to another place on this planet. Finally, he came to the depths of an ocean that was as clear as a mirror and concealed his aura. I'll wait like this until 7th Senior Brother comes. Jiang Xi already knew that Mi Luo was rushing here. But not long after, his expression suddenly changed. The silver armor on his body began to tremble slightly, and the frequency of the trembling gradually increased. Perfected Lord Heisher, Jiang Xi immediately had a bad feeling. When it rains, it pours. He had just escaped from the two demon rank 4 perfected lords, and an even stronger opponent came. Perfected Lord Winesword had already helped him gather information on perfected Lord Heisher. Although he was a rank 4 perfected lord, he had the battle record of escaping unscathed from a rank 5 perfected lord. In other words, perfected Lord Wang Shui and perfected Lord Feng Sheng combined were not as strong as perfected Lord Heisher. Continue to flee? Jiang Xi shook his head. Perfected Lord Heisher was faster than him and could not escape. At this time, concealing his aura was useless as the opponent had already locked onto him. Unless he used the opportunity of passing through the whirlpool passage like last time to conceal his aura again. But now, the whirlpool passage closest to him was the one that left the ancient immortal world. Buzz, the silver armor on his body began to tremble more and more rapidly. Looks like I can only fight to the death and hope that I can delay until 7th Senior Brother comes. Jiang Xi took a deep breath and rushed out of the ocean, randomly choosing a direction and speeding away. It was not the time to sit and wait for death. Just like this, the two sides chased each other. 15 minutes later, the distance between Jiang Xi and perfected Lord Heisher was reduced to less than 100,000 kilometers. With the relative speed of the two, it would only take 2 seconds for them to come into contact. Jiang Xi flashed twice and stopped in the air above a primitive forest. Whoosh! A black figure also stopped in the air above the primitive forest. Perfected Lord Heisher caught up and stood opposite Jiang Xi. He wore black armor and had 6 black horns on his head. Although he was a rank 4 perfected lord, he still maintained the appearance of a young man. He was somewhat similar to Jiang Xi's current appearance of perfected Lord Wuda. Perfected Lord Wuda also had the appearance of a young man and wore silver armor. I am perfected Lord Heisher. Perfected Lord Heisher's voice was very sharp. He stared at Jiang Xi's armor with a burning gaze. Human perfected Lord Wuda, Jiang Xi said in a low voice. Perfected Lord Heisher of the Hunzi race. Why are you chasing me? He deliberately emphasized his race identity to deter perfected Lord Heisher. The Hunzi race was a top race, and under normal circumstances, they did not dare to offend top race. There seems to be some connection between our armored true treasures. I want your silver armor. State your terms. True Monarch Black Time said with a grin. A rank 4 supreme treasure. Jiang Xi also smiled. He was happy to see this kind of transaction that dragged out time. Every second counted. Perfected Lord He Shi's face darkened. A rank 4 supreme treasure. Even if the two armors were combined, it would probably only be a rank 4 supreme treasure. Now, he wanted to use a rank 4 supreme treasure to exchange for a human's silver armor? Only if he was stupid. Moreover, rank 4 supreme treasures were basically in the hands of Tao Lords. If he really had such a supreme treasure, why would he waste his breath here? He would directly destroy this human. You don't want to exchange? Perfected Lord He Shi's gaze was sharp. Aren't you the same? Jiang Ci chuckled. The sky above the primitive forest fell silent. Boom! The two attacked almost at the same time. Jiang Ci merged his body with his sword, and 600,000 feet long sword lights circled around him. He used a pinnacle secret technique, sweeping up waves of energy storms that attacked Perfected Lord He Shi. Perfected Lord He Shi took out a black saber and slashed out. The saber light formed a river that covered the space. Their secret technique attacks collided in the air. Rumble, a huge explosion occurred, and the explosive energy swept out. In the end, Jiang Ci's 6 sword lights were annihilated. Only half of Perfected Lord He Shi's saber light remained, and it continued to charge at Jiang Ci. Jiang Ci was somewhat puzzled. He felt that Perfected Lord He Shi's attack did not seem to be that powerful. It was inferior to Perfected Lord Li Sheng's rain of poison thorns. Whoosh! Half of the saber light landed on Jiang Ci's body. After the triple mountain armor counteracted it, and the strength of his body that was close to a high-grade immortal artifact, 70% of his body was annihilated. He only needed to use a healing immortal pill to instantly recover from this level of injury. Therefore, Perfected Lord He Shi could not threaten him at all. How is this possible? Perfected Lord He Shi was shocked. He was a rank 4 Perfected Lord. Under normal circumstances, he could completely suppress a rank 3 Perfected Lord, even if the other party was a sword cultivator. Because he cultivated the Saber Dao, in terms of attack power, it was not inferior to the Sword Dao. Could it be because of that silver armor? This is also a rank 3 Supreme Treasure? Perfected Lord He Shi guessed. He knew that things were troublesome. Your attack doesn't seem to be able to hurt me. Jiang Ci smiled. You don't even have a chance to touch me. Perfected Lord He Shi snorted. Then neither of us can do anything to each other. Jiang Ci's smile did not change. Also, I've already called my companions over. I hope you can stay a little longer. Jiang Ci waved the communication bead in his hand and bluffed. Your supreme treasure will be mine sooner or later. Perfected Lord He Shi turned and left. Whether the human was bluffing or not, there was no point in him staying here. Chapter 565. Jiang Ci didn't stay either. He glanced at Perfected Lord Blacktime's departing figure. Then, he quickly left this place and found another place to hide. The battle just now was very valuable to Jiang Ci. At least, it allowed him to figure out Perfected Lord Blacktime's strength. The information that Perfected Lord Winesword collected for him previously said that Perfected Lord Blacktime could escape unscathed from a rank 5 True Lord. This information scared Jiang Ci. He thought that Perfected Lord Blacktime's combat strength was very strong. But now, it seemed that Perfected Lord Blacktime's attack was actually only that of an ordinary rank 4 True Lord. He should be able to withstand the attack of a rank 5 True Lord with that supreme treasure black armor and escape unscathed. Moreover, his Saber Dao secret technique is only at the initial peak. It's far inferior to my Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. Jiang Ci concluded in his heart. The Mountain Sea Sword Sutra was already at the limit of the pinnacle secret technique. In terms of actual combat, it was far superior to other pinnacle secret techniques. In that case, as long as I can get a sword-type supreme treasure, I'll have a chance to fight Perfected Lord Blacktime. Jiang Ci's eyes lit up. Coincidentally, he had obtained the token of the Chaotic Heaven Immortal Abode. After handing it over to his race, he would receive a large number of supreme treasure points. A sword-type supreme treasure was already reserved. Now, I'll wait for seventh senior brother to come. Jiang Ci completely concealed his aura and hid in a cave. More than half an hour had passed since he obtained the golden Rubik's Cube. With Downlord speed, he should be arriving at the ancient, immortal world from the original universe. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, heaven and earth instantly darkened. To be precise, the entire 629 planet fell into darkness. A pressure that came from the depths of the soul enveloped every perfected lord on this planet. Time and space all fell into a strange fluctuation, controlling time and space. Tao Lord was here. Who is it? Is it seventh senior brother? Jiang Ci's eyes widened. This was the first time he saw Tao Lord in action. In the sky above the strange stone forest where Jiang Ci had stopped previously perfected Lord Jinkong's black and white sword beams wreaked havoc, completely suppressing perfected Lord Wangshu and perfected Lord Fengshan. After the world fell into darkness, the three rank 4 true monarchs stopped at the same time. Haha, Lord Anlin is here. True Lord Wangliang and True Lord Feng Sheng laughed loudly. True Monarch Jinkong's eyes flashed with a cold light. However, with the arrival of the Tao Lord, he did not dare to act recklessly. Tao Lord could wipe him out with a single thought. At this moment, the pressure brought about by the Tao Lord suddenly increased, and monstrous demonic aura spread throughout the entire planet. Wherever the gray demonic chi passed, perfected lords below rank for trembled uncontrollably and knelt on the ground. Not good. Sage Jinkong's expression changed. This was a Daolord's search technique. Since spiritual senses were greatly restricted in the ancient immortal world, Daolords could only use space-time manipulation to search for their targets. If Daolord Anlin were to continue searching like that, he would definitely find perfected Lord Wuda. Although the surging demonic chi had not spread to Jiang Ci's hiding place yet, Jiang Ci had already sensed that something was wrong. If seventh senior brother, Emperor Lord Mi Luo, came, he would not need to control space-time at all and could directly take him away. Therefore, the one who came was a Tao Lord of the demon race. Jiang Ci could vaguely sense a powerful aura spreading in all directions. In just a moment, it would cover the area he was in. Escape? There was nowhere to run. The space-time of this planet was already controlled by the Tao Lord. As long as he dared to move, he would immediately be discovered. The dangerous aura was getting closer and closer. Jiang Ci could already clearly sense that monstrous demonic chi. However, at this moment, ripples appeared in the completely dark sky, as if it was being torn apart. Bright yellow light shone through the cracks in the wall. One could see that in the sky above the ancient immortal world, outside the invisible barrier. The gray air current that was originally flowing slowly was churning rapidly, as if it had been stimulated by something. Mi Luo, why are you here? A voice of shock and anger spread throughout the entire planet. Haha, Anlin, long time no see. You still like to bully these little perfected lords. Is it fun? A mellow and gentle voice sounded in the sky above planet 629. At the same time, the darkness between heaven and earth was constantly shrinking. The monstrous demonic chi that seemed to have a mind of its own was frantically struggling, but it could not block the bright yellow light. In the end, it could only occupy a corner of this planet. Emperor Lord Mi Luo controlled this space-time. Rumble, all the perfected lords on this planet saw that two enormous phantoms covered the sky of this planet. A bright yellow figure swung a golden scepter and smashed it into a huge creature with 16 long legs. It was an ordinary attack, but seemed to have mobilized the power of the entire space-time, completely crushing Tao Lord Anlin. Mi Luo, Tao Lord Anlin's angry roar sounded again. If you don't retreat, you'll have to leave 2 legs behind, Emperor Lord Mi Luo said with a smile. Roar! The monstrous demonic chi boiled and finally calmed down. On planet 629, the remaining corner of darkness also disappeared. Tao Lord Anlin had retreated. Not only that, but in the sky above the strange stone forest. Seeing that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, perfected Lord Wangxiu and perfected Lord Misheng had already flown to the nearest vortex and fled. All the perfected lords on this planet were fleeing, worried that this human Tao Lord would start a massacre. However, this was just a petty person measuring the heart of a gentleman. Emperor Lord Mi Luo was a proper emperor of the heavenly court. He did not continue to attack. The space-time of planet 629 returned to normal. Although Tao Lord Amlin had already retreated, Jiang Xi did not move and continued to remain vigilant. Whoosh! Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him without a sound. Seventh senior brother. Jiang Xi was startled at first, but then he was pleasantly surprised. Junior brother, I'm not late, am I? Emperor Lord Mi Luo smiled. Haha, just in time. Thank you for saving me, seventh senior brother. Jiang Xi bowed seriously. Then come with me and leave the ancient immortal world. Emperor Lord Mi Luo nodded. Jiang Xi returned to the human territory and followed Emperor Lord Mi Luo to the heavenly court. He then temporarily stayed in one of the heavenly court's immortal palaces. Not long after, a large number of perfected lords came to visit. With the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode in hand, perfected Lord Wu, his name, was known by every perfected lord of the human race. Moreover, perfected Lord Wu Da's reputation was not well known and was very mysterious. Now, he had suddenly appeared and even managed to obtain an immortal abode token in the ancient immortal world, where perfected lords were as common as clouds. This meant that he was not weak. Naturally, everyone wanted to befriend him. Jiang Xi's attitude was to not refuse anyone. After all, he could befriend so many perfected lords. Of course, he did not forget about the supreme treasure he had borrowed. Many of these perfected lords were the ones who had madly belittled and ridiculed him. They thought that he was going to die in the ancient immortal world, and that he was giving away supreme treasures to the other races. He clearly remembered this debt. However, he was now perfected Lord Wu Da. He still had to make friends. Borrowing supreme treasures was a small matter. It was not a matter of life and death. Yes, I'm not that vengeful, Jiang Xi thought. While Jiang Xi and the human perfected lords were chatting, in the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, a huge long stone table appeared in the starry sky where the myriad immortal assembly had been held. There was a black throne at each end of the long stone table. On both sides, there were 11 golden thrones. In total, there were 24 thrones. At this moment, 23 figures with ethereal auras appeared on the thrones one after another. A middle-aged man in white sat on the black throne. He was the strongest person of the human race, the Taoist sect's tomorrow lord. After that, Tao Lord Nine Clouds sat on the first seat on the left. There was also a Tao Lord sitting on the other seats. Only the black throne at the top was empty. Nine Clouds, why are you in such a hurry to convene a Tao Lord meeting? Tomorrow Lord asked with a serious expression. Tao Lord meetings were rarely held. Every time, it would be held when something important happened to the development of the human race. Moreover, only Tomorrow Lord and Tao Lord Nine Clouds were qualified to hold this meeting. In the past, it might not even be held once in 100,000 years. However, in the past 10,000 years, the Tao Lord meetings have been held twice. The last time was more than 5,000 years ago. Because of the discovery of the Tao Alliance's ancestral land, Earth, Tao Lord Nine Clouds gathered all the experts above the Tao Lord level to discuss the ownership of Earth. At that time, everyone voted and finally decided to give Jiang Xi two choices. One was to transfer the ownership of Earth to the Heavenly Court. The other was to transfer Earth's Grotto Heaven World to the Heavenly Court. Unexpectedly, Jiang Xi chose the second choice. Then what was the purpose of this Tao Lord meeting? All the Tao Lords looked at Tao Lord Nine Clouds curiously. Tao Lord Nine Clouds turned to Emperor Mi Luo. Mi Luo, you speak. As the Emperor of the Heavenly Court, Tao Lord Mi Luo could only be ranked 7th in this meeting. He said, everyone, the third token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode has appeared. As soon as he said that, the meeting immediately became lively. Tomorrow Lord's eyes lit up. That token of sixth grade supreme treasure. Every time the ancient immortal world opens, precious supreme treasures are more likely to appear in the first 10,000 years. The supreme treasures in the chaotic heaven immortal abode are definitely the most valuable treasures in the ancient immortal world. As for those 4 tokens, they represent 4 chances to fight for the treasures. They are also incomparably precious. Miluo, who obtained the third token. Do we humans still have a chance? After the lively discussion, everyone's gazes fell on Emperor Miluo. Miluo smiled. That item has already been obtained by us humans. Haha, that's good. That's great. This way, we humans will have a chance to fight for that supreme treasure. That's right. If we can get our hands on a 6th grade offensive supreme treasure, we humans will have one more supreme treasure. The Tao Lords were extremely excited. Even Tomorrow Lord was unable to maintain his calm, joy appearing on his face. Who has the token? Tomorrow Lord asked. It's with my disciple, Jiang Xie. Tao Lord Nine Cloud smiled. These peak existences of the human race were all stunned. Jiang Xie, the overlord of the Tao Alliance's ancestral land? Their impression of Jiang Xie was still from more than 5,000 years ago. This was because this was the only thing that could attract the attention of the Tao Lords about Jiang Xie. As for Jiang Xi's alias of Mountain Sea Sword Immortal and becoming an invincible tribulation transcender in the foreign battlefield, only Tao Lord Nine Clouds and Emperor Miluo knew about this. The high and mighty Tao Lords would not pay attention to matters at the tribulation transcender level. Therefore, these Tao Lords were puzzled. That little guy who was willing to give up the great temptation and choose to retain sovereignty over Earth, did he have the strength to go to the ancient immortal world? He had cultivated for less than 10,000 years, right? Nine Clouds, that little guy shouldn't have become an immortal yet, right? Tomorrow Lord frowned slightly. He had the same question. He hasn't become an immortal yet. Tao Lord Nine Clouds nodded and then said, however, he already has the strength of a third-rank true monarch. This time, he used the alias of True Monarch Wuda and wandered the ancient immortal world. By chance, he obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. The Tao Lords looked at each other in dismay. A Tao integration cultivator actually has the strength of a third-rank true monarch? Has there ever been such a genius in the history of our human race? Very few. Some Tao Lords had intended to suggest that the true monarch powerhouse who obtained the token directly hand it over to the race. Now, they were beginning to hesitate. It seemed that such a genius could not be forced to hand over the token with such a forceful method. Emperor Miluo paid attention to the changes in the expressions of some of the Tao Lords. His original idea was to let Jiang Xie continue to hide under the identity of True Monarch Wuda. However, Tao Lord Nine Clouds chose to announce Jiang Xi's identity. Previously, he had some doubts. Now, Emperor Miluo finally understood why his master did this. If it was just that True Monarch Wuda had obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode, the attitude of these Tao Lords would definitely be very tough and directly ask True Monarch Wuda to hand over the token to the race. This way, it might cause Jiang Xie to be estranged from the race. It was not that these Tao Lords liked to bully the weak or be domineering. Tao Lords had lived for countless epochs and had experienced countless calamities. When they considered problems, they would often prioritize the interests of their race. Therefore, it was very easy for them to overlook the feelings of lower-level cultivators. Miluo was the Heavenly Court's emperor who ruled over the 9 realms of the Tao Alliance. He had seen many human geniuses betray the human race because of similar matters. They either joined other races or established their own races. As for Jiang Xie, the race had already been tough on him once because of the issue of Earth's ownership. For a young fellow who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years, he might not have a sense of belonging to the human race of the Tao Alliance. Moreover, This was the most talented genius that had appeared only a few times in the entire history of the human race. No one would believe that he did not have any pride. The more talented a person was, the easier it was for them to have a strange temper. Now, if the race would be tough on Jiang Ci one more time, it might cause Jiang Ci's heart to turn cold, and he might really think of betraying the human race. If they chose to publicize Jiang Ci's true strength and let the Tao Lords see Jiang Ci's talent, they would avoid this situation from happening. The situation had indeed developed this way. After the Tao Lords fell silent, Ming Tianming spoke. 9 firmaments, you're Jiang Ci's master. Go talk to him and see what he thinks. As long as he's willing to hand it over, the conditions can be discussed. He paused for a moment before continuing. The Hun Tian immortal manor is of great importance. In short, try to get him to hand it over to the race. Tao Lord 9 firmaments nodded. I'll ask him now. Wait a moment. Jiang Ci actually didn't know much about the Hun Tian immortal manor, nor did he know that there was a 6th grade supreme treasure inside. Due to the urgency of the situation, True Lord Liquor Sword had only explained the severity of the matter to him, without saying too much. Now, he had a more detailed understanding of the Hun Tian immortal manor. After talking with the experts of the True Lore Hall, this immortal manor had already appeared on a planet in the ancient immortal world when it had first opened. Then, it had triggered the first large-scale battle. The blood of the True Lord had poured on the ground in front of the immortal manor, and a stone tablet had broken out of the ground. From the stone tablet, everyone had learned the details of the immortal manor. An attack-type 6th grade supreme treasure of origin. Jiang Ci coveted it. Originally, he had wanted to hand over the immortal manor's token to the race and use the supreme treasure points to exchange for a sword-type supreme treasure. But now he had changed his mind. A token represents a chance to enter the immortal manor. I can keep the token and enter the Hun Tian immortal manor after transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal, or even after reversing life and death. The opening of the ancient immortal world will last for an era, which is 36 million years. With the speed of my improvement, I might have a chance to fight for a 6th grade supreme treasure. There were probably only a few 6th grade supreme treasures of origin in the entire human race. In other words, there weren't many even if all the races in the universe combined. Cultivation, Tao arts, secret techniques, and supreme treasures were all closely related to one's strength. If one wanted to become a pinnacle powerhouse, none of these 4 could be missing. Jiang Ci was carefully calculating in his heart when he received a message from his master, Tao Lord 9 Clouds. Master, Jiang Ci's intuition told him that Tao Lord 9 Clouds was looking for him because of the token of the Hun Tian immortal manor. He didn't hesitate and accepted the message. Then, a wisp of his spiritual consciousness through the communication bead turned into a transmission phantom and arrived at the 9 Clouds realm. In the sea of corpses, he saw Tao Lord 9 Clouds slaughter doppelganger. Disciple greets master. Jiang Ci bowed respectfully. You're lucky. Tao Lord 9 Clouds smiled. Thank you for the compliment, master. Jiang Ci also smiled. To be praised as lucky by one of the top 3 pinnacle powerhouses of the human race, that was really good. You should have guessed the purpose of my message, right? Tao Lord 9 Clouds said, Master, is it for the token of the Hun Tian immortal manor? Jiang Ci wasn't surprised. That's right. Tao Lord 9 Clouds nodded. This token is related to the fate of the human race. This shocked Jiang Ci. It's related to the fate of the human race? The human race was a pinnacle race, the strongest pinnacle race. Was a 6th-tier supreme treasure that important? Tao Lord 9 Clouds' gaze was deep as he explained. Because of the 3 pinnacle races, the demon race and the ghost race each have their own 6th-tier offensive supreme treasures. Only the human race doesn't. Back then, the human race was able to occupy the best territory in the universe, mainly because of the Tongtian Mountain River diagram. However, the Tongtian Mountain River diagram is a very special supreme treasure that can increase one's strength. If we have another 6th-tier offensive supreme treasure, we will have a greater advantage in the race war. Jiang Ci fell silent. This was something he hadn't expected. The human race was already so strong, but they didn't even have a decent offensive supreme treasure. The race war wasn't just a competition of overall strength, but also of individual strength. The three pinnacle races each had a heavenly venerable expert. This was where the confidence to stand at the top of the universe came from. The demon race and ghost race's heavenly venerables all had sixth-tier offensive supreme treasures. The human race didn't have a heavenly venerable, so the human race was at a disadvantage in this level of competition. It was no wonder that the human race couldn't completely conquer the two pinnacle races despite having such a huge advantage. Considering this, a sixth-tier offensive supreme treasure was indeed related to the fate of the human race. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments continued earnestly. Today, I'm not talking to you as a master. Instead, I'm negotiating with you as a Tao Lord of the human race. I hope you can hand over the token of the Hun Tian immortal manner to the human race. You can state your conditions. Riverward had never seen his Master Nine Firmaments speak to him in such a manner and tone. He knew that his master was a pinnacle expert who truly cared about the development of the human race. He was an existence worthy of respect. For the sake of the human race, Tao Lord Nine Clouds could use a negotiating stance to talk to his youngest disciple. If it were any other Tao Lord, their attitude would probably be very firm. They might even order him to hand over the token similarly. Jiang Ci also knew that he had to hand over the token today. Of course, he could choose not to hand it over. However, Tao Lord Nine Clouds might not say anything, but the other Tao Lords of the human race might have opinions about him. Unless he didn't want to stay in the human race, then he could ignore the Tao Lord's attitudes. However, this was impossible. Could he take Earth and leave the human race's territory? Jiang Ci still didn't have the idea of leaving the human race. Then, it was time to consider how to maximize the benefits. While Jiang Ci was deep in thought, Tao Lord Nine Clouds didn't rush him. He understood his disciple's temperament. He knew that Jiang Ci wouldn't have any thoughts of betraying the human race. Therefore, he took the initiative to announce Jiang Ci's strength to the other Tao Lords to fight for the benefits that Jiang Ci deserved. Not betraying the human race didn't mean that he had to suffer losses and make sacrifices for the overall benefit of the human race. If it happened once or twice, Jiang Ci might not say anything. However, if it happened too many times, who would still consider the overall benefit of the human race? Humans were selfish, no matter how high their cultivation level or how strong they were. In fact, after Jiang Ci made the decision to hand over the token of the immortal abode, he already knew what he needed. He said without any hesitation, "Master, I can hand over the token." Tao Lord Nine Clouds smiled. However, Jiang Ci said seriously, "My condition is that the race returns the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world to me. The people of the 3 gates and 6 sects will all leave Earth. Yes, take back Earth's grotto heaven world and chase those evil guests who forced their way into his home out of Earth." The Great Purge 1,000 years ago had already made Jiang Ci see the ambitions of these factions. They weren't willing to just occupy Earth's grotto heaven world. They had always wanted the entire Earth. Therefore, handing over the token in exchange for Earth's grotto heaven world was a good choice. Tao Lord Nine Clouds was a little surprised. This was because he knew that Jiang Ci had always wanted a sword-type supreme treasure. However, he didn't expect that Jiang Ci would give up a sword-type supreme treasure and put forward such a condition. He fell silent for a moment. Earth is the ancestral land of the Tao Alliance's human race. There are many implications. This isn't a decision that I can make alone. Give me a moment. Chapter 566. Within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, the Tao Lord's meeting was still ongoing. Tao Lord Nine Firmament's spiritual body did not leave. He said to Venerable Ming and the other Tao Lords present, "Everyone, my disciple, is willing to hand over the immortal abode token. All the Tao lords immediately laughed. Ah, very good. This child knows the big picture and cares about the big picture, as expected of a genius of a human race. Everyone gave a similar evaluation. 9 firmaments, what conditions does he want? Just say it. Finally, a Tao Lord asked straightforwardly. Tao Lord 9 firmaments smiled. Jiangxi's condition is to take back the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world. All the factions stationed on Earth will leave Earth. There were 24 thrones, 1 heavenly venerable, and 22 Tao Lords. Apart from a few who did not change their smiles, the smiles on the faces of the other Tao Lords disappeared. Impossible. Absolutely not. He wants to exchange an immortal abode token for the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world. He's thinking too much. The Tao Lords whose smiles disappeared were all voices of objection. This was because the factions they controlled all had people stationed in 1 or more grotto heaven worlds on Earth. In the past 5,000 years, they had already witnessed the wonders and uniqueness of Earth. As long as a child was born on Earth, they would have stronger talent. When cultivating, there were very few bottlenecks, and it was easier to encounter opportunities. It was just like how Earth's luck was higher than the outside world. To them, Earth was definitely a treasure land, the foundation of a powerful faction. 9 firmaments, let him change the condition. Change the condition. Everything else can be discussed, but not this. There's no room for discussion. The Tao Lords said one after another. Tao Lord 9 firmaments and his disciple, Emperor Mi Luo, looked at each other helplessly. It was obvious that Jiangxi's condition had touched on the interests of these Tao Lords. As people with vested interests, they would definitely not be willing. It was still the same saying, everyone had their own selfish motives. Usually, the Tao Lords would consider things from the perspective of the overall interests of the human race. However, once it touched on their own interests, things were different. The 4 tokens of the chaotic heaven immortal abode only represent 4 chances. They don't represent the Tier 6 supreme treasure. A single talisman isn't enough to trade for Earth's estate world. Another Tao Lord said. Tao Lord 9 firmaments frowned when he heard this. Everyone, 5,000 years ago, we also held a meeting of Tao Lords to discuss the problem of Earth. In the end, Jiangxi chose 100 billion points and the ownership of Earth's grotto heaven world. Now that he wanted to use the token of the immortal mansion to exchange for it, why couldn't he? Which is more valuable, 100 billion points or an immortal residence token? Jiao Shao, a middle-aged Taoist with a red mole between his eyebrows, retorted. Back then, Jiangxi was just a nobody. 100 billion points was already a sky-high price for him. Furthermore, after more than 5,000 years of observation, you should all be clear about the uniqueness and wonders of Earth. After the various factions were stationed on Earth, the children born on Earth, no matter if it was talent, comprehension ability, or fortuitous encounters, they all far surpassed their peers with similar bloodlines. Not only that, but it was also easier for them to obtain fortuitous opportunities. In terms of cultivation, he rarely encountered bottlenecks. Even if there was a bottleneck, it would be easy to break through. These are the foundations of becoming a powerhouse. That is a magical planet, a place with great fortune. It is the ancestral land of our human race. Back then, I suggested that we directly take back all ownership of Earth. In order to maintain the fairness of the Heavenly Court's laws, you did not agree to this suggestion. In the end, you gave in to a little fellow. This time, we cannot give in anymore. The middle-aged Taoist tone was resolute and firm. I agree with what Chang Yuan said. Indeed, we cannot give in anymore. Earth can continuously produce powerhouses. Its importance is no less than that of a 6th-grade supreme treasure. How can the ancestral land of our human race be completely in the hands of a little fellow? The Tao Lords who were against the idea spoke again, agreeing with Tao Lord Chang Yuan's words. Chang Yuan and everyone else. Tao Lord 9 firmaments was expressionless. What about the token of the immortal mansion? If we don't agree to this condition, Jiangxi might not hand it over. The middle-aged Tao Lord Chang Yuan said in a deep voice, our human race does lack a sixth-grade supreme treasure. However, without this supreme treasure, we can still suppress the demons and ghosts. We will still be the strongest peak race. A sixth-grade supreme treasure is just icing on the cake for our human race. Although it will affect our race's fate to a certain extent, it is not to the point where our race's survival is at stake. Moreover, the token of the Immortal Mansion only represents a chance to obtain a sixth-grade supreme treasure. This opportunity is not limited to the ancient immortal world. In the Chaos Sea, if we dare to risk it, we will also have a chance to obtain a sixth-grade supreme treasure. Tao Lord Nine Firmament smiled. Chan Yuan, how can the Chaos Sea compare to the ancient immortal world? Tao Lord Chang Yuan, who had a red mole between his eyebrows, had a dark expression. He wanted to say something. At this moment, Ming Ming, who was sitting on the black throne, gently knocked on the table and said softly, "All right, the discussion ends here." His voice was very gentle, but it was very intimidating. The Tao Lords all stopped arguing and turned their attention to Ming Ming. Even Tao Lord Nine Firmaments did not speak, expressing his respect for Ming Ming. Nine Firmaments. Ming Ming looked at Tao Lord Nine Firmaments and said, "Tell Jiang Ci that we cannot accept the condition of exchanging the token of the Immortal Mansion for the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven World. If he wants to continue handing over the token of the Immortal Mansion, we can still discuss other conditions. If he does not want to hand it over, we will not force him. As for the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven World, you can tell him that as long as he has enough strength, anything is possible." Understood. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments smiled softly. The Tao Lords who had objected just now all changed their expressions. Ming Ming, Celestial Lord. This won't do, Celestial Lord. Ming Ming's gentle smile disappeared, replaced by an extremely dignified expression. When Jiang Ci is qualified to sit at this long table, he will take back the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven World. All the Tao Lords lowered their heads, not daring to refute. In the human race, if Ming Ming gave the order, it meant that there was no room for negotiation. No one could disobey the orders of a Celestial Lord. In the Nine Firmaments realm, Jiang Ci's transmission phantom stood in front of Tao Lord Nine Firmaments, waiting quietly. He knew that his master was discussing the conditions he had just proposed with the Tao Lords. Soon, Tao Lord Nine Firmaments spoke again with a deep gaze and sighed softly. The Tao Lord meeting did not approve your conditions, but he told them the final decision of the meeting. After Jiang Ci heard this, he fell silent. He was both angry and expectant. He was angry because the Three Gates Six sects had only used 100 billion points to forcefully occupy all the Grotto Heaven worlds on Earth. Now, he had used a token of the Hun Tian Immortal Mansion, a chance to compete for a sixth-tier supreme treasure, to exchange for it. But he was still rejected. In terms of value, the token of the Immortal Mansion was definitely 1,000,000 or even 10 million times more valuable than 100 billion points. The importance of Earth was greater than he had imagined. He was looking forward to Ming Ming's promise to him. As long as he was qualified to sit at that long table and participate in the Tao Lord meeting, he could take back the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven worlds and drive away those evil guests. Soon. Isn't it just the strength of a Tao Lord? Soon. Jiang Ci's gaze was firm. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments seemed to understand the change in Jiang Ci's mood. He said, "Disciple, no matter where you are, you can't escape the words the strong are respected. Cultivate well, and anything is possible in the future. Your disciple will remember." Jiang Ci nodded. "Then are you still willing to hand over the token to the race?" Tao Lord Nine Firmaments asked expectantly. "Your disciple is willing." Jiang Ci smiled slightly, as if he was not affected at all. "All right, change your conditions. I'll help you consider," Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said. Jiang Ci pondered for a moment before saying, "Previously, I used the omniscient eye to appraise the value of the token of the Immortal Mansion. It's 100 supreme treasure points. Then on top of that 100 supreme treasure points, I'll add another 100 million supreme immortal crystals. Tao Lord 9 Firmaments shook his head. You really dare to mention it. Jiang Ci laughed. Lord Tao Lords, you can't reject me twice in a row, right? What he meant was that they had to be shameless. A moment later, this condition was passed at the Tao Lord meeting. However, the Tao Lords who objected had ugly expressions. They felt as if a piece of flesh had been dug out of their hearts. Heartache. This was because the 100 supreme treasure points and 100 million supreme immortal crystals seemed to be from the race's treasury, but in reality, it was from the 3 gates and 6 sects. To a certain extent, the race's treasury was equivalent to the 3 gates and 6 sects treasury. 100 supreme treasure points was equivalent to a top-tier, 4th-tier supreme treasure. There were only a few of them in the entire human race. 100 million supreme immortal crystals was even more valuable. This was because supreme immortal crystals were a strategic resource for the human race. Even Tao Lords like them would find it difficult to withdraw so many supreme immortal crystals from the race's treasury. If not for the fact that they had rejected Jiang Ci on the issue of ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven world, they would have been more than willing to negotiate. This time, they would have definitely haggled and suppressed Jiang Ci's conditions. However, they had already rejected him once. If they continued to suppress him, they would not be able to open their mouths. After all, they were all Tao Lords. They had a safe face. Moreover, Jiang Ci was not someone without background. This little guy was not only a rare genius in the entire history of the human race, but he was also the disciple of Tao, Lord Nine Heavens. Although Tao, Lord Nine Heavens, was kind, he would not sit by and watch his disciple be wantonly suppressed by other Tao Lords. Normal discussions and arguments were fine. But do you want to bully me? Absolutely not. Jiang Ci temporarily returned to Earth with some regret and anticipation. It was not that he regretted handing over the token of the immortal abode, but that he did not get back the ownership of Earth's Grotto Heaven world. He could indeed choose to leave the token of the immortal abode behind at the risk of offending many Tao Lords. However, there were a total of 4 tokens of the immortal abode. Even if he had this token, he only had a 1 in 4 chance of winning that 6th-tier offensive supreme treasure. Moreover, Jiang Ci had already thought it through. When the time came, the 4 experts who could enter the Hun Tian immortal abode with the tokens would definitely be Tao Lords or above. For example, the token that he had handed over to the human race. The final decision of the Tao Lord meeting was to let tomorrow Venerable enter the Hun Tian immortal abode. If he chose to go alone in the future, he would need to have the strength of a heavenly Venerable to have the confidence to win the 6th-tier offensive supreme treasure. Clearly, with his current cultivation, it would take a very long time to reach the heavenly Venerable level. By then, perhaps a 6th-tier supreme treasure will be nothing in his eyes. Therefore, it was a wise choice to hand it over. Moreover, the benefits after handing it over were actually not small. Pak Sun Province, the cultivation room of Villa 92 in the Sky Pass district. After Jiang Ci returned to Earth, he entered seclusion to cultivate. There is only one goal in seclusion: to refine the supreme treasure. He flipped his hand and took out a dark longsword. Immediately, a special aura fluctuation spread out. There were circles of mysterious patterns on the sword, like vortexes that could devour a person's soul. Abyss Devourer Divine Sword, a 4th-tier origin supreme treasure. It has a special armor-piercing effect and can greatly increase the power of attacks. Information about this supreme treasure appeared in his mind. He had spent 100 supreme treasure points to exchange for this from the clan's treasury. It was a top-tier, 4th-tier offensive supreme treasure. It was also the only 4th-tier sword-type supreme treasure left in the human clan's treasury. With this supreme treasure, I'll have the strength to find that perfected Lord Haishi. Jiang Ci's eyes shone with a divine light. That guy had an incomplete part of the Triple Mountain. The Triple Mountain was only a 2nd-tier supreme treasure and looked ordinary. However, to Jiang Ci, the Triple Mountain was definitely an important part of his strength. With his Tao integration cultivation level, he could match a third transformation True Lord and even fight a fourth transformation True Lord. In addition to cultivating 7 Tao techniques and many other secret techniques, another important thing he relied on was the armor-forming defensive effect of the Triple Mountain and the spatial imprisonment ability. The armor-forming effect of the Triple Mountain, coupled with the strength of his body, allowed him to not fear the attacks of a fourth transformation True Lord. The spatial imprisonment ability also allowed him to have some of the spatial techniques of a perfected Lord in the original universe. Judging from these two functions, the Triple Mountain was not simple at all. If it was just an ordinary armor-type Supreme Treasure, it definitely wouldn't have such powerful functions. The black armor on perfected Lord Haishi is an incomplete part of the Triple Mountain. If I can get it, the grade of the Triple Mountain will definitely increase again. By then, my strength will increase even further, Jiang Xi thought to himself. Then, he used his spiritual consciousness to scan the interior of the heavenly tower. Piles of mountains tens of thousands of feet high emitted a sparkling and rich light of immortal power. These were all supreme-grade immortal crystals. The heavenly tower was a special supreme treasure. If he wanted to refine it now, he would need to consume supreme-grade immortal crystals. This time, he had exchanged the immortal abode token for 100 million supreme-grade immortal crystals. It was enough for him to refine the heavenly tower to the 36th level. By then, he would be able to use 1% of the heavenly tower's power. This would take a long time. Jiang Xi sighed softly. Previously, in order to refine the heavenly tower to the 9th level, he had spent 1,000 years using the heavenly spirit origin liquid. Now, if he wanted to refine the heavenly tower to the 36th level, he would need even more time. Of course, if he transcended the tribulation and became an immortal, the spiritual power in his body would turn into immortal power, and his primordial spirit would be further strengthened. Then, the refining time will be correspondingly shortened by a lot. Transcending the tribulation and becoming an immortal. Thinking of this, Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Because in the past 100 years in the ancient immortal world, he had fought countless times with the perfected lords of the foreign races. Every time, he had used the 6 styles of the Great Tao to the extreme, but he still could not find the inspiration for the 7th style. According to his plan, only by creating a complete Great Tao scroll could he ensure that nothing would go wrong when he transcended the tribulation. After refining the abyss, devouring divine sword, I will go to the ancient immortal world and continue to fight. Then, Jiang Xi took out the heavenly spirit origin liquid he had bought before returning to Earth and began to refine the stage for Supreme Treasure at 100 times the speed. The efficiency of the refinement was surprisingly high. Jiang Xi had originally estimated that it would take at least 1,000 years to refine the abyss-devouring divine sword. He did not expect to completely refine it in just 200 years. Previously, when he refined the 3rd level of the Triple Mountain, it took him more than 500 years. The problem was that the Triple Mountain was only a Stage 2 Supreme Treasure. Could it be related to the quality of the Supreme Treasure itself? Jiang Xi carefully felt the connection between himself and the abyss-devouring divine sword. Although the Triple Mountain was a Stage 2 Supreme Treasure, because it was incomplete, if it was a complete Supreme Treasure, perhaps the grade would be higher. It seems that the original grade of the Triple Mountain is higher than I thought. Jiang Xi was full of expectations. Next, he would enter the ancient immortal world again to hunt down perfected Lord Haishi. Jiang Xi's figure flashed and disappeared from the cultivation room. The next moment, he came to the rain viewing pavilion on Earth. Perfected Lord Liquor Sword's clone was sitting there drinking alone. Disciple greets master. Jiang Xi bowed respectfully. Going out again, perfected Lord Liquor Sword asked with a smile. Yes, so I have to ask master for a favor first. Jiang Xi nodded. Oh, perfected Lord Liquor Sword was very curious. Master, help me check the recent whereabouts of that perfected Lord Haishi that I asked you to check last time. He is not an ordinary rank for supreme. Why are you checking his whereabouts? To hunt him down. Perfected Lord Lickersword put down his wine gourd and stared at Jiang Ci seriously for a while. Are you sure? Yes. Jiang Ci chuckled. How long has it been? Just over 300 years. You can already hunt down a rank 4 supreme. Perfected Lord Lickersword still could not believe it. He himself did not have this strength. I gave the Immortal Mansion token last time to the clan and exchanged it for a sword-type supreme treasure. It is very powerful. Jiang Ci did not hide Perfected Lord Lickersword inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. Then he smiled and said, Then you can go without worry. I will ask those friends to keep an eye out for Perfected Lord Haishi's whereabouts. Once there is news, I will inform you immediately. Thank you, Master. Jiang Ci thanked seriously. Then, he accompanied Perfected Lord Lickersword to drink for a while before leaving Earth again. With his current strength, he was able to leave without a sound. In the entire Earth, only Perfected Lord Lickersword and Perfected Lord Ning Chu, who was overseeing Earth, could discover his movements. Ancient Immortal World, Planet 118. Jiang Ci walked leisurely in the primitive jungle full of golden leaves, as if he was taking a stroll. After obtaining the rank 4 supreme treasure Abyss Devouring Divine Sword, there were not many experts in the ancient immortal world who could threaten him. Even a rank 5 true lord might not be able to stop him. Moreover, the number of rank 5 true lords was very small. There were 3,600 planets in the ancient immortal world. On average, 1 or 2 rank 5 true lords on each planet was not bad. In other words, the chances of him encountering a rank 5 true lord were very small. Therefore, Jiang Ci was completely taking a stroll, treating the ancient immortal world as a place to go for a walk. The towering ancient trees in this primitive jungle looked like ginkgo biloba, full of golden leaves. It was very artistic. However, these ancient trees were not ordinary. Even the golden leaves that had fallen naturally did not rot after countless years and were intact. When he stepped on the fallen leaves, there was only a pleasant rustling sound, but the leaves did not show any signs of breaking. Jiang Ci stopped and looked at a place 3,000 kilometers away. There was a slight fluctuation of aura there. In a flash, he arrived at the source of the aura. I just came to the ancient immortal world, and I already encountered the birth of a supreme-grade immortal weapon. Looks like my luck in this trip to the ancient immortal world won't be too bad. Jiang Ci smiled and flipped over the piled-up golden leaves, seeing the tip of a saber sticking out of the ground. He pulled it out easily and saw that it was a supreme-grade immortal weapon saber with a cold aura. The saber's name was engraved on the hilt. The words were very different from the current common language of the Tao Alliance, but the meaning could be easily understood by his spiritual sense. Imitation dragon saber? Jiang Ci was puzzled. Why was there a word imitation? Could it be that there was a supreme-grade treasure called dragon saber? Who forged all the treasures in the ancient immortal world? Jiang Ci wondered. Obviously, this could be seen from the imitation of the great dragon saber. The treasures in the ancient immortal world, whether they were immortal weapons, supreme-grade treasures, or immortal Tao materials, were all natural. None of them were formed naturally, but they were forged. Was there a powerful tribe that once inhabited this place? Or is this an ancient battlefield from the primordial era? What secrets are hidden in the ancient immortal world? And it shouldn't be as simple as being close to the land of origin of the universe. Jiang Ci shook his head and thought of many things in an instant. 300,000 kilometers away, a giant figure more than 4,000 meters tall was flying toward the primordial forest with a powerful aura. This figure had a leopard head and a human body. The surface of his body was covered in a layer of sparkling white bones that looked like armor. The fact that he dared to travel alone in the ancient immortal world showed his strength. He was a rank 4 true monarch. Along the way, the true monarchs of other tribes sensed his aura and immediately ran away. That was because they recognized the origin of this figure. It was true monarch Zala of the demon race, an ancient existence. After the ancient immortal world opened, he had occupied planet 118 for a long time and was one of the top overlords of this planet. The aura was very weak just now, but it has completely disappeared now. It seems that it is at most a supreme-grade immortal weapon, true monarch Zala thought. However, he did not give up. Supreme-grade immortal weapons were also valuable. Since he was already here, he naturally could not give up. Whoosh whoosh. After 2 flashes, he arrived in the sky above the primordial forest where Jiang Xi was. That is, human. True monarch Wuda. True monarch Zala's eyes lit up when he saw the silver-armored youth in the forest 200 years ago. The 3rd token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode had appeared. The commotion it caused had already spread to all the 3,600 planets in the ancient immortal world. True monarch Wuda's name and image were also known by all the true monarchs. He first disappeared in the ancient immortal world, and now he has returned. He must have handed over the token of the immortal abode to the human race. With the value of the token of the immortal abode, he must have exchanged it for other supreme treasures from the human race. Moreover, it must be a supreme treasure of a high grade, at least a 2nd-grade one. There was no news of him re-entering the ancient immortal world, so I should be the first to discover him. However, from the looks of it, he should have discovered me long ago and was waiting for me here. Could it be that he already has a supreme treasure and has the strength to match me? No, he is definitely not my match. True monarch Zala's thoughts spun rapidly. After hesitating, his eyes emitted a fiery light. He could easily kill a 3rd revolution true monarch. At that time, the supreme treasure on true monarch Wuda would be his. Whoosh, true monarch Zala made his move. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a white bone spear that seemed to be able to pierce through the sky and charged straight at Jiang Xi. Chapter 567. In the forest, Jiang Xi had already discovered true monarchala. He wanted to test his current strength, so he didn't leave. A 4th-rank true monarch of the monster race? He's a good target to test my sword on. Facing true monarch Chala, who was rushing down from the sky, Jiang Xi only made a simple movement. He swung his sword upwards. The 4th-rank supreme treasure, abyss-devouring divine sword, let out a soft cry. The black divine sword emitted a green sword light that was cold and sharp. 6 styles of the great Tao, wind sword style. Whoosh! The green sword light instantly streaked across true monarch Cha La's chest. The white bow and armor didn't have much of an effect against the sword light. The special effect of abyss-devouring divine sword was armor penetration. Thus, the green sword light, which was almost in its peak state, directly landed on true monarch Cha La's body. This was the indestructible substance in the body of a 4th-rank true monarch. In just an instant, it was annihilated by the green sword light. Without the indestructible substance, the immortal energy and primordial spirit were also annihilated. Both body and soul were destroyed. True monarch Cha La's eyes were only at a loss. He glanced at Jiang Xi and then disappeared with the wind. Only his silver-white armor and a white spear were left in the air. You killed a 4th-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 40 billion. Jiang Xi was stunned for a moment, because this was the first true monarch he killed. He didn't expect to get so much experience points. 40 billion for a 4th-rank true monarch? When he killed a 9th Tribulation Transcender, he only got 180,000 experience points. What a pity, what a pity, Jiang Xi lamented. If he had known earlier, he would have been more ruthless and killed more true monarchs when he was in the ancient immortal world. After thinking for a while, Jiang Xi smiled and shook his head. Last time, I didn't have abyss-devouring divine sword. Although I could suppress a 3rd-rank true monarch, the possibility of killing a true monarch with an undying body was still very small. At that time, he mainly relied on defensive methods to protect his life. His real offensive power hadn't reached the level of being able to kill a true monarch. Even if he encountered a first-ranked true monarch or second-ranked true monarch, it would be very difficult for him to kill them. This was because true monarchs below the third transformation basically roamed the ancient immortal world in small teams. Their overall strength was also very strong. Under normal circumstances, only true monarchs of the fourth transformation and above, as well as Tao monarchs, had the strength to kill other true monarchs with undying bodies. Now I also have the strength. A smile appeared on Riverward's face. Moreover, he had killed a rank 4 true monarch with a single slash. Using the stage for Supreme Treasure, the Abyss Devourer Divine Sword, to execute the Peak Tier secret technique, the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra was 10,000 times or even 100,000 times stronger than before. Then, Jiangxi's figure flashed, and he put the silver-white armor, the white-bone spear, and the storage ring of true monarch Jala into his storage magical treasure. Both of them are first-tier supreme treasures. Looks like this true monarch Chara status in the Yao race isn't low. After collecting the spoils of war, Jiangxi merged with his sword and turned into a stream of green light, disappearing from the primitive forest. The quiet and ancient primitive forest returned to silence once more. The battle just now was too fast, and no traces were left behind here. No one would know that a lofty rank 4 true monarch had died here. In the Yao race's territory, in one of the holy lands, the myriad Yao starry sea. In the starry sky, there were 6 Tao monarch holy palaces of the Yao race. There were many large planets floating around each holy palace. True monarch Jia La's clan, the Shun Leopard clan, lived on a large planet near the third holy palace. This planet was called the Shun Leopard planet. The Shun Leopard clan could be considered a top-tier bloodline in the Yao race. Their overall strength could be ranked in the top 100 among all the bloodline clans of the Yao race. Although the Shun Leopard clan didn't have a Tao monarch in terms of high-end strength, they had a total of 8 true monarchs. These 8 true monarchs of the Shun Leopard clan each had a palace on the Shun Leopard planet. True monarch Jia La's palace contained the immortal energy clone that he had left behind after entering the ancient immortal world. The immortal energy clone was very weak and didn't have much combat strength. However, because it was connected to true monarch Jia La's consciousness, it could guide the disciples in their cultivation and deal with the clan's affairs. At this time, there were 2 disciples of true monarch Jia La standing respectfully below the main hall, listening to their master's teachings. Suddenly, the eyes of true monarch Jia La's immortal energy clone on the throne of the palace opened wide, full of fear. "I am true monarch Wu De," the angry voice came to an abrupt end, and the immortal energy clone dissipated into thin air. At this time, the 2 disciples who were receiving true monarch Jia La's teachings in the hall were greatly shocked. "Master, why did Master's immortal energy clone dissipate?" The 2 disciples of the Shun Leopard clan looked somewhat flustered. Did Master encounter some emergency in the ancient immortal world, so he withdrew his consciousness and dissipated his immortal energy clone? Quickly, take a look at the spiritual sense tokens that Master gave us. After a moment of panic, they hurriedly took out their spiritual sense tokens. The spiritual sense tokens were things that true monarch Jia La had simply refined with his spiritual sense, and they contained his spiritual sense imprint. The disciples could ask true monarch Jia La for help by crushing the tokens. Master's spiritual sense imprint is gone. One of the disciples cried out in fear. "Mine is gone too." The other disciple also had a face full of fear. They knew very well what this meant. Unless the owner of the spiritual sense personally came to retrieve the spiritual sense imprint, or the owner of the spiritual sense had died. But now, true monarch Jia La was not in the clan. There was only one possibility. True monarch Jia La had died. The Shun Leopard clan is going to change. Quickly, inform the other patriarchs. The Shun Leopard clan had a total of 8 true monarchs, and true monarch Ja-Allah was the strongest one. Now, that true monarch Ja-Allah had died, it was equivalent to the Shun leopard clan's highest pillar falling. In the demon clan, where internal competition was very fierce, the Shun leopard clan's position in the demon clan might be greatly reduced because of this, and the resources they received would also be reduced. Before long, the 4 true monarchs of the Shun leopard clan who had not gone to the ancient immortal world rushed to the palace. All of them had solemn expressions, and the atmosphere in the hall was very gloomy and oppressive. Ja-Allah has really died. I saw it just now. Ja-Allah's life tablet has also shattered. He has indeed died. Ja-Allah is a rank 4 true monarch. Who can kill him? The opponent did not even give Ja-Allah a chance to ask for help. Moreover, Ja-Allah has a rank 1 defensive treasure, and even a rank 5 true monarch would not be able to kill him instantly. Could it be that a Dao monarch made a move? Even if it is not a Dao monarch, it must be an ancient and heaven-defying rank 5 true monarch. The 4 true monarchs of the Shun leopard clan fell into silence. In the ancient immortal world, it was very difficult for rank 4 true monarchs to fall into a life and death crisis if they were careful. This was because once they encountered danger, they could escape in time with their rank 4 true monarch strength. Even if they encountered a Dao monarch, rank 4 true monarchs would have a chance to escape from the Dao monarch's space-time range. Even Ja-Allah was killed instantly, so we could forget about taking revenge personally. The enemy is not someone our Shun leopard clan can afford to provoke. Sigh. Then let's report this to Lord Dao Monarch Devouring Moon. Our Shun leopard clan is subordinate to Lord Devouring Moon. Only this Dao monarch expert has the chance to take revenge for Ja-Allah. The 4 true monarchs sighed sorrowfully. They had lived for countless years and could have continued to live together, but Ja-Allah had passed away first. In the hall, the 2 disciples of true monarch Ja-Allah did not dare to speak in this oppressive atmosphere. Finally, one of the disciples gritted his teeth and mustered his courage, saying, "For ancestors, The 4 true monarchs looked at him. The disciple continued with a sorrowful expression. Before Master died, he called out a name. "Who is it?" The 4 true monarchs shouted at the same time. "True monarch, Wuda." The 4 true monarchs of the Shun leopard clan looked at each other with disbelief. 200 years ago, that true monarch Wuda, who obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode in the ancient immortal world. Impossible, right? He is only a rank 3 true monarch. He is not Ja-Allah's match. I think Ja-Allah might have fallen into a trap set by the humans. Everyone knows that true monarch Wuda obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. Therefore, the humans specifically used true monarch Wuda as bait to lure the true monarchs of other races into the trap. Then, they would let the rank 5 true monarchs and even Dao monarchs lying in ambush take action. Treacherous humans. Let's not make wild guesses. No matter what, with our strength, we definitely won't be able to take revenge. Now, we can only report the situation to Dao monarch Swallowing Moon and let him make a decision. The 4 true monarchs nodded. In the ancient immortal world, Jiang Ci was flying unhurriedly in the sky above planet 118. He didn't choose to hide in this place and wait for the treasure to appear like a rabbit in a tree stump. Because his plan for this trip to the ancient immortal world was very clear, it was to fight. I am true monarch Wuda. I obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. It is a big fish. True monarchs of other races, come and kill me. Jiangxi had a smile on his face. He was fishing. He was waiting for the next expert of other races like true monarch Ja-Allah to take the bait and enter the trap. With my current strength, the efficiency of waiting is too slow. Only through fighting can I gain more. Not only the treasures of other races, but also the experience points. During his previous trip to the ancient immortal world, he had only obtained 1 rank 1 true treasure in 100 years. How long had it been since then? True monarch Ja-Allah alone had brought him 2 rank 1 true treasures and 40 billion experience points. Jiang Xi was filled with anticipation. 3 hours later, Jiang Xi did not deliberately conceal his aura and flew above a vast mountain range. In the mountain range, 3 true monarchs from the palace feather race were hiding here, waiting for the treasure to appear. There is movement. A true monarch is approaching. The 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race immediately became vigilant. In just a moment, they saw the silver figure. Ah, it is true monarch Wuda, the one who obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. He is alone. There is a chance. The 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race were pleasantly surprised. They knew that this was a big fish. Even if true monarch Wuda had given the token to the human race, he must have other high-grade true treasures on him. He is also a rank 3 true monarch. Once we attack, we cannot give him any chance. When he is 10,000 kilometers away from us, we will attack immediately. With our strength, they were formulating a battle plan when suddenly, boom, 200,000 kilometers away, a giant golden fist condensed in the air and smashed toward the silver figure. At the same time, 3 figures with the aura of experts surrounded him from 3 directions. Not good. Someone beat us to it. It is the 3 fellows from the flying god race. Don't bother about the battle plan. Attack. The 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race were shocked. Then, they roared and rushed over. This scene also made the 3 true monarchs of the flying god race anxious. Everyone was in the same area. Although they could not do anything to each other, they knew each other's background. If they did not end the battle quickly, once the fight started, it was hard to say who the big fish would be. Attack with all your might. Try to end the battle in 1 second. Don't let the palace feather race snatch true monarch Wuda. As the big fish, Jiang Xi was very calm at first. He flew above the mountain range at a moderate speed. When the giant golden fist and the 3 figures appeared, he immediately recognized the other party's information. The Flying God Race's True Monarchs team. 2 rank 3 True Monarchs and 1 rank 2 True Monarch. They're all true monarchs from top races. Killing them is not difficult. The Flying God Race was similar to the angels in Western mythology on Earth. The 3 true monarchs of the Flying God Race had white wings. However, their faces were ferocious like ghosts. They were good at speed and did not have high physical defense. They were far inferior to the true monarchs of the demon race. There are 2 more. Jiang Xi saw the 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race rushing toward him from 200,000 kilometers away. Then I have to save some strength. I can't kill the true monarchs of the flying god race instantly. Otherwise, I will scare the prey away. At that thought, Jiang Xi pretended to panic and took the giant golden fist head on. Then, he suddenly increased his speed and flew in another direction. At the same time, the commotion caused by this exchange spread out. Quick, don't let him get away. The 3 true monarchs of the flying god race were even more anxious. They flapped their wings and chased after him. At the same time, they shouted to the 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race. Palace feather race. The commotion just now will definitely attract more true monarchs. Although they are far away, they will be here soon. If this drags on, we won't have any chance. So why don't we join forces and kill true monarch Wuda together? Then, we will split the spoils equally. How about that? Damn it. The 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race were furious. They were the ones who discovered him first. However, the current situation was just as the other party had said. They could not delay for too long. Deal. Both parties reached an agreement. Then, the 5 true monarchs used their fastest speed to surround Jiang Xi, especially the 3 true monarchs of the flying god race. They were even faster and caught up to Jiang Xi in no time. The distance between the 2 parties was less than 10,000 kilometers. Haha, human die. The true monarchs of the flying god race laughed maniacally. The giant golden fist and the wings were like blades, blotting out the sky and covering the earth as they attacked riverward. Ha! Jiang Xi chuckled. The distance was about right. With a backhand slash, the abyss-devoured divine sword emitted a red sword light and disappeared in a flash. 6 stances of the Great Tao, Fire Sword Stance. The 3 true monarchs of the flying god race were puzzled when they saw the smile on Jiangxi's face. The next moment they realized. When the violent red sword light swept past their bodies began to disintegrate, and their essence spirits began to collapse. The indestructible substance that guaranteed their endless lifespan was annihilated in an instant. You killed a second-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 20 billion. You killed a third-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 30 billion. You killed a third-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 30 billion. Instant kill. This scene scared the 2 true monarchs of the palace feather race silly. Run. He's not true monarch Wuda at all. This is a trap set by the human race. This is definitely the strength of a 5th-rank true monarch. Despicable humans. They set up a trap for us. The 2 3rd-rank true monarchs did not even think and immediately fled frantically. But at this moment, they were only 30,000 kilometers away from Jiangxi. How could they escape? A green sword light that was much faster than them swept past their bodies. 6 styles of the Great Tao, Wind Sword Style. These 2 true monarchs who were full of confidence just now also disappeared with the wind. You killed a 3rd-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 30 billion. You killed a 3rd-rank true monarch. Experience points plus 30 billion. 2 consecutive notifications sounded on the experience panel almost at the same time. Instant kill again. This feeling of fishing is not bad. Jiangxi collected the spoils of war scattered in the air. 1 stage, 1 supreme treasure, and countless other treasures. In the next month, Jiangxi constantly used this method to fish and attract those true monarchs of other races. Under the temptation of the supreme treasures, those true monarchs of other races would immediately surround him as long as they saw him. Of course, the outcome was no surprise. They all became Jiangxi's experience points and contributed a large number of treasures at the same time. However, as time passed, a large number of true monarchs died, causing the other true monarchs to notice something strange. In particular, some of the true monarchs shouted the name of true monarch Wu De before they died. The 2 peak races, the demon race and the ghost race, were the first to remind their races. They told those true monarchs who were wandering in the ancient immortal world to be careful of true monarch Wuda of the human race. This human powerhouse, who was originally a 3rd-rank true monarch, might now be a 5th-rank true monarch in disguise not long after. The true monarchs of the various races on planet 118 who were well-informed also knew the true strength of true monarch Wuda. They were all convinced that the so-called true monarch Wuda was definitely an ancient human true monarch in disguise, specially used to trick other races. Therefore, this caused the difficulty of Jiangxi's fishing to increase. Only those true monarchs of other races who were not well informed would take the initiative to jump out when they saw Jiangxi. As for those who were well informed, they would run far away. What a good opportunity! Jiangxi sighed softly. Found just like that. In the past month, he had killed a total of 3 4th-rank true monarchs, 48 3rd-rank true monarchs, and 14 2nd-rank true monarchs. After conversion, that would be 1,840 billion experience points. There were also many treasures, a total of 1 stage 2 supreme treasure and 8 stage 1 supreme treasures. This kind of harvest was something that Jiangxi had never expected before entering the ancient immortal world for the second time. Unfortunately, such a good opportunity was gone. Should I change my identity and continue? Jiangxi thought for a moment and shook his head. The identity of true monarch Wuda was a big fish because he had obtained the token of the Hun Tian immortal abode previously. If he changed his identity, it would be very difficult to attract the attention of so many true monarchs. Let's wait. Let's wait for Master Wine Sword to find traces of true monarch Black Time. After that, Jiangxi continued to wander around planet 118. When he encountered treasures, he would directly kill them halfway. This way, he could kill many true monarchs and obtain treasures at the same time. On this day, when Jiang Xi was flying slowly above a lake, he received a message from his master, True Monarch Winesword. His eyes lit up. It's here. Soon, True Monarch Winesword informed him of True Monarch Black Time's current location. Planet 1925. Jiang Xi immediately changed direction and flew toward the Whirlpool Passage to Planet 1925. Planet 1925 in the sky above a desert. True Monarch Black Time, who was wearing black armor, had just come out of his hiding place and participated in a treasure battle as a rank 4 True Monarch with a stage 3 Armor Supreme treasure. He could be called the overlord of this planet. Therefore, in this treasure battle, he naturally obtained a complete victory. But now, True Monarch Black Time was not happy, because during the battle just now, he discovered that among the True Monarchs watching from afar, there was a human True Monarch team. Human race? I'm leaving this place. True Monarch Black Time did not hesitate. He was very concerned about True Monarch Wuda's movements. So, of course, he had heard that True Monarch Wu had entered the ancient immortal world again. Originally, he wanted to hunt, but the information he collected later made him dispel this idea. The news of True Monarch Jia La's death had already spread in the ancient immortal world. It was reported that before True Monarch Jia La died, he did not even have the chance to ask for help. He only had time to shout out True Monarch Wuda's name. Then, not long after, more news came. Many of the true monarchs roaming the ancient immortal world were easily killed by True Monarch Wu using some method. True Monarch Wuda was a trap set by the human race. This was something that everyone acknowledged at the moment. It's definitely not True Monarch Wuda. True Monarch Black Time also believed this, because he had fought with True Monarch Wuda before, and had even chased after him, forcing him to escape through the Whirlpool Passage. If True Monarch Wuda was really so powerful, then he definitely would not have survived the previous 2 encounters. After all, he was very clear about the connection between his black armor and True Monarch Wuda's silver armor. It doesn't matter if it's True Monarch Wuda or not, since he's using that identity. He might have helped me. Then he might help Wuda, True Monarch, hunt me down and obtain my armor treasure. This was what True Monarch Black Time was worried about. Therefore, we saw that there were humans nearby. He immediately made the decision to run away. Out of caution, he even chose to temporarily leave the ancient immortal world. However, what True Monarch Black Time didn't know was that it wasn't just the human True Monarch squad that had just discovered him. In fact, many human True Monarchs on planet 1925 were paying attention to his whereabouts. Therefore, there was a large group of True Monarchs in the human True Monarch Palace that was broadcasting True Monarch Black Time's movements in real time. Of course, even if he knew that he was being watched, True Monarch Black Time was not afraid, because he was not afraid of this so-called True Monarch Wuda. True Monarch Black Time believed that with his armor, no true monarch other than a Dao monarch could stop him. Jiang Xi didn't leave behind an immortal power clone in the True Monarch Palace, because he didn't have any immortal power. However, his identity as True Monarch Wuda, it could be said that he had recently reached the peak of the human True Monarchs. He was close to ancient existences like True Monarch 6 Virtuous and True Monarch Myriad Poison. In a short month, he had killed 3 rank 4 True Monarchs and dozens of rank 3 and rank 2 True Monarchs. This news spread not only among the non-humans, but also among the humans. Moreover, the non-humans were the ones who spread the news first. This made True Monarch Wuda's strength even more convincing. When Jiang Xi had stayed in the Heavenly Court for a short while, he had met many True Monarchs in the True Monarch Palace. Among these people, many had sent messages to Riverward. They asked if he had found a rank 5 True Monarch to disguise himself as True Monarch Wuda and enter the ancient immortal world. Jiang Xi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He admitted that he was the real True Monarch Wuda and didn't find a substitute. However, no one believed this kind of truth. However, When True Monarch Winesword learned of this situation, he took the opportunity to tell everyone in the True Monarch Palace that it was True Monarch who was looking for True Monarch Black Time. Then, the human experts of the True Lord Palace really took this matter to heart and actively helped. That was how they found True Monarch Black Time so quickly. Chapter 568. Jiang Xiai used the power of the True Lord Palace to find traces of True Lord He Shi. Of course, he would not let go of such a good opportunity. His avatar had been communicating with the avatar of his master, True Monarch Wineword, through voice transmissions. And True Lord Winesword's clone was guarding the True Lord Palace, helping Jiang Xiai to know True Lord He Shi's movements in real time. You still want to escape from an inescapable net. Jiang Xiai passed through the Whirlpool Passage and arrived at planet 1925. He looked at a direction. According to the real-time information from the True Lord Palace, True Lord He Shi was flying towards the Whirlpool Passage, leaving the ancient immortal world. Jiang Xiai fused with his sword and turned into a green phantom. With a speed of 180,000 kilometers per second, he flashed away. This was already close to the speed of a rank 5 True Lord, because he was using the rank 4 Supreme Treasure, Abyss-Devouring Divine Sword. And when he used Wind Sword style, it was even more powerful and faster. After a quarter of an hour, the distance between him and True Lord He Shi was only 1,000,000 kilometers. They could already sense each other's aura fluctuations. With such a fast speed, he can catch up to me in a minute at most. He's definitely not the original True Lord Wuda. True Lord He Shi's heart sank. The True Lord Wuda he met last time only had a speed of 100,000 kilometers per second and was chased by him until he did not know where to go. And now, this True Lord Wuda's speed was close to that of a rank 5 True Lord. Soon, when the distance between them was only 200,000 kilometers, True Lord He Shi took the initiative to stop above a wasteland. At this time, he was less than 10 million kilometers away from the Whirlpool Passage, leaving the ancient immortal world. Whoosh, Jiang Xiai caught up in a flash and stood opposite True Lord He Shi in the sky above the wasteland. The two's battle armors were shaking violently, as if they could not wait to fuse back into one. I know you're not True Lord Wuda. You can't kill me. True Lord He Shi was very calm. Oh, Jiang Xiai was a little surprised. So confident? I've met many rank 5 True Lords over the years, but none of them could stop me. True Lord He Shi's tone was also very calm. Then let's give it a try. Jiang Xiai drew his sword and 30,000 Zhang long sword lights appeared around him. The Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, a peak-level secret technique, was instantly unleashed. This True Monarch He Shi was no longer calm. His complexion changed greatly. Are you really True Monarch Wuda? He had fought briefly with Wuda, True Monarch, before, so he clearly remembered the Sword Dao secret technique that Wuda, True Monarch, had used. Impossible. It's only been 200 years. How can you have the battle prowess of a 5th Revolution True Monarch? True Monarch He Shi's face was full of disbelief. The real deal. Jiang Xiai chuckled as he swung the Abyss-Devouring Divine Sword, sending a beam of golden sword light toward Lord He Shi. Even if you are a 5th Revolution True Monarch, you can't kill me. True Monarch He Shi roared and slashed out with a saber. The saber light formed a river that covered the entire space. Their secret techniques collided in midair. Boom, boom. It was still a big explosion, but it was only for an instant. Lord Blacktime's blade light was crushed and disappeared. The golden sword light's momentum was slightly reduced, but continued to pierce through space and arrived in front of True Monarch He Shi. I have a rank 3 armor treasure. What can you do to me? True Monarch He Shi was extremely confident. Is that so? Jiang Xiai smiled. Puff! The golden sword light landed on True Monarch He Shi's black armor, and its power was reduced by more than half. True Monarch He Shi was somewhat puzzled. According to his experience, his rank 3 armor treasure could block at least 70% of a 5th Revolution True Monarch's attack. But now, it had only blocked 60%. In the next instant, before he could react, the remaining half of the golden sword light penetrated the black armor and entered his body. Then, he realized that half of the imperishable substance in his body had been annihilated by the golden sword light. Not good. True Monarch Heishur's expression changed as his gaze fell on the abyss-devouring divine sword in Jiangxi's hand. An offensive treasure. It's at least a rank 3 offensive treasure. No wonder he could easily kill a 4th Revolution True Monarch. So he was borrowing the power of a treasure. This was the only possibility that could break through his Tier 3 armor artifact. True Monarch Heishur waved his sword and then turned to flee. One sword strike had annihilated half of the imperishable substance in his body. He knew that if he couldn't escape today, he might die in the ancient immortal world. Run, leave the ancient immortal world. Even if he chases me out, I'm not afraid. It'll be my home ground. True Monarch Heishur was anxious but calm. Whoosh! He continued to fly toward the whirlpool passage leading out of the ancient immortal world. This location was less than 10 million kilometers away from that place. You want to leave? Jiang Xi waved his sword to destroy the sword light, and then chased after him. Of course, he knew that True Monarch Heishur wanted to leave the ancient immortal world. Next, both sides chased and fought as they gradually approached the passage out of the ancient immortal world. The imperishable substance in True Monarch Heishur's body was also rapidly being annihilated. In theory, Jiang Xi only needed 20 sword strikes to kill him. But True Monarch Heishur already knew the power of the sword light and wouldn't stupidly take it head-on. Therefore, Jiang Xi couldn't kill him in 20 sword strikes. Although the Abyss Devourer Divine Sword has the effect of breaking armor, it's still a rank 3 armor treasure after all. It can still reduce half of the sword style's power. Jiang Xi waved his sword again, but True Monarch Heishur dodged it again. This is a 4th Revolution True Monarch who has lived for at least 300,000 years. In terms of battle experience, he's much more experienced than I am. Jiang Xi knew his shortcomings. This can't go on. Maybe I can really let him escape from the ancient immortal world. After leaving the ancient immortal world from planet 1925, the other end of the whirlpool passage is in the original universe's barren star field. But in the original universe, it's possible to travel through source space. If he wants to escape, I won't be able to catch up. Jiang Xi's thoughts turned quickly, and after a quick consideration, he made a decision. I can only reveal one trump card. Whoosh whoosh, Jiang Xi's figure was like the wind, and instead of continuing to attack, he used wind sword style to chase after Heishur. He was faster than True Monarch Heishur, and in just 3 seconds, the distance between them was only 20,000 kilometers. What is this True Monarch Wuda doing? True Monarch Heishur was puzzled. But now, he was less than 3 million kilometers away from the whirlpool passage, leaving the ancient immortal world. Therefore, he didn't think too much and continued to use Saber Dao to attack, disrupting Jiang Xi's speed. Whoosh! Jiang Xi flickered again, and the distance between him and True Monarch Heishur was only 10,000 feet. Then, he still didn't use any attack methods, and instead willed, self-made heaven and earth. This made True Monarch Heishur even more puzzled. What trick is he playing? Is he going to fight me in close combat? But even if it was close combat, he wasn't afraid. He could see that this True Monarch Wu's attack methods were lacking. It was as if he didn't have any battle experience, unlike a 5th Revolution True Monarch who had lived for countless years. But at this moment, suddenly, True Monarch Heishur found that he couldn't move and froze in midair, maintaining his flying posture. Only his mind could still function, but the emotions in his mind had already been filled with shock and fear. This is spatial imprisonment. No, there is also a special fluctuation. Time has also stopped. Controlling space-time? Is he a Dao monarch in disguise? No, he is clearly using true Monarch Wu Da's Sword Dao's secret technique. Damn it. Damn you humans. Who is he? True Monarch He Shi wanted to beg for mercy and voluntarily hand over the black armor in exchange for a chance to live. But under the situation where space-time was completely controlled by the other party, he couldn't speak at all. Moreover, under the terrifying pressure of the ancient immortal world, the true monarch's spiritual consciousness couldn't leave his body, and he couldn't use spiritual consciousness transmission to beg for mercy. In the end, true monarch He Shi could only use his eyes to convey his begging for mercy. Jiang Xi understood, but he didn't care. He took a step forward and arrived in front of true monarch He Shi. You should be honored to be able to force me to reveal this trump card before you die. Jiang Xi smiled then. The abyss devourer, divine, swords slashed out continuously. True monarch He Shi's eyes were filled with hatred, unwillingness, and confusion. Then, his body and soul were destroyed. You killed a rank 4 true monarch. Experience points plus 40 billion. As the experience panel's notification sounded, true monarch He Shi, who could escape unscathed even when facing a rank 5 true monarch, was annihilated on ancient immortal world's planet 1925. In midair, a black armor floated. When Jiang Xi dispersed the heaven and earth, the black armor quickly changed in the air, revealing its original appearance. It was a combination of 3 black mountains of different heights, very similar to the Triple Mountain. The difference was that the Triple Mountain emitted the aura of a rank 2 supreme treasure, and the one in front of him was a rank 3 supreme treasure. This made Jiang Xi even more surprised. After waiting for more than 300 years, I finally got it. Jiang Xi waved his hand and put away the supreme treasure in front of him, and then quickly left this place. 3 seconds ago, in the original universe, the star field where the top race of the Hunzi race lived. To be called a top race, it naturally had a Dao monarch overseeing it. The Dao monarch of the Hunzi race was Dao monarch Hunzi, and he was also true monarch He Shi's master. Therefore, when he bestowed the treasure, he gave the black armor formed by the mountain to his disciple. He did not give it to the race's second strongest person, a rank 5 true monarch. After true monarch He Shi entered the ancient immortal world, he also left an immortal power clone in the race. When he was imprisoned by space-time, his immortal power clone first crushed the token that Dao monarch Hunzi had left him to ask for help. Then, he quickly used a jade slip to record the battle between him and true monarch Wu Da. True monarch Wu Da, you must die. In the end, he roared indignantly, and his immortal power clone dissipated. In just a moment, a middle-aged man with 6 black horns on his head came to true monarch He Shi's palace. This was the Hunzi race's second strongest person. The rank 5 true monarch named Ming Yan. He Shi died. True monarch Ming Yan's expression was grave. He has the rank 3 armor treasure that Lord Dao monarch gave him. Even a rank 5 true monarch would have a hard time killing him. Did a Dao monarch attack him? True monarch Ming Yan picked up the jade slip left behind by true monarch He Shi and scanned it with his spiritual sense. The human race's true monarch Wu Da, similar to a Dao monarch's ability to control space-time. The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. Dao monarch Hunzi was not in the race. He was visiting friends in the ghost race. Although the Hunzi race was not a vassal race of the ghost race, this did not prevent Dao monarch Hunzi from becoming friends with the ghost race's Dao monarchs. The ghost race's star field was different from the other star fields in the original universe. It was filled with eerie ghost chi all year round. Even the desolate universe was filled with ghost chi. Therefore, cultivators of other races who were slightly weaker would not be able to step into the ghost race's territory. At the same time, in the original universe's ghost race territory, Rakshasa star field. The Rakshasa race was the top bloodline of the ghost race, second only to the Imperial Golden Yakshas and the Royal Silver Yakshas. In terms of overall strength, they were ranked 3rd in the ghost race. That was because the Rakshasa race had 2 peak experts, Dao, a monarch Rakshasa, and Dao monarch Panlian. Dao monarch Panlian was a good friend of Dao monarch Hanzi. He was extremely beautiful, like the most beautiful man in the world. In terms of appearance, the Rakshasa race was either extremely beautiful or extremely ugly. Compared to Dao monarch Panlian, Dao monarch Hanzi had the standard appearance of the Hanzi race. Apart from the 12 black horns on his head, there was nothing special about him. The two Dao monarchs were cultivating in the Rakshasa race's sacred ground for more than 10,000 years. Suddenly, Dao monarch Hanzi's expression changed. He sensed that his token had been crushed. His disciple, true monarch He Shi, was asking him for help. However, before he could leave the ghost race, he discovered that true monarch He Shi's destiny slip had shattered. He Shi, Dao monarch Hanzi, grabbed the shattered destiny slip with a sorrowful expression. That was the disciple he doted on the most, his closest kin. Dao monarch Panlian of the Rakshasa race, who sat opposite him, frowned as well. He knew how much his good friend doted on his disciple. Back then, he had obtained a precious grade 3 supreme treasure. He couldn't bear to use it and had given it to his disciple, true monarch He Shi. Now that true monarch He Shi was dead, one could imagine how sad and angry Dao monarch Hanzi was. "My condolences, Hanzi." Dao monarch Pan Lian sighed softly. Such comforting words naturally wouldn't have any effect on Dao monarch Hanzi's emotions. His eyes were cold, and his body faintly emitted killing intent. If this wasn't the ghost race's star field, he would probably have exploded. "Pan Lian, I want to borrow your ghost race's intelligence system to find the murderer who killed my disciple." Dao monarch Hanzi said hoarsely. "Sure. Which planet in the ancient immortal world is He Shi on?" Dao monarch Pan Lian asked. "Planet 1925. All right, I'll immediately mobilize the ghost race's true monarchs on that planet." With that, Dao monarch Pan Lian issued an order to the ghost race's true monarchs as a peak expert of the ghost race. After doing all this, the two Dao monarchs felt a little helpless. Compared to the human race, their means of communication were too simple and crude. The human race could transmit messages across the entire universe. If it were a human true monarch who was attacked, the human race wouldn't have to go through so much trouble to mobilize experts to find the murderer. Because the person who was attacked could directly send a message to ask for help from the race and also tell the race who the enemy was, while waiting for the ghost race to gather accurate information. Dao monarch Hanzi condensed a thought clone through the inheritance altar he left in the Hanzi tribe. This was also a Dao monarch method. Not long after, rank 5 true monarch Ming Yin, who stayed behind to guard the Hanzi tribe, arrived at the inheritance altar. "Greetings, ancestor." True monarch Ming Yin bowed respectfully. "Did He Shi leave anything behind?" Dao monarch Hanzi asked in a deep voice. "He left behind this jade slip, which recorded the details of his battle with the murderer." True monarch Ming Yin handed over the jade slip. Dao monarch Hanzi's thought clone reached out and grabbed the jade slip, then read the information inside. "True monarch Wu Da, a Dao monarch method that can control space-time?" Dao monarch Hanzi's expression changed slightly. This situation was beyond his expectations. "Take good care of our race." Dao Lord Hanzi gave true monarch Crag a few more words, and then his mental clone vanished. True monarch Ming Yin bowed respectfully and sighed inwardly. The holy land of the ghost and Rakshasa clans. Dao Lord Hanzi said in a low voice, "There's no need to search anymore. I already know who the murderer is. It's the human race's Wu Da true monarch." Dao Lord Panlian was very surprised. Then he frowned and said, "I've heard about Wu Da, perfected lord of the human race, from the perfected lords of my race. 200 years ago, he obtained a token from the Hun Tian immortal abode and became a rank 3 perfected lord by chance. Some time ago, several rank 3 true lords of the ghost race died in his hands. Moreover, 3 rank 4 true lords of other races in the universe were easily killed by him. There's a rumor in the ancient immortal world that Wuda perfected Lord was a trap set by the human race. This person was a rank 5 true Lord of the human race in disguise. He used treasures as bait to lure true lords of other races into the trap. However, Blacksure had the rank 3 defensive treasure you gave him. Even a rank 5 true lord would find it difficult to threaten his life. Dalord Pan Lien shook his head after he finished speaking. He was very confused. Dalord Hunzi said coldly, before Blacksure died, his immortal power clone left behind a jade slip that recorded the battle between him and true monarch Wuda in detail. Blacksure confirmed that the murderer was true monarch Wuda and not some rank 5 true lord in disguise. That's impossible. It's only been 200 years. It's impossible for him to suddenly become a rank 5 true lord from a rank 3 true lord. It's also impossible for him to have the strength to easily kill a rank 4 true lord, Dalord Pan Lien said with a frown. As a peak expert, he knew very well how difficult it was for a perfected lord to increase their strength. Reversing life and death was a life and death tribulation every time, even with the power of a supreme treasure. It was very difficult for a rank 3 true lord to have the strength to match a rank 5 true lord. That's the key, Dalor Hunzi said with killing intent in his eyes. True Monarch Wu to use the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode to exchange for a sword-type supreme treasure that was at least a rank 3. It was able to break the defense of a rank 3 defensive treasure. And then, at this point, he paused for a moment. Then, he said with a serious expression, he also has a method similar to a Dao Lord that can control time and space. In the ancient immortal world, he can use space imprisonment and time stop. This is the main reason why he was able to easily kill my disciple. What? Dalord Pan Lien was shocked. Then he quickly asked, is that true? Are you sure to Dao Lord's method? My disciple Blacksure is cautious by nature. His judgment can't be wrong. Grief flashed in Dalord Hunzi's eyes, but he had already calmed down. Hunzi, I'm not doubting Blackshure's judgment. Dalord Pan Lien shook his head. He said with a serious expression, more than 1,500 years ago, an invincible human tribulation transcender was born in the 9th battlefield of the foreign battlefield. This person was called the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Dalor Hunzi looked at him in confusion, not understanding why Dalord Pan Lien would mention a human tribulation transcender at this time. Dalord Pan Lien continued. In the battle where the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal became an invincible tribulation transcender, he used a method similar to a Dao Lord that can control time and space. Later, after careful analysis, we discovered that it was only the most basic self-created world, and he could only control time and space within a radius of 10,000 feet. Moreover, he could only use space imprisonment and time stop. He couldn't use other Dao Lord methods, such as space travel or time acceleration. You're saying? Dalor Hunzi's expression changed. Yes, I suspect that true Monarch Wuda is the Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Dalord Pan Lien nodded. Impossible. You just said that it was impossible for a rank 3 true monarch to become a rank 5 true monarch in just 300 years. How could an invincible tribulation transcender cross so many realms in just 1,500 years? Dalord Hunzi shook his head in denial. Any invincible tribulation transcender must be a genius with outstanding talent. Moreover, he was able to control his self-created world at the tribulation transcender realm. His talent is definitely rare among all the races in the universe. Moreover, it's not like a true monarch who used only 1,000 years to complete 5 life and death reversals has never appeared in the history of the original universe, Dalord Pan Lien said. Dalord Hunzi fell silent, because what Dalord Pan Lien said was true. In history, there were indeed extremely amazing geniuses who could extinguish 5 soul lamps in a short period of time and become a rank 5 true monarch from a 9 tribulation transcender. The possibility was very small, so small that it was almost zero. However, as long as there was a slight possibility such a situation could exist. Moreover, the genius who extinguished 5 soul lamps in a row was from the human race. Did Black record true monarch Wuda's attacks? For example, apart from his self-created world, did he cultivate the sword Dao? Dao Lord Pan Lian asked. Yes, and he did use a sword. Dao Lord Hunzi increasingly felt that Dao Lord Pan Lian's words might be true. Did he have 7 sword lights circling around him, 1 above and 5 in the middle? Dao Lord Pan Lian asked. According to Black record, when true monarch Wuda attacked, there were indeed 6 sword lights circling around him, not 7. There was no sword light below his feet. Dao Lord Hunzi frowned. Then it must be him. Dao Lord Pan Lian asserted. There was 1 less sword light, which means that his sword Dao secret technique might have reached the next realm, but it wasn't perfected. With so many similarities, we can conclude that the possibility of true monarch Wuda being the mountain sea sword immortal is more than 70%. In the vast universe, even if there are coincidences, it's impossible for so many coincidences to appear at the same time. In just 1,000 years, it's even more impossible for 2 cultivators who aren't Dao monarchs to appear at the same time. Therefore, this 70% possibility can be raised to 100%. Dao Lord Pan Lian said with certainty. Even if there was only a 10% chance, he dared to make this deduction, because the probability of such a coincidence was too low. Hunzi, I'm sorry, but this matter no longer concerns your Hunzi race alone. Now that such a peerless genius has appeared in the human race, our ghost race has to kill him to prevent future troubles. Dao Lord Pan Lian said with a solemn expression. I understand. It's fine as long as I can avenge my disciple. Dao Lord Hunzi sighed. However, true monarch Wuda has to return the armor cardinal treasure he obtained from my disciple. Of course, that cardinal treasure belongs to you to begin with. Our ghost race won't covet it, Dao Lord Pan Lian promised. Dao Lord Hunzi nodded without batting an eyelid. He had a piece of information that he did not reveal. It was the grade 3 armor cardinal treasure he gave to true monarch Black Time. There was a connection between it and true monarch Wu does armor cardinal treasure. As a pinnacle expert, he naturally knew what that meant. It was an armor cardinal treasure that was at least grade 4 or even higher. Chapter 569. Dao Lord Pan Lian mobilized 3 rank 5 true lords to kill perfected Lord Wuda in the ancient immortal world. However, the ghost race sent out 4 rank 5 true lords in the end. That was because perfected Lord Nether, who was known as the Nether Ghost King in the ghost race, took the initiative to join the mission to kill perfected Lord Wuda. This rank 5 true lord, whose status was second only to Dao lords in the ghost race, had been looking for a chance to avenge his son. More than 1,500 years ago, his son, Gu Jiong, was killed by the mountain sea sword immortal of the human race in the extraterritorial battlefield. He was a step too late and could not kill his enemy with his own hands. Now, he heard from his race that the famous perfected Lord Wuda of the human race might be the mountain sea sword immortal. Hatred surged in his heart. You better be the mountain sea sword immortal. Perfected Lord Nether's golden eyes were filled with killing intent. The Golden Yaksha race was the strongest royal bloodline of the ghost race. With his powerful bloodline, his combat strength was naturally higher than experts of the same rank. He could not be measured by ordinary rank 5 true lords. He was in existence close to being invincible among perfected lords. The 3 peak races had spies planted among each other. The news of the ghost race dispatching rank 5 true lords to kill perfected Lord Wuda of the human race in the ancient immortal world was leaked. Demon race Holy Land, Myriad Demon Star Sea, 3rd Sacred Palace, Moon Devouring Sacred Palace. Dao Lord Moon Devouring Sacred Palace, who had 1 eye for hooves and a body that was as white as the moon, resembled a giant cosmic beast. He looked very lazy. The Dao Lord aura he emitted affected the space-time around him. At that moment, Tao Lord Amlin of the demon race was sitting cross-legged in front of Tao Lord Moon devouring Sacred Palace. Moon devouring Sacred Palace. Was your subordinate perfected Lord Chala killed by a human perfected Lord not long ago? Tao Lord Amlin asked. That's right. I think he was called Perfected Lord Wuda. I've already sent Perfected Lord Ka Ma to the ancient immortal world to kill him. Tao Lord Moon devouring Sacred Palace sounded very impatient. Tao Lord Amlin's eyes flashed with helplessness. Tao Lord Moon devouring Sacred Palace was much stronger than him, but he was too lazy. One of his rank 4 true monarchs was killed. Yet he was still so calm, although true monarch Kama was a 5th revolution true monarch. How could a 5th revolution true monarch kill true monarch Wuda? It had been more than a month, but Wuda True Lord was still very active in the ancient immortal world. The spies I planted amongst the ghosts sent word that they suspect that True Lord Wuda is the human race's Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, Tao Lord Kamlan said. Mountain Sea Sword? Immortal? Tao Lord Moon devouring Moon raised his voice slightly. After all, tribulation transcenders and true monarchs were 2 different existences. Yes, over 1,500 years ago, this person became an invincible tribulation transcender in the 9th battlefield of the foreign battleground. The Gue clan suspects that he extinguished 5 soul lamps in the past 1,500 years and completed the reversal of life and death 5 times to become a 5th transformation true monarch. That's why he has the power to kill a 4th transformation true monarch, perfected monarch, and Lon explained. Oh, he's a freakishly powerful genius. Go kill him, then. Tao Lord Moon Swallow seemed to have lost interest. Tao Lord Kamlan didn't mind. He was already used to Tao Lord Moon Swallow's personality. He said patiently, when dealing with true monarchs, unless it's absolutely necessary, we Tao Lords can't attack. Otherwise, the human Tao Lords will also attack us genius true monarchs. Oh, then send the true monarchs under you. Wuda True Lord is very difficult to kill. The reason why I came to you is that our 2 temples should join forces and send all the 5th transformation true monarchs under us to kill Wuda True Lord. But I've already sent true monarch Kama. Not enough. Oh, then add true monarch Kuanpeng. All right, that's all. Don't disturb my rest. Tao Lord Moon Swallow closed his huge eye again. Tao Lord Kamlan had achieved his goal and disappeared from the moon-devouring temple. He didn't underestimate Tao Lord Moon Swallow. No one who could become a peak expert was simple-minded. Tao Lord Moon Swallow seemed slow and lazy, but when it came to sending 5th transformation true monarchs, he had a bottom line. 2 at most, no more than that. That was because in a situation where Tao Lords couldn't attack casually, 5th transformation true monarchs were the decisive forces of the various races and couldn't be mobilized casually. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Tao Lords of various races weren't willing to send out their 5th transformation true monarchs. True monarch Kama, true monarch Kuanpeng, and 2 under me. That's enough. Tao Lord Kamlin's eyes shone actually. He wanted to attack personally this time. However, he knew very well that if he did, the human Tao Lords would definitely attack as well. Just like the previous time, when he descended to the ancient immortal world to fight for the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. However, the human Emperor Lord Mi Luo Dao Lord attacked very quickly. Therefore, if the Tao Lords were to attack personally, the success rate of killing Wuda True Monarch would not be that high. A few 5th transformation true monarchs working together was enough to kill Wuda True Monarch. Although the demon race and ghost race didn't communicate with each other, they made the same decision tacitly. Because they already knew Wuda True Monarch strength in advance, the 2 peak races didn't send 5th transformation true monarchs and below. Instead, they sent many powerful 5th transformation true monarchs to carry out the hunt in the ancient immortal world. As the target of the hunt, Jiang Xi didn't know that a storm was coming. Even if he did, it didn't matter, because he had already left the ancient immortal world and was preparing to return to Earth. In a safe place, he would merge the 3-layered mountain and the newly obtained black 3-layered mountain into one. The place where he killed Black Time, true monarch, wasn't far from the whirlpool passage that led to the ancient, immortal world. After coming out of the whirlpool passage, he would arrive at a desolate star field in the original universe. After leaving the ancient, immortal world, Jiang Xi didn't waste any time. According to the direction shown on the star map, he drove a supreme-grade, immortal boat to the nearest human life planet. Not long after, he received a message from his master, Tao, Lord Nine Firmaments. Jiang Xi, leave the ancient, immortal world immediately. The beginning of the message made Jiang Xi very surprised. What had happened? Why did his master Nine Firmaments come to warn him personally? After he finished reading the message, he felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he was cautious and didn't stay in the ancient, immortal world after obtaining the supreme treasure. Otherwise, he might be in danger now. The ghost race and the monster race sent many fifth transformation true monarchs to kill me in the ancient, immortal world. They suspect that I'm the mountain, sea, sword immortal. The message shocked Jiang Xi even more. Had his second identity been exposed? After thinking for a while, he realized where the problem was. I used self-created heaven and earth in front of Black Time, true monarch. This is something I used when I was the mountain sea sword immortal. With Black Time, true monarch strength, if he left an immortal power clone in his race, he could have recorded my situation. The intelligence systems of the two peak races can easily connect true monarch Wuda and the mountain sea sword immortal. I was too careless. Jiang Xi shook his head. It doesn't matter if it's exposed. The goal of this trip to the ancient immortal world is basically achieved. If I want to go there again, I can just change my identity. The only problem is that I have to be more careful the next time I use self-created heaven and earth. Soon, he arrived at a planet with human life with an interstellar teleportation formation. He used his identity as Jiang Xi to teleport back to Earth and avoid a fatal calamity. After returning to Earth, Jiang Xi ignored the outside world and went into seclusion again to research the supreme treasure. Planet 1925 of the ancient immortal world had been searched by the monster race and ghost race. There were a total of 8 fifth transformation true monarchs from the monster race and ghost race. They used great divine abilities to search this planet for a long time, but in the end, they found nothing. For this reason, the two peak races sent out true monarchs below fifth transformation to join the search. However, they still couldn't find that so-called true monarch Wuda. The two peak races guessed that true monarch Wuda had sneaked into another planet. After all, the ancient immortal world had 3,600 planets. It was too easy for true monarch Wuda to hide. Of course, the two peak races also guessed that true monarch Wuda might have left the ancient immortal world. However, the spies they planted in the human race didn't find any traces of true monarch Wuda in the human territory. Therefore, the two peak races expanded the search area. They told their true monarchs in the ancient immortal world to pay attention to the whereabouts of true monarch Wuda and report it immediately. They also gave true monarch Wuda's strength characteristics. 1. Sword Dao, cultivator with the strength to easily kill a fourth transformation true monarch. 2. When performing the Sword Dao secret technique, there will be 6 sword lights circling around the user. 3. Has at least a 3rd grade sword type supreme treasure and an armor type supreme treasure. 4. Has the ability to create self-created heaven and earth. Can control space-time within a radius of 10,000 feet and use space imprisonment and time stop, similar to Dao Monarch's space-time control. These 4 characteristics quickly spread in the ancient immortal world and then to all races in the universe. Almost all true monarchs knew about them. Because the last one was too terrifying, creating self-created heaven and earth, similar to Dao Monarch's space-time control. Didn't that mean that true monarch Wuda was invincible among true monarchs within a radius of 10,000 feet? No wonder he could kill 4 fourth transformation true monarchs, including true monarch Dark Time, 48 third transformation true monarchs, and 14-second transformation true monarchs within a month. This was a huge trap set by the human race. Despicable humans. Instantly, all the true monarchs in the ancient immortal world became cautious and listed true monarch Wuda as the #1 threat in the ancient immortal world. To the true monarchs of other races, true monarch Wuda was even more dangerous than Dao monarchs. Dao monarchs usually wouldn't attack true monarchs unless they were courting death by provoking them. Even if they knew that Dao monarchs were searching for treasures in the ancient immortal world, those true monarchs weren't worried about their own safety. Earth, Pax Sun Province, in the cultivation room of mansion number 92 in Tongtian District. With a thought, Jiangxi's silver armor transformed from the Triple Mountain once again into the appearance of the Triple Mountain. The three combined mountains floated in the air, emitting a heavy aura. Then, he took out the black Triple Mountain from his interspatial ring. The black Triple Mountain didn't emit a heavy aura, but a special wave. Another difference was that Jiangxi's Triple Mountain was a Stage 2 ultimate treasure, while the black one was a Stage 3 ultimate treasure. The two ultimate treasures floated in the air, attracting each other as if they couldn't wait to merge into one. After that, Jiangxi no longer stopped the mutual attraction of the two third-tier mountains. Merge! Let's see what kind of ultimate treasure you are. He was full of anticipation as he watched the two triple mountains in the air come into contact with each other amidst the violent vibrations they were originally one, and now they merged into one again without any hindrance. Buzz, the heavy aura and special wave were also undergoing some kind of violent reaction, and finally turned into an even more mysterious aura. The whole process was carried out very quickly. In less than 15 minutes, it was over. After the two triple mountains merged, it became a sixth triple mountain, which was black in color. The aura it emitted caused Jiangxi to be pleasantly surprised. A Stage 5 ultimate treasure. This surprise exceeded his expectations. He originally thought that it would be good enough if it was a Stage 4 ultimate treasure. He didn't expect it to be a Stage 5 ultimate treasure. Armor-type ultimate treasures were very valuable. There were many Dao Lords who didn't necessarily have 5th-grade armors. With this ultimate treasure, Jiang Xi believed that even if he faced Dao Lords in the future, he would be able to protect himself. At the same time, the function of the 6th Triple Mountain appeared in his mind. The spatial imprisonment method can still be used. With a thought, the space around Jiang Xi froze. This also made him heave a sigh of relief, because before the fusion, he was worried that the fusion of the two triple mountains would cause the original function of the ultimate treasure to disappear. Fortunately, it didn't disappear. Not only did the spatial imprisonment not disappear, but it also has an additional function. Jiang Xi carefully sensed the mysterious aura emitted by the 6th Triple Mountain. This mysterious aura was formed after the intense reaction of the heavy aura and special wave of the two Triple Mountains. Judging from the self-created heaven and earth, that special wave should be time. True Monarch Dark Time's Black Triple Mountain has special abilities other than armor transformation. It also has the ability to stop time. Thinking of this, Jiangxi's expression changed slightly, and he felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, in the ancient immortal world, only Dao Lords who had the ability to control time and space could use spatial imprisonment and time stop. If it was in the original universe, he definitely wouldn't be a match for True Monarch Dark Time. With the ability to stop time, True Monarch Dark Time would be even stronger in the original universe. Dark Time, no wonder there's a sure in it. But in the end, I still won. Jiang Xi exhaled lightly and began to refine the new ultimate treasure. He needed to continue refining the newly fused 6th Triple Mountain. According to the grade of the ultimate treasure, his Triple Mountain should be the first 3 ultimate treasures, and True Monarch Dark Time's Black Triple Mountain happened to be the last 3 ultimate treasures. He hadn't refined the last 3 ultimate treasures, so he couldn't use the ability to stop time. It was worth mentioning that the spatial imprisonment and time stop of the 6th Triple Mountain were 2 independent abilities. It was completely different from creating a world and controlling time and space and other powerful abilities. The latter two were of a higher level, controlling a part of the world, not just space and time. Everything was under control. In the following time, Jiang Xi entered the rhythm of refining the ultimate treasures. However, he wasn't satisfied with the 100 times refinement speed of heavenly spirit stock liquid. In the past, he didn't have money, and the cost of 1 gram of heavenly spirit stock liquid was too expensive. Now, in his short second trip to the ancient immortal world, he killed dozens of true monarchs of other races, and there were 4 rank 4 true monarchs among them. The spoils of war, excluding the ultimate treasures, were worth more than 20 trillion points. With so much wealth, using heavenly spirit stock liquid to refine the ultimate treasures was too slow. Therefore, after Jiang Xi disposed of the spoils of war, he searched the human race's treasury and soon found a suitable item to assist in refining. Heavenly Spirit Gold Liquid. 1 gram of 100 billion points. 1 gram can provide 10,000 times the refinement speed of ultimate treasures, and the effect lasts for 10 years. Jiang Xi was speechless. This price was indeed extravagant. Many ordinary, true monarchs of the human race only had around 100 billion points. 1 gram of it was enough to make these ordinary true monarchs go bankrupt. Then, Jiang Xi decisively bought 100 grams, and his points were halved in an instant. 10,000 times the refinement speed of ultimate treasures, and the effect lasts for 10 years. It's equivalent to refining for 100,000 years without sleep. Jiang Xi was very satisfied with this speed. Even if the last 3 layers of the 6th layer mountain took 1,000,000 years to refine, he wasn't afraid. In the blink of an eye, 30 years passed. During this time, true monarch Wu became more and more mysterious and powerful in the eyes of the true monarchs of the various races. Some true monarchs even called true monarch Wu the number 1 powerhouse below Dao monarchs. With this reputation, the true monarchs of the human race were even more curious about true monarch Wu's true identity. This was because the news from the monster race and ghost race said that true monarch Wu was the mountain sea sword immortal. Everyone had heard of the name mountain sea sword immortal. After all, he was the new invincible tribulation transcender of the human race. But if it was said that mountain sea sword immortal extinguished 5 soul lamps in a row and became a 5th transformation true monarch, no one believed it. This kind of heaven-defying genius had only appeared once in the history of the original universe, and it was in the human race. The difficulty of extinguishing 5 soul lamps in a row was no less than that of becoming a Dao monarch. This was because every time one extinguished a soul lamp and reversed life and death, it was accompanied by a life and death tribulation. The success rate of passing 5 life and death tribulations in a row was too low. Therefore, many true monarchs of the human race wanted to find true monarch Wu to verify it. But they found that true monarch Wu was too mysterious. Apart from a brief appearance in the heavenly court and leaving a message mark, there was no other way to contact him. He also didn't leave a clone in the true monarch palace. It was too difficult to find true monarch Wu. Who was true monarch Wu? Was he the mountain sea sword immortal? This question became the hottest topic in the human race's true monarch palace in the last few decades, and also in the entire universe. No matter what outsiders said, the monster race and ghost race concluded that true monarch Wu was the mountain sea sword immortal. So they had been searching for him in the ancient immortal world. But after 30 years, they still found nothing. However, the 3,600 planets of the ancient immortal world were too big. Even if the 2 peak races sent out all their true monarchs, it would be difficult to search through them in 30 years, not even 300 years. Therefore, the monster race and ghost race's true monarchs still had orders to search for true monarch Wu while roaming the ancient immortal world. Under such circumstances, Jiang Xi was very calm. He also knew that he was at the center of the storm, so he couldn't let true monarch Wu appear in the ancient immortal world. Courting death? He wasn't that stupid. However, accidents were inevitable in life. On the 31st year, Jiang Xi was refining the supreme treasure, the sixth mountain. Something unexpected happened. On this day, he was drinking with the clone of his master, true monarch wine sword. Since they didn't have to go to the ancient, immortal world, the two often had small gatherings. After all, refining supreme treasures didn't consume much energy. He only needed to split a wisp of spirit consciousness to refine them. It seems that your identity as true monarch Wuda is going to be abolished. Some time ago, Sword Sex true monarch Sword Kong was still looking for me, saying that he must find you. True monarch Wine Sword smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. Jiang Xi smiled helplessly. He didn't expect that a careless action would cause such a big commotion. True Monarch Sword Kong was the Sword Sex rank 4 true monarch who helped him when he obtained the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. The reason why this ancient existence went to find true monarch Wine Sword. It was because true monarch Wine Sword had once helped true monarch Wu Da issue a mission to find true monarch Dark Time in the true monarch palace. Not long after, true monarch Dark Time died. Therefore, everyone thought that true monarch Wine Sword and true monarch Wu Da had some kind of connection. So be it. It didn't take long anyway, Jiang Xi said. Haha, you've changed your identity twice, and each time, you've caused a big commotion. Undying Taoist, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, and now true monarch Wu Da. I'm wondering if you'll be a Tao Lord or something the next time you change your identity. True monarch Wine Sword joked. This? I can't be sure. Jiang Xi pretended to be deep in thought. You're really that confident? True monarch Wine Sword glared. Jiang Xi smiled and didn't say anything. Because with the speed of his strength improvement, it was really hard to say. He now had the combat strength of a rank 5 true monarch. If he waited until the 7th move of the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra's Great Tao Scroll was created, he might have the combat strength of a Tao Lord. By the way, Master, do you still have news of true monarch Luo Saw? Jiang Xi asked. No. True monarch Wine Sword shook his head. The ancient immortal world has only been open for more than 1,000 years. Many of the true monarchs of the various races aren't ready to enter. Master, if you find her, you can let me know. Jiang Xi didn't directly say that he would help, but he expressed his intention. True monarch Wine Sword smiled. Don't worry. If I really can't handle it, I'll let you know. There was no need for formalities between the master and disciple, and there was indeed such a risk. True monarch Wine Sword had been in the ancient Tao origin world for 50,000 years. But 8 million years had passed in the original universe. It was very likely that true monarch Luo Sua's strength had improved by leaps and bounds during this time. Next, the two of them changed the topic and drank while discussing the Tao. Suddenly, true monarch Wine Sword's expression changed. Master, what's wrong? Jiang Xi's expression also became serious. I seem to have run into trouble. True monarch Wine Sword frowned. Where's Master's main body? Jiang Xi asked. That's right. True monarch Wine Sword said in a low voice. My main body found a supreme treasure that's about to appear in the ancient immortal world. From the aura it emits, it's very likely to be a 3rd stage supreme treasure. I'll go to the ancient immortal world immediately. Jiang Xi did not hesitate and directly stood up. 3rd stage supreme treasures were also extremely precious. Some Tao lords in the original universe still use supreme treasures of this grade. But once a 3rd stage supreme treasure appeared, it would definitely cause a large-scale chaotic battle in the ancient immortal world. In other words, true monarch Wine Sword's main body was now in danger. No, it's too dangerous. Once you enter the ancient immortal world, you'll definitely be surrounded and hunted by rank 5 true monarchs of the demon and ghost races. True monarch Wine Sword shook his head. I'll observe the situation. At most, I'll give up on this supreme treasure. How can I give up on an opportunity that's already in my hands? Jiang Xi smiled. Master, don't worry. I'll enter the ancient immortal world with a different identity. I guarantee that I won't be discovered by the other races. Then be careful, True Monarch Wine Sword said hesitantly. Jiang Ci nodded and flew away from Earth. He rushed to the nearest passage to the ancient immortal world through the interstellar teleportation formation. True Monarch Wine Sword looked at Jiang Ci's back with a complicated expression. The day had finally come when he needed the help of his disciple, because his main body's current situation was indeed very dangerous. Even if he wanted to give up on the supreme treasure that was about to appear, it would be very difficult for him to leave. There was about to be a chaotic battle there. Chapter 570, Ancient Immortal World, Planet 1024. As soon as Jiang Ci passed through the vortex and entered the planet, he sensed a murderous aura, as if a war was about to break out. There, he looked into the distance. Even without True Lord Wine Sword pointing out the location, he could feel the turbulent aura coming from that direction. That was the aura of many perfected cultivators gathered together, so it was exceptionally powerful. Even if it was tens of millions of kilometers away, he could still sense it clearly. Then, Jiang Ci took a deep breath and flew straight in that direction. Although this trip might expose his identity and put him in danger of being surrounded, he was not afraid at all. That was his master, the master who had helped him many times when he was in danger. Since he became his disciple, True Lord Wine Sword had been helping him and spared no effort in providing help. Now that True Lord Wine Sword was in danger, since he had the strength to help his master, there was no reason for him to retreat. 30 years have passed. Although I've only refined the 6th mountain to the 5th level, the defensive power of the armor is not a threat to me, even if it's a rank 5 True Lord. With this defense alone, I'm already in an invincible position. Jiang Ci was very confident. This was where his confidence came from. At that time, even if he could not use the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra and self-made Heaven and Earth, he had nothing to be afraid of. This time, my name is Perfected Cultivator Wu Di. Let's see if I can become invincible. Riverward speed was extremely fast, turning into a green phantom. Close to 200,000 kilometers per second, at most 3 minutes, he could reach the place where True Lord Wine Sword found the supreme treasure. At this time, more than 30 million kilometers away. True Lord Wine Sword's original body was no longer carefree and unrestrained. He looked very serious, and the sharp sword intent was ready but not released. In addition to him, there were 2 other human perfected cultivators who were facing more and more foreign perfected cultivators. Behind them, half of the sword was already out of the ground. This was a sword type rank 3 supreme treasure, and the 3 of them were led by True Lord Wine Sword because he was the strongest. Although the other 2 were also rank 3 True Monarchs, Wine Sword True Monarch was a Sword Dao cultivator. His actual combat strength was equivalent to an ordinary rank 4 True Monarch. True Monarch Liquor Sword said to the 2 human True Monarchs, "If you see that the situation is not good, break out first. Don't worry about me." Zhongli, what nonsense are you talking about? You and I are both human experts. How can we abandon our companions? That's right. Don't say such things anymore. The other 2 Supremes were not afraid at all. Wine Sword True Monarch felt warmth in his heart. Don't worry, I've already invited a rank 5 True Monarch. Rank 5 True Monarch? Who is it? Could it be that you invited that mysterious Supreme Wuda? The experts of the Perfected Lord Palace all believe that there was some kind of connection between Perfected Lord Wine Sword and Perfected Lord Wuda. True Monarch Wudi. True Monarch Wine Sword said hesitantly. The 2 rank 3 true lords of the human race were stunned. Invincible True Monarch? There didn't seem to be any perfected lords in the human race who could be called invincible. This D is not an enemy. True Monarch Wine Sword revealed the truth. Not long ago, when Jiang Ci told him of his new identity, he did not react either. That was a bold title. Rank 5 True Monarch. That's good too. We will wait for an opportunity. The 2 human True Monarchs did not insist and agreed to the plan to break out at any time. As the three of them conversed, another 7 perfected lords of other races were attracted by the aura of the utmost treasure. There are more than 30 perfected lords of other races gathered here. However, none of the perfected lords of other races attacked immediately. It was not because they were wary of true monarch Winesword and the other two. Instead, they were worried the large-scale battle would break out the moment they attacked. By then, none of them would have the confidence of surviving the battle. Perfected Lord Winesword of the human race, you are merely a rank 3 true monarch, and you want to defend this utmost treasure? Hurry and retreat. A rank 4 true monarch from the top AO race hollered. He was the strongest among the perfected lords of other races who had arrived. Whether or not I can defend it is not up to you. Fists and swords do. Perfected Lord Winesword sneered. If you want to fight, let's fight. Fight? We humans have never been afraid of anyone. Another human true monarch waved the saber in his hand and was filled with battle intent. The 30-odd perfected lords of other races looked at each other and hesitated. Swoosh, swoosh, another 2 figures with monstrous ghostly chi flew over from afar. They were 2 rank 4 true monarchs of the ghost race. As perfected lords of peak races with such strength, they had nothing to fear. Haha, a rank 3 utmost treasure of the sword type belongs to me. Perfected Lord Spirit Grudge. Perfected Lord Spirit Grudge laughed loudly with a rank 1 utmost treasure in his hand. It was obvious that he was also a sword Dao cultivator and was even stronger. Spirit Grudge, I helped you get the utmost treasure this time. Next time, you have to help me get an utmost treasure that suits me, the other rank 4 true monarch of the ghost race said with a smile. Sure, sure. Perfected Lord Spirit Grudge laughed. The 2 experts of the ghost race chatted and laughed as if there was no one else around. They already regarded the utmost treasure of the sword race as theirs. Then, perfected Lord Spirit Grudge's smile disappeared. The dense ghostly chi turned into all sorts of vengeful spirits that bared their fangs and claws. He pointed his sword at all the perfected lords present and said coldly, "You and I will work together and wipe them out. Kill." The other rank 4 true monarch of the ghost race also shouted coldly. They're too arrogant. So what if they're a peak race? I don't believe that we can't defeat the 2 of them with so many perfected lords. Kill, kill, kill. The 30-odd perfected lords of other races were enraged. At this moment, more than a dozen perfected lords from other races arrived one after another. A great battle was about to break out. The 2 of you do as I said. If the situation turns bad, break out immediately. Perfected Lord Winesword instructed once more. Understood. However, we'll have to fight a battle first. The auras of the 2 human perfected lords rose. The moment they said that, boom, boom, a great battle broke out. The 2 rank 4 true monarchs of the ghost race used their dense ghostly chi to create a ghost prison. Heaven and earth darkened, and all the perfected lords present were trapped within. The ghost prison was like a swamp. The speed of the weaker perfected lords was greatly reduced. Whoosh, perfected Lord Spirit Grudge, who also cultivated the sword Dao, waved his hand and slashed out. A blue sword light shot out and killed a rank 2 true monarch of a foreign race. Blood was seen. The pressure on perfected Lord Winesword and the other 2 who were guarding the supreme treasure and at the center of the chaotic battle increased greatly. Retreat for now, perfected Lord Winesword shouted. He was not weak and had the battle strength of a rank 4 true monarch. He also slashed out with his sword, and the sword light was like a river of stars that repelled the incoming perfected lord. The other 2 human perfected lords were also using all sorts of mystic techniques to deal with the enemies around them. After hearing perfected Lord Winesword's command, they quickly moved away from the center. Temporarily retreating did not mean giving up. If they stayed in front of the supreme treasure, they would face more attacks. Boom! There were 2 main battlefields in the chaotic battle. On one side, Two rank 4 true monarchs of the ghost race were suppressing more than 20 perfected lords of other races. On the other side, there was a battle for the rank 3 supreme treasure. More than a dozen perfected lords of other races were fighting each other regardless of camp. Because the rank 3 supreme treasure could appear at any time, everyone wanted to get closer to it. What if they got lucky and were the first to touch the supreme treasure? Even if they could not immediately refine it, just the strength of the rank 3 supreme treasure could greatly increase their strength. They might even be able to break out of the encirclement. If they succeeded, this rank 3 supreme treasure would be enough to make them jump from ordinary perfected lords to peak perfected lords. At this time, more and more perfected lords were participating in the chaotic battle. They were constantly attracted by the aura of the rank 3 supreme treasure. Although some of them were scared off by the scale of the battle, there were still many perfected lords who were not afraid of death and joined the battle. The battle became more and more fierce, and all kinds of powerful mystic techniques collided and reverberated in this world's saber light, and sword light filled the sky, and palm prints and fish shadows swept up shocking astral winds. Just the aftermath alone could easily kill a 9th tribulation transcender. Mine, the rank 3 supreme treasure, is mine. A rank 2 true monarch seemed to have gone crazy. Because he was in the ghost prison and faced with great temptation, he directly lost his mind and could not recognize his own strength. He punched a rank 3 true monarch. However, he was cut down to the ground by the rank 4 true monarch of the AO clan next to him. Then the other 10 or so true monarchs took the opportunity to attack the rank 4 true monarch of the AO clan. All kinds of tyrannical mystic techniques mixed together, dazzling and dazzling. It was as if a star was created out of thin air and smashed on the body of the rank 4 true monarch of the AO clan. Puff! Even the rank 4 true monarch vomited blood. Terrifying wounds split open on his body, and blood that contained great power spilled all over the sky. But he was a rank 4 true monarch after all. The imperishable substance and immortal energy in his body quickly circulated, and those terrifying wounds were instantly healed. Rank 3 true monarchs were too difficult to kill because they had enough imperishable substance in their body. Unless they encountered a destructive attack, they would have a chance to quickly recover from their injuries. The rank 4 true monarch of the AO clan brandished his saber like a volcanic eruption. Fiery red saber lights, with astonishing power, attacked the surrounding true monarchs. On the other side, true monarch Winesword and the other 2 joined forces and fought as they retreated. In such a chaotic situation, even if they decided to temporarily retreat, they would still have to face all kinds of attacks. After all, this was a chaotic battle. Soon, they fell into a dangerous situation because many true monarchs of other clans saw them as a threat and attacked them together. A rank 2 true monarch dares to take the initiative to jump out. True monarch Winesword, who had entered battle mode, was not so easygoing. Sword intent wreaked havoc around him, and he was like a killing god of the sword. Although the long sword in his hand was a supreme grade immortal artifact, the sword light that he slashed out easily cut a rank 2 true monarch in several pieces. The other 2 human true monarchs also attacked at the same time and completely annihilated the rank 2 true monarch's body, not giving him a chance to use the imperishable substance to recover whoosh. But then, even more violent mystic technique attacks came at them like a raging tide. True monarch Winesword and the other 2's expressions changed. That was because the rank 4 true monarch of the AO clan had also attracted the battle to their side. This time, they fell into an even more intense, chaotic battle once again. Because in just 1 or 2 minutes, the number of true monarchs participating in this chaotic battle had reached nearly 100. Rumble. Thunder rumbled, and mystic technique energy wreaked havoc, as if it was going to destroy heaven and earth. Numerous attacks attacked the 3 of them. True monarch Winesword had not been a true monarch for long, so in terms of foundation, he was far inferior to those veteran true monarchs. He did not have any life-saving items that he could take out. Under such a siege, True Monarch Wine's sword was quickly injured, and his body was even pierced by the rank 4 True Monarch of the AO clan. If not for the imperishable substance in his body, this attack would have seriously injured him. Ancient Immortal World, planet number 665. Ghost Race's True Monarch, Netherming, was still carefully searching for the human race's True Monarch Wuda. Including him, the Ghost Race had sent out a total of 4 rank 5 True Monarchs for this hunting mission. But the only one who truly cared about this mission was him, True Monarch Netherming. The other 3 rank 5 True Monarchs were not perfunctory, but they were not as active. After all, no one dared to half-heartedly defy a Dao Monarch's orders. They placed treasure hunting in the ancient immortal world as their top priority. The mission of hunting True Monarch Wu that became a side mission. If they could find him, they would go and hunt him. If they could not find him, they would slowly search for him. The reason why True Monarch Netherming was so serious and even took the initiative to join this hunting mission was to avenge his son, Gu Jiong. In the eyes of many Ghost Race immortal experts, Gu Jiong was extremely lucky and successfully reincarnated in the Great Bone Sea, thus obtaining the Golden Yiksha bloodline and becoming True Monarch Netherming's child. But that was not the case. Only a small number of Ghost Race higher-ups knew that countless years ago, Gu Jiong was True Monarch Netherming's child. But he died later on 30,000 years ago. True Monarch Netherming finally found a wisp of his child's remnant soul among countless Ghost Race immortal experts. Then he used this wisp of remnant soul to reincarnate Gu Jiong in the Great Bone Sea. It could be said that Gu Jiong was his closest bloodline. Jiong, Er's last wisp of remnant soul, has also passed away. True Monarch Wuda, Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, you must die. True Monarch Netherming's heart was filled with killing intent. He held great authority in the Ghost Race and was the number 1 expert below the Dao Monarch of the Ghost Race. He had great prestige. Therefore, the Ghost Race's True Monarchs were willing to listen to his orders and continue searching for traces of True Monarch Wuda in the ancient immortal world. At the same time, True Monarch Netherming also listed True Monarch Winesword as a target. This was because he had found out that this new rank 3 Sword Dao True Monarch of the human race had some kind of connection with True Monarch Wuda. Through True Monarch Winesword, he might be able to find True Monarch Wuda. Soon, the news of a rank 3 supreme treasure appearing on planet 1925 of the ancient immortal world, and that True Monarch Winesword had appeared to fight for the treasure reached True Monarch Netherming. The news came from True Monarch Spirit Grudge. True Monarch Winesword is in a life-and-death situation. That True Monarch Wuda might appear. True Monarch Netherming's eyes flashed fiercely as he changed direction and flew toward planet 1024. Even if the possibility was small, he would not let go of any chance. The battle for the rank 3 supreme treasure was getting more and more intense. More than 100 true monarchs of various races fought with no regard for their own lives. In just 2 or 3 minutes, nearly 20 true monarchs had already died. Even if the weaker true monarchs had the imperishable substance, they would not be able to survive in such a battle. Of course, those rank 3 true monarchs and above were also in danger of dying. Some rank 3 true monarchs had already started to die. More and more true monarchs joined the battle. This time, the appearance of the supreme treasure caused quite a commotion. The aura of the supreme treasure had spread far and wide and had yet to calm down. Under such circumstances, True Monarch Winesword felt that the situation was getting worse. This was because every time the 3 of them wanted to break out of the encirclement, the 2 rank 4 true monarchs of the Ghost Race and the other true monarchs of the Ghost Race would attack and force them back, preventing them from escaping the battle. They seemed to be targeted. Zhongli, I have less than half of my imperishable substance left. Me too. The 2 rank 3 true monarchs of the human race with True Monarch Winesword had grave expressions. After using up the imperishable substance, it would take some time to recover. If they continued to be entangled like this, it was very likely that they would be exhausted to death here. True monarch wine, Sword took a deep breath. Soon, it will be here soon. In fact, his imperishable substance was already close to the danger line. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, more than 10 powerful figures rushed over from afar. They were the perfected monarchs of the human race who had arrived together. They were all human experts who were wandering in the vicinity. Through the immortal power clone of the perfected monarch palace, they learned that a grade 3 supreme treasure had appeared here. Furthermore, the first to discover it was true monarch wine sword. A portion of them who were on good terms with true monarch wine sword immediately rushed over. However, they were slightly further away and only arrived at this moment. This is the supreme treasure of the human race. The leader was true monarch Jiankong of Sword Sect. He shouted expressionlessly and slashed out a shocking black and white sword beam with a wave of his hand. Swoosh! The black and white sword beam was very domineering and directly tore apart the ghost prison set up by the perfected monarchs of the ghost race. At the same time, a rank 2 true monarch of the ghost race was killed along with it. It's true monarch Jiankong, damn it. Everyone, let's get rid of this group of humans first. The ghost race experts were enraged. One after another, sinister secret technique attacks covered the sky and attacked the dozen perfected monarchs of the human race. It was another chaotic battle. However, the chaotic battle this time had evolved into a battle to kill the human experts. With the ghost race experts as the leader, hundreds of perfected monarchs of various races focused their attacks on the human experts present, although true monarch wine sword and the other two had successfully joined up with true monarch Jiankong and the others. They were still under great pressure and were in even more danger than before. After all, they were not the focus of the attacks just now. Now, all the perfected monarchs of other races were targeting them. Of course, their chances of successfully breaking out of the encirclement had increased. A total of 16 human perfected monarchs joined forces. If they wanted to leave this place, the hundreds of perfected monarchs of other races would not be able to stop them. Break out of the encirclement. Although true monarch Jiankong was domineering, he was not a rash person. He decisively made the same decision as true monarch wine sword and temporarily retreated. Boom, boom, boom. The energy of the two sides collided with a shocking power that was intense and terrifying. This was the ancient immortal world. If this was the original universe, a star system with tens of thousands of planets with life would probably be destroyed by this battle. Under such a terrifying encirclement, all the human experts were injured. Even true monarch Jiankong was using the imperishable substance to continuously heal his injuries. However, with the cooperation of more than 10 people, they successfully tore a hole in the encirclement. They were about to break out of the encirclement. At this moment, whoosh, 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 more than 10 figures with monstrous demonic aura surrounded them from all directions. The perfected monarchs of the demon race had also arrived. The leader was a rank 4 true monarch of the demon race who was more than 4,000 meters long. He had the head of a bull and the body of a human. He had 2 hideous black horns that flashed with lightning. This was the rank 4 true monarch of the bull demon race, true monarch Pingshan of the demon race. Like true monarch Jiankong, he was an ancient existence. How can the demon race miss out on such a great battle? True monarch Pingshan was like a fiend god as he directly jumped into the battlefield from the sky. At the same time, he spat out lightning and flames that swept through the area. Thus, the battle became even more intense. The 16 human perfected monarchs who could have broken out of the encirclement were once again involved in the chaos. At this moment, the human experts realized that true monarch wine sword, who had been very calm all this time, had suddenly gone crazy. Perfected monarch Luo Sun. True monarch wine sword's eyes were bloodshot as his surging sword intent exploded. His gaze was fixed on a gigantic beast that was more than 3,000 meters long. It looked like a lion, but had 4 eyes. Each of its eyes contained a terrifying dark light. It was the rank 3 true monarch of the demon race, true monarch Luo saw. Seeing this terrifying, gigantic beast, the painful memories that had been lingering in true monarch wine, Sword's mind for more than 50,000 years, became clearer than ever. The hatred in his heart was also unprecedentedly intense. Back then, he and his Tao partner, Sword Immortal Hibiscus, were traveling the original universe when they suddenly encountered true monarch Luo Suo, who was only at rank 2 at that time. The two of them joined forces and severely injured the other party. But in the end, Sword Immortal Hibiscus unfortunately died in order to block true monarch Luo Suo's fatal blow for him. This was the pain in true monarch Wine Sword's heart. He had not forgotten it for more than 50,000 years. Even after reversing life and death 3 times, he could not erase this memory. Now he finally saw his old enemy. Kill! True monarch Wine Sword roared furiously. Tens of thousands of Sword Tao green lotuses appeared around him. Then, sword lights like a long river raged in this space, forming a sword world. All the sword lights locked on a true monarch Luo Suo and shot towards him. That little fellow from back then. True monarch Luo Suo's 4 eyes were filled with disdain. He directly opened his bloody mouth and spat out a terrifying black light pillar as if he wanted to annihilate everything. Buzz! The sword light and the black light pillar collided with a loud bang. A terrifying energy spread out. It was close to rank 5 true monarch level. Then, the two sides engaged in a fierce battle. Sword light and black light intertwined continuously, as if drawing a strange blood-colored picture. In terms of strength, the two sides were now evenly matched. True monarch Wine Sword used his sword Tao and had the battle strength of an ordinary rank 4 true monarch. True monarch Luo Suo was a special life form in the universe. His bloodline was powerful, and he also had the battle strength of an ordinary rank 4 true monarch. Therefore, it was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. But their battle made the situation even more chaotic. Because the dozen or so true monarchs of the human race had stopped breaking out of the encirclement and took the initiative to join this chaotic battle, however, the other true monarchs of the human race were not dissatisfied with true monarch Wine Sword's sudden madness. Because when the ancient immortal world opened, true monarch Wine Sword had asked many true monarchs of the human race to help keep an eye on true monarch Luo Suo's whereabouts. Everyone knew the grudge between the two sides. This grudge had to be avenged. Therefore, the human true monarchs led by true monarch Jiankong all attacked with all their might to help true monarch Wine Sword eliminate the foreign race true monarchs who were trying to interfere with the battle. To ensure that true monarch Wine Sword could kill his enemies with his own hands. But with the arrival of the demon race true monarchs, the battle for the rank 3 supreme treasure had entered a white-hot stage. Those who were weaker than rank 3 true monarchs would die if they were careless. In the chaotic battle, even rank 4 true monarchs could be in danger at any time. It was very difficult for true monarch Wine Sword to complete his revenge under such circumstances. In a battle between true monarchs, thousands of collisions could occur in a second. Although it sounded long, only 3 minutes had passed since the battle began. Riverward sped all the way and finally arrived. Whoosh! A green phantom flashed over at a speed of close to 200,000 kilometers per second, shocking all the true monarchs who were fighting. Because this was the speed of a rank 5 true monarch. The foreign race true monarchs were all shocked. A rank 5 true monarch of the human race had arrived? Was it true monarch 6 virtuous? True monarch 10,000 poisons? Or true monarch YN? Then, when the cyan phantom flew closer, Li Mu's eyes lit up. Everyone realized that it was not the case. It was a white-haired youth with a black sword on his back. He stood proudly in the air and scanned the battlefield with his sharp eyes. "My name is True Monarch Woody." Gasp! The true monarchs of the various races present all gasped, their faces full of shock and even some fear. Invincible? In the entire universe, there was no true monarch who could be called an invincible true monarch. Chapter 571. The aura of the birth of a grade 3 utmost treasure was close to its peak. However, at that moment, the attention of the perfected lords was not on the utmost treasure that was about to be born. They were all shocked by the invincible perfected lord. The chaotic scene stopped for a moment. Everyone looked at the human young man in black armor with a black sword on his back. They could clearly sense a domineering aura belonging to a rank 5 perfected lord, suppressing the entire place. Was he truly an invincible perfected lord? If that was the case, the invincible perfected lord's deterrence was not inferior to that of a Tao lord. To be precise, he was even more threatening than a Tao lord. That was because Tao lords would not casually attack perfected lords, but invincible perfected lords did not have such considerations. Who is that? I don't think there's such a rank 5 perfected lord in our perfected lord hall. He's strong, and most importantly, he's a sword Tao cultivator. Could he be from Sword Sect? Senior Jiankong is from Sword Sect as well and is an ancient existence. You should know, right? The dozen or so perfected lords of the human race turned to perfected Lord Jiankong. Perfected Lord Jiankong merely shook his head expressionlessly. I don't know when an invincible perfected lord appeared in the human race either. Only perfected Lord Jiu's sword and the other two knew what was going on. D was not an enemy. Thereafter, they revealed the truth. The dozen or so perfected lords of the human race were dumbfounded. That was how they named themselves? To think that they would dare to use such a name? How bold of him! However, even if everyone knew that, nobody said anything. Rank 5 perfected lords were equally terrifying. At that moment, the perfected lords of the other races heard the discussion of the human perfected lords as well. When they heard that it was perfected Lord Wu Di, they were speechless as well. However, none of them dared to let down their guard or underestimate him. That was because even if the other party was not an invincible perfected lord, his strength as a normal rank 5 perfected lord was enough to affect the outcome of this chaotic battle. Suddenly, there was a buzz. In that brief moment of peace, the aura of the grade 3 utmost treasure calmed down. Completely, the utmost treasure was born. Utmost treasure. That's my utmost treasure. Kill. Those who block me shall die. The 100 or so perfected lords of the various races went into a frenzy once more. In the face of such a huge temptation, none of them cared about invincible perfected lords. They unleashed all their secret techniques to attack to the grade 3 utmost treasure. In an instant, more than 10 perfected cultivators below the 3rd rank were killed before they could use the imperishable substance to recover. However, the discoverer of the supreme treasure, true Lord Winesword, had completely given up on the supreme treasure after it was born. His eyes were filled with madness as he fought against perfected Lord Luo Suo of the demon race. He did not care about defense or life and death as he attacked perfected Lord Luo Suo with sword radiance that resembled a galaxy. Lunatic! Lunatic! D. Suo perfected Lord was here for the supreme treasure. Now that she was being held back, she was naturally furious. Furthermore, he had suffered in front of true Lord Winesword back then. Perfected Lord, perfected Lord, perfected Lord. Lord Jiu to Jiu. Lord perfected Lord, perfected Lord. Lord, to kill. But he didn't expect that the 9 tribulations sword immortal from back then had actually caught up to him and become a 3rd revolution true monarch. That's Master's battle. Jiang Xi saw perfected Lord Jiu saw the moment he arrived. However, he didn't choose to kill perfected Lord Jiu so. If perfected Lord Jiankong wanted to resolve the knot in his heart, the only way was to take revenge with his own hands. Then I'll help Master sweep away the surrounding obstacles and help Master from his side. Riverward made his decision. Then he turned into a green phantom and disappeared in the air. His action shocked all the perfected lords present. Apart from the humans, all the other perfected lords were shocked. Whoosh! The green phantom flashed in the chaos with a black sword light. Chi! the black sword light passed through the body of a perfected lord of the demon race. This originally ferocious fellow only had time to look terrified before he was annihilated. Chi! The black sword light didn't stop. It passed through the body of another perfected lord and killed him instantly. Poof. Then, the black sword light swept through and killed more than 10 perfected lords. Too fast. The grade 4 utmost treasure, abyss-devouring divine sword, had a unique armor-piercing effect and easily broke through the defenses of those perfected lords. The perfected lords of the various races who were in the chaos had no way of resisting and were killed by Jiang Xi easily. In just 3 seconds, close to 20 perfected lords of the other races were killed in body and spirit. Run! A perfected lord of the ghost race was scared out of his wits. He was no longer as crazy and domineering as he was in the chaotic battle earlier on. At this moment, his life was the most important. Do you think you can escape? Jiang Xi had no intention of letting those of the other races off. Those were all experience points. The weakest of the perfected lords of the other races involved in this chaotic battle was a perfected lord. Killing them would give him 20 billion experience points. Swoosh! Jiang Xi didn't use the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra. He used an ordinary Sword Dao secret skill. However, he could kill those perfected lords of the other races easily with the power of a grade 4 utmost treasure. It wasn't just his attack power. After fusing with the sword, his speed reached the level of a perfected lord as well. None of the perfected lords of the other races present could match up to Jiang Xi in terms of speed. Therefore, the perfected lords of the other races fell one after another. That's the perfected lord of the 5th rank? One down with a single slash. How terrifying! With such strength, he's not much different from a truly invincible perfected lord. Perfected Lord Wu Di must be an old monster that has lived in seclusion for countless eras. The perfected lords of the human race were all shocked. Among the thousands of races in the universe, there were similarly few perfected lords of the 5th rank. Even the 3 peak races did not have many of them. Therefore, it was rare to see experts of the 5th rank perfected lord level fighting normally. This was the first time many of them were witnessing such a scene. Of course, despite their shock, they did not stop fighting. Earlier on, the perfected lords of the other races were besieged. Now, it was their turn to intercept the perfected lords of the other races who wanted to escape. With the help of the perfected lords of the human race, riverward's pursuit became even simpler and easier. At the same time, perfected Lord Luo Sao of the demon race, who was fighting against perfected Lord Winesword, was already panicking at the sight of such a massacre. Right now, he had no intention of continuing the battle and merely wanted to escape as soon as possible. If he dared to be so distracted in a life and death battle, it would naturally affect his strength. Initially, his strength was similar to that of perfected Lord Winesword, and it was difficult to determine the victor. But now, perfected Lord Luo Sao was gradually at a disadvantage and was suppressed by perfected Lord Winesword. Kill! Perfected Lord Winesword hollered and fought in a frenzied manner without any regard for his life. He seized the opportunity and severed one of perfected Lord Luo Sao's front hooves, reducing the latter's strength greatly. Thereafter, streaks of sword lights wreaked havoc and depleted the imperishable substance within perfected Lord Luo Sao's body. Back then, you infiltrated the territory of the human race and killed my Tao companion. Today, I'll slay your indestructible body to avenge Furong. Perfected Lord Winesword's usual carefree demeanor was nowhere to be seen. A sword accompanied by green lotuses of sword Tao descended suddenly. The imperishable substance within perfected Lord Luo Sao's body was already depleted, and he no longer had any strength to resist. Roar! He roared indignantly. Swoosh! The massive four-eyed head was severed to the ground. Perfected Lord Winesword looked at his enemy that was killed by him with a sorrowful expression, and his heart was filled with longing for his Tao companion. At this point, The direction of the chaotic battle had completely changed. Jiang Xi went to reap the lives of the perfected lords of the other races, as if he was cutting vegetables. More than 10 human perfected lords guarded the periphery and stopped the perfected lords of the other races who wanted to break through. Soon, 1/3 of the 100 or so perfected lords of the other races were gone. Even the rank 4 perfected lords were terrified and had no intention of fighting against the rank 5 perfected lords. Hang in there, Lord Netherworld is coming. Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance of the ghost race said, but his face was filled with anxiety. Everyone, let's work together to stop this calamity first. Perfected Lord Ping Shan of the Bull Demon race also shouted anxiously. There were still 4 rank 4 perfected lords left. 2 from the ghost race, 1 from the demon race, and 1 from the top AO race. With them, as the leaders, the remaining perfected lords of the other races wanted to work together to fight against Jiang Xi. However, they underestimated Jiang Xi's speed and overestimated the cooperation between the other races. They were not of the same race and were running for their lives. How could they organize an effective resistance? They had just gained some momentum when Jiang Xi destroyed their formation. Let's kill these big fishes first. Jiang Xi's gaze locked onto the 4 rank 4 perfected lords. He had also heard perfected Lord Spirit Grievance's words. Perfected Lord Netherworld was coming. This rank 5 perfected lord of the ghost race was not easy to deal with. In fact, in terms of strength, perfected Lord Netherworld was the one who was truly close to being an invincible perfected lord. With that thought, Jiang Xi attacked perfected Lord Spirit Grievance with his sword like lightning. No one present could dodge such an attack at such an extreme speed. Block! Block! Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance's face was hideous. The ghost chi around him was like vengeful spirits baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. He was making a final struggle. His sword was accompanied by eerie ghost chi as he used a powerful secret technique to attack Jiang Xi. However, the sword in his hand was only a grade 1 supreme treasure and was far inferior to the abyss-devouring divine sword. Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance was also aware of this, which was why he was in despair. But the next moment, he was furious. Human, you're too arrogant. That was because he realized that this human who dared to call himself Perfected Lord Wu Di did not have any thoughts of defense and completely ignored his sword path secret technique. Such an act of contempt was a form of humiliation for a rank 4 perfected lord. How dare you ignore my attack? Let's see how tough you are. Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance roared as Ghost Chi surged around him. Chi! Jiang Xi was very calm. Under his extreme speed, the abyss-devouring divine sword was even faster than Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance's sword and pierced into the eerie head of that eerie Ghost Chi. 30% of the imperishable substance in Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance's body was instantly destroyed. 30%. Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance was in despair. The other party only needed 3 moves to kill him. However, he felt a trace of joy at this moment. He was confident that this arrogant rank 5 perfected lord of the human race would suffer under his sword. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance's sword was a little slower and only arrived in front of Jiang Xi now. The sword, which was only a rank 1 supreme treasure, collided with Jiang Xi's black battle armor. Clang! A loud sound resounded on the battlefield, reverberating through heaven and earth. At the same time, it was accompanied by a terrifying energy storm that swept across a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers. However, Jiang Xi was unmoved in the center of the storm, and his aura did not change at all. The rank 4 perfected Lord Spirit Grievance's sword did not cause any damage to him. Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance was stunned. That was his full strength attack. Moreover, the sword path secret technique he used was a peak secret technique that had just stepped into the threshold of peak. However, this sword had no effect at all. What kind of defense is this? Supreme treasure. It's at least a rank 3 defensive supreme treasure. Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance reacted. However, what welcomed him were 3 consecutive sword lights. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Both sides were very close, and before Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance could react, the imperishable substance in his body was annihilated, and his body and soul were destroyed. Ah, do you think my rank 6 mountain armor is just for decoration? Jiang Xi easily flashed away and attacked that rank 4 Perfected Lord from the AO clan. Although it took a long time to describe, it only took him a second to kill Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance. The AO clan rank 4 Perfected Lord saw that the situation was bad and immediately gave up on the idea of joining forces to fight back. He wanted to escape, but was held back by Perfected Lord Sword Kong. I'm not of the ghost race nor the demon race. Please spare my life. The AO clan rank 4 Perfected Lord saw Jiang Xi attacking him and hurriedly begged for mercy. Don't let him go. When we broke out with Zhongli just now, he was the most ruthless one. A human Perfected Lord who was traveling with Perfected Lord Wine's sword shouted, "You're courting death." Jiang Xi's expression turned cold. The AO clan rank 4 Perfected Lord felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. He never thought that a moment of carelessness would lead to such a huge calamity. Then, no matter how he begged or resisted, Jiang Xi's expression did not change at all. He swung the abyss-devouring divine sword continuously and killed another rank 4 Perfected Lord at an even faster speed. After 2 rank 4 Perfected Lords died on the spot, the remaining Perfected Lords of other races no longer had the will to resist. They were only left with despair. In just 1 minute, the 134 Perfected Lords of other races who were attracted by the rank 3 Supreme Treasure all died, becoming Jiang Xi's experience points and spoils of war. After killing a Perfected Lord, each of them would give at least 10 billion experience points. These 134 Perfected Lords gave Riverward a total of 4 trillion experience points. In addition, there were all kinds of immortal artifacts and magic treasures scattered on the battlefield, as well as a small number of Rank 1 and Rank 2 Supreme Treasures left behind by the fallen Perfected Lords. Of course, the most precious item was the Rank 3 Sword-type Supreme Treasure that had appeared. In a flash, Jiang Xi pulled the sword out from the ground. It was a scarlet sword that gave off a frightening, scorching aura. The dozens of human Perfected Lords looked at the scarlet sword with temptations. At that moment, to everyone's surprise, Perfected Lord Wu Di walked up to Perfected Lord Winesword. Perfected Lord Winesword was the one who discovered this supreme treasure first. I don't think anyone will object to me handing it over to you, right? Jiang Xi looked around. Haha, that's only right. We're here to help. Now that we've obtained the supreme treasure, it's only natural that we give it to Zhongli. The group of human Perfected Lords laughed. Although they were tempted, they knew that Perfected Lord Wu Di was the one who fought this battle himself. It was Perfected Lord Wu Di's right to decide how to deal with the supreme treasure. Perfected Lord Wine Sword cupped his fists towards everyone. Now that he had taken his revenge, the knot in his heart was gone, and he returned to his carefree self. After that, he accepted the scarlet sword generously. Throughout the entire process, Perfected Lord Sword Kong was the only one who glanced at Jiang Xi. There were rumors in the Perfected Lord Hall that there was some sort of connection between Perfected Lord Winesword and the mysterious Perfected Lord Wuda. As for Perfected Lord Wuda, he was as mysterious as Perfected Lord Wuda and had never seen him before. In terms of strength, he could kill rank 4 Perfected Lords with ease. Could this Perfected Lord Wuda be Perfected Lord Wuda? Perfected Lord Sword Kong guessed. Jiang Xi sensed Perfected Lord Sword Kong's gaze and did not care if the other party guessed his identity. He smiled. Everyone, hurry up and clean up the battlefield. Leave the supreme treasure for me and distribute the rest among yourselves. That Perfected Lord of the Ghost Race has already said that Perfected Lord Netherming is about to arrive. Therefore, we have to leave this place immediately. The moment he said that, The human perfected lords hurriedly got to work, and their smiles widened. Everyone was on good terms with perfected Lord Winesword, and came to help out on account of their relationship as humans. They did not expect anything in return. However, they were naturally happy that there were still spoils of war for them to take. The wealth of more than 100 perfected lords of other races was not low. If they split it among the dozen of them, they would definitely be able to get a huge sum of wealth. Soon, the battlefield was cleaned up, and everyone flew away with Jiang Ci in the lead. However, they didn't fly for long before they sensed 4 powerful auras coming from behind them. They were approaching them at an extremely fast speed. They quickly determined the speed of the 4 auras. Each of them was over 200,000 kilometers per second. 4 rank 5 perfected lords. Jiang Ci frowned. The expressions of perfected Lord Winesword, perfected Lord Sword Kong, and more than 10 human perfected lords changed. With the difference in speed, the other party would definitely catch up if they continued chasing like this. At that time, they would be the ones to be slaughtered the moment they fought. That was because they only had 1 rank 5 perfected lord on their side, while there were 4 rank 5 perfected lords chasing after them. While everyone was fleeing, they were also communicating with each other. Why are there so many rank 5 perfected lords? Someone could not understand. We are more than 10 million kilometers away from the nearest whirlpool passage. We can't escape. A human perfected lord sighed. Let's fight to the death. Someone else said solemnly, I've already asked for help from the other rank 5 perfected lords in the perfected lord palace. I hope they can rush over. Perfected Lord Sword Kong's expression was solemn. He knew that there was little hope. Jiang Ci frowned. When he heard perfected Lord Spirit Grudge of the Ghost Race say that perfected Lord Netherming was about to arrive, he felt that something was amiss. Now that 4 rank 5 perfected lords had appeared, his intuition told him that they were coming for him. Otherwise, it could not be so coincidental. Even among the 3 peak races, there were very few rank 5 perfected lords. It was very difficult to gather 4 of them at once. They guessed that perfected Lord Winesword and perfected Lord Wu have some kind of connection, so they have been watching Master Winesword for a long time. Jiang Ci deduced. True Lord Wineward also frowned and looked worriedly at Riverward, who was flying at high speed ahead. Obviously, he had also thought of the reason. Perfected Lord Wu Di, you are the fastest. You don't have to stay with us. You can leave first. Perfected Lord Winesword said solemnly. That's right, perfected Lord Wu Di. With your speed, you can completely shake off the pursuit. Perfected Lord Sword Kong also agreed. Although the other perfected lords were hesitant, they also agreed to persuade him. Jiang Ci said with a smile on his face, How can I let everyone stay behind to die? You all saw just now that my defense is very strong. With my defense, even 4 rank 5 perfected lords will find it hard to keep me here. So I should stay behind. This way, everyone will have a chance to leave alive. Don't follow me. To be honest, in a rank 5 perfected lord battle, you will drag me down instead. After speaking, he did not give them a chance to think. He directly turned around and took the initiative to meet the 4 powerful auras. Wu Di, perfected Lord Wine, Sword's expression changed. But Jiang Ci's speed was too fast. In an instant, he could not be seen. Perfected Lord Sword Kong and the rest looked at each other. Finally, perfected Lord Sword Kong said with a bitter tone, Perfected Lord Wu Di is right. If we stay behind, we will only be sending ourselves to death. We will also drag him down. In the battle just now, they had already seen the strength of a rank 5 perfected lord. Rank 3 perfected lords and below could be killed with 1 sword. Even rank 4 perfected lords could be killed with a few more swords. Everyone decided to leave. Only perfected Lord Wine Sword looked worriedly in the direction Jiang Ci left. Perfected Lord Sword Kong sighed. This scene made him even more certain of perfected Lord Wu Di's true identity. He was undoubtedly perfected Lord Wu Da. Let's go, I believe he can survive. Perfected Lord Sword Kong patted Perfected Lord Wine Sword's shoulder. Since he guessed that the other party was coming for him, and with his master Perfected Lord Wine Sword here, Jiang Ci could not let his human companion stay behind to die. Of course, I am not here to die. Jiang Ci was indeed very confident in his defense. His new treasure, Six-Layered Mountain, was a rank 5 armor treasure. There were only a few armor treasures of this grade in the entire universe. Now that he had refined it to the 5th level, with the defense of the armor, rank 5 Perfected Lord experts could hardly pose a threat to him. In terms of attack power, he had the rank 4 treasure, Abyss Devouring Divine Sword, and was not afraid of rank 5 Perfected Lords. Because they were flying towards each other, in just a moment, he and the 4 powerful auras entered the visual range of the eye. Both parties could see each other with just their eyes. It is indeed Perfected Lord Netherming. Jiang Ci's gaze was cold. In the distance, there were 4 terrifying figures with monstrous ghost auras. The one in the lead had silver skin, golden hair, and pupils. The ghost aura on his body had already condensed into battle armor, and there were ghost pagodas with eerie blue ghost flames circling around him. It was Perfected Lord Netherming, known as the #1 expert of the ghost race below Tao Lord. Jiang Ci instantly recognized the identities of the other 3 members of the ghost race. They were Perfected Lord Xian Luo of the Silver Yaksha race, Perfected Lord Jiuling, and Perfected Lord Mo Xie of the Rakshasa race. These 4 experts of the ghost race, except for Perfected Lord Xian Luo, who has been roaming the ancient immortal world for a long time, the other 3 have only entered the ancient immortal world in the past 30 years. Jiang Ci confirmed his guess. The other party was coming for him. Whoosh whoosh, the distance between them was less than 500,000 kilometers, and they would come into contact in the next second. Perfected Lord Wu Di. Perfected Lord Netherming stared at the human youth, his golden pupils emitting golden light. He had been in contact with Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance's clone. Just now, before Perfected Lord Spirit Grievance died, he had told him about the battle between him and Perfected Lord Wu Di. Therefore, Perfected Lord Netherming had a preliminary understanding of this mysterious rank 5 Perfected Lord of the human race. Perfected Lord Wu Di also has the battle strength of a rank 5 Perfected Lord, and so does Perfected Lord Wu Di. They both cultivate the Sword Dao. Perfected Lord Wine Sword was just in danger, and Perfected Lord Wu Di came. There is no such coincidence in the world. Perfected Lord Netherming had basically confirmed Perfected Lord Wu Di's true identity. First, then change. Chapter 572. When enemies met, their eyes blazed with hatred. Perfected Lord Wu Di, Perfected Lord Wu Di, Mountain Sea, Sword Immortal, no matter who you are, you will die here today. When they were only 100,000 kilometers apart, Perfected Lord Netherming let out a deafening roar and shouted 3 names. The 100,000 Nether Ghost pagodas around him burst forth with blue ghost fire. Instantly, the space within 100,000 kilometers turned into a Nether Ghost prison. Ghost chi rumbled as ghost fire spirits walked out of the void one after another. There were a total of 100 of them, and each of them emitted the aura of a rank 5 true lord. Perfected Lord Netherming was the creator of the Nether Ghost prison. Naturally, what he used was the real Nether Ghost prison and not the simple version that Jiang Ci encountered in the extraterritorial battlefield. The real Nether Ghost prison could not only limit the speed of a rank 5 true lord, but the 100 ghost fire spirits had the strength to kill a rank 5 true lord. Furthermore, the boundless ghost chi of the Nether Ghost prison could amplify the attack power of a ghost race expert. This was the main reason why Perfected Lord Netherming could become the #1 expert of the ghost race below Tao Lords. Jiang Ci's expression was solemn and did not relax at all. When a Nether Ghost prison descended, He made his move immediately. He used his peak mystic technique, the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra, instantly. 6 gigantic sword lights circled around his body, causing his aura to increase explosively. He did not hide his identity anymore. That was because perfected Lord Netherming's roar meant that the other party had already identified him as perfected Lord Wuda and Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Even if he continued to deny it, it would not change anything. He might as well go all out and fight. I knew it. Mountain Sea Sword Immortal. Perfected Lord Netherming was even more enraged when he saw this. He looked up to the sky and roared, "You killed my son. Today, I will destroy your body and destroy your soul. I will scatter your soul so that you will never be reincarnated." Following his roar, 105th Revolution True Monarch Level Willow, the Wisp Jin simultaneously condensed white bone spears with astonishing might and threw them at Riverward. Jiuling, Xian Luo, Mo, Saw attack together and kill this person. Perfected Lord Netherming ordered the other 3 rank 5 true lords of the ghost race were also in the Nether Ghost prison. They looked at each other in shock because they had not seen Lord Netherming go all out for a long time. This meant that perfected Lord Netherming was truly angry. They did not dare to disobey Lord Netherming. Whoosh, after the 100 ghost fire Jin threw out their white bone spears, they opened up a path with a loud bang. The 3 ghost race rank 5 true monarchs followed closely behind and attacked Riverward together. Lord Netherlord was Netherhell was Lord Netherlord was Netherming. This old ghost is indeed not easy to deal with. Riverward took a deep breath. Lords is Ming. Lord Netherming Ming Lord level Lord is Lord Ming. With 105th Transformation True Monarchs and 4 veteran 5th Transformation True Monarchs working together, even a truly invincible True Monarch would have to think twice before facing them. Evade for now. Riverward rode on his sword light and dodged with extreme agility. However, there were a total of 100 white bone spears. They were all at the rank 5 True Lord level. No matter how fast he was, some of the white bone spears landed on his body. Clang, clang, clang. The white bone spears exploded when they hit Lord Ming's 6 mountain armor. Just 1 or 2 spears would not cause any harm to Jiang Ci. When there were enough white bone spears, more than 20 of them hit him. The aftershock of the collision finally injured his body. However, this was only a minor injury. Moreover, he was a Dao integration cultivator. This injury was healed in an instant. What a strong defense. Perfected Lord Jiuling and the other rank 5 true lords were shocked. Even if they were hit by 20 or 30 white bone spears, they would not be able to remain calm. Even they did not dare to take those white bone spears head on. Just as perfected Lord Spirit Grievance said, this human has at least a rank 3 armor treasure. Perfected Lord Jiuling was envious. Perfected Lord Xian Luo sneered. No matter how strong his defense is, he can't withstand our combined attack. Perfected Lord Mo Su was confident. There is a limit to the defense of an armor treasure. Break it. As he spoke, the 3 rank 5 true lord attacked perfected Lord Jiuling, slashed out 9 illusory blade lights. Just a glance was enough to affect one's mind. Perfected Lord Xian Luo formed a fist that glowed with black light. His aura filled the air. Perfected Lord Mo Su was like a ghost. He held 2 short daggers and shuttled through the void. Moreover, in the depths of the ghost hell, the boundless ghost energy strengthened their attacks to a certain extent. In terms of threat, the 3 of them together were much more threatening than the 100 ghost fire spirits. This was because the ghost fire spirits were just rank 5 true lords. They did not have any intelligence and could only use energy attacks. They did not have any secret techniques. The ghost fire spirits could deal with ordinary rank 5 true lords, but they could not deal with top rank 5 true lords. Riverward was naturally aware of this as well. When the attacks of the 3 ghost experts approached him, he directly executed the world of creation with a single thought. In an instant, the space within a radius of 10,000 feet was under his control. Space imprisonment and time stop were used at the same time. The 9 illusory saber lights and the enormous black fist mark all froze in midair. Perfected Lord Mo Su, who was shuttling through the void, stopped in time and did not enter the range of 10,000 feet. Perfected Lord Wuda, I heard that you are invincible within 10,000 feet with this technique. How could we not be prepared? Perfected Lord Jiuling of the Silver Yiksha race laughed. Perfected Lord Xianluo and perfected Lord Mo Su also laughed, as if victory was in their hands. Jiang Xi's heart sank. He had a bad feeling. At this moment, perfected Lord Yuming shouted, "Break!" The 100 ghost fire spirits had already reached the boundary of 10,000 feet. They surrounded Jiang Xi and exploded instantly. Oh no! Jiang Xi's expression changed. There was no way out now. Boom! 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 This was the power of 105th Revolution Perfected Lords. It was 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times more powerful than the 100 white bone spears earlier. The surging energy tide released a terrifying power in an instant. Crack! Even though the space of the ancient immortal world was so tough that even a 5th Revolution Perfected Lord could not break it. But now, under such a terrifying explosion, cracks appeared like a mirror. Jiang Xi's heaven of his own was at the center of the explosion and took 100% of the power. Crash! The heaven and earth of his own was broken. Space imprisonment and time stop disappeared. At the same time, the 9 illusory saber lights and black fist imprints that had been frozen in the air instantly landed on riverward. After all, it was only 10,000 feet. In front of a 5th Revolution Perfected Lord, this distance was no different from millimeter. Boom! Boom! The 2 powerful attacks were weakened by the 6-layered mountain armor. All the energy contained in the attacks surged into Jiang Xi's body. Excruciating pain. Riverward only felt his flesh and blood being corroded and melted. However, it was not over yet. Perfected Lord Mo Su arrived in an instant. 2 daggers glowing with dark light and emitting a sinister ghostly aura stabbed into Jiang Xi's back. Although they were blocked by the 6-layered mountain armor, the 2 dark lights on the daggers were only weakened slightly. They then entered Jiang Xi's body and rushed toward his sea of consciousness. The process was very fast. It did not even take 0.01 seconds. Jiang Xi was shocked. His primordial spirit was just about to activate the golden light of his primordial spirit when it was hit by the 2 dark lights. But in his sea of consciousness, his primordial spirit trembled. The rainbow lotus shook violently and emitted a blazing golden light. The golden light seemed to be a natural counter to ghostly aura. However, its level was too low. It only managed to melt a small part of the dark light. Then, the remaining dark light exploded. Cracks appeared on his primordial spirit and the rainbow lotus. It seemed like they were about to disintegrate. Jiang Xi was severely injured. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. The injury to his primordial spirit had affected his body. At the same time, he felt a strong sense of dizziness. His consciousness became blurry. His armor has a flaw. It can't defend against primordial spirit attacks. The attack from the daggers can severely injure his primordial spirit. Perfected Lord Mo Su laughed in surprise. Strange, why is his primordial spirit defense so weak? Perfected Lord Jiuling and Perfected Lord Xianluo were puzzled. Under normal circumstances, a rank 5 true lord's primordial spirit defense would not be too weak even if they did not have a primordial spirit supreme treasure. However, Perfected Lord Wu does primordial spirit defense was similar to that of a rank 2 or rank 3 true lord. However, they soon threw their doubts to the back of their minds. They had found Perfected Lord Wu's weakness. Moreover, this rank 5 true lord of the human race was severely injured. He was at their mercy. Almost at the same time, Jiang Xi took out a healing immortal pill and consumed it. An immortal pill for primordial spirit injuries. In an instant, His injuries were healed. He was only at the Tao integration stage. The healing immortal pill was too effective for him. The cracks on his primordial spirit and rainbow lotus also disappeared quickly. What? He recovered so quickly? This is impossible. A rank 5 true Lord's primordial spirit is so severely injured. Even with the imperishable substance, it will take a long time to recover. He only consumed a low-grade immortal pill. How can it have such miraculous effects? The smiles on the faces of the 3 rank 5 true Lords froze. They were shocked and puzzled. What are you panicking for? Perfected Lord Netherming appeared from the void and shouted coldly. Who cares what immortal pill he used? As long as we can destroy his primordial spirit in an instant, he won't be able to recover in time. Jiang Xi's expression turned grave. His primordial spirit defense was his greatest weakness. This was something he had known for a long time. However, perfected lords who were proficient in primordial spirit attacks were not common. Ever since he entered the ancient immortal world, he had encountered so many perfected lords. However, very few of them had primordial spirit attacks. Moreover, there was no perfected lord who could threaten his primordial spirit. He did not expect to meet one today. Moreover, it was a rank 5 true lord. This is troublesome. Jiang Xi frowned. Although he could use immortal pills to heal primordial spirit injuries, it was just like what perfected Lord Netherming had said. If he did not even have the chance to consume immortal pills, he would die. At this moment, perfected Lord Netherming attacked. Kill! He condensed a sparkling golden spear. It emitted a mysterious aura that made people tremble in fear. The golden spear pierced forward with boundless ghost chi and a mysterious primordial spirit secret technique. It instantly attacked Jiang Xi. It was obvious that perfected Lord Netherming was also a perfected lord who was proficient in primordial spirit attacks. Moreover, the power of the primordial spirit secret technique was much stronger than perfected Lord Mo Su's attack just now. Self-creation, heaven and earth. Facing such an attack, Jiang Xi chose to use this invincible technique again to restrain the golden spear. However, perfected Lord Netherming was already prepared. After the ghost fire spirits self-destructed, 100 ghost fire spirits appeared in the Nether Ghost prison. Break! With perfected Lord Netherming's roar, the ghost fire spirits surrounded Jiang Xi again. They were prepared to self-destruct to destroy Jiang Xi's self-created world. After the lesson just now, Jiang Xi would not sit still and wait for death. He merged his body with the sword and used the great Tao tornado sword style. He turned into a green phantom and left the place. Fire sword style. Facing these ghost energy bodies, he directly used the most violent sword style. The fiery red sword light slashed out continuously. Accompanied by his body, the abyss-devouring divine sword killed one ghost fire spirit after another. These ghost fire spirits were all energy bodies of rank 5 true lords. They were not real rank 5 true lords. Killing them was easier than killing a rank 4 true lord. Moreover, with the help of the wind sword style, Jiang Xi's movement technique was very agile. The Nether Ghost prison, which was famous in the universe, did not restrict him. However, perfected Lord Jiuling and the other rank 5 true lords of the ghost race were not idle. They had already surrounded Jiang Xi from 3 directions, restricting his space of movement. The illusory saber light, the black fist mark, and the glowing dagger, under the enhancement of the Nether Ghost Chi, exploded with great power. Therefore, no matter how good Jiang Xi's movement technique was, it was difficult for him to resist the joint attack of 4 rank 5 true lords. Moreover, this space was covered by the Nether Ghost prison. The environment was advantageous for the ghost race experts. Boom, boom, boom. The illusory saber light and the black fist mark landed on Jiang Xi's body and caused a shocking explosion. Under the protection of the 6-layered mountain armor, he was only slightly injured this time, but it wasn't a big deal. At this moment, Jiang Ziyi was concentrating on avoiding the primordial spirit attack. He used his self-created world again to imprison the glowing dagger that carried the primordial spirit attack. Then, the abyss-devouring divine sword slashed at perfected Lord Mo Su, using the 6 moves of the great Tao one after another. Swoosh! The counterattack was successful. A golden sword light flashed past perfected Lord Mo Su's body and cut him in half at the waist. Black blood fell. Human, you deserve to die. Perfected Lord Mo Su was furious. He hurriedly used the imperishable substance to combine the 2 halves of his body. This sword strike had consumed 1% of his imperishable substance. This was a terrifying ratio. In other words, perfected Lord Wu only needed 100 swords to kill him. My life and death is not in your control. Jiang Ziyi sneered. Before those will-o'-the-wisp jinn could surround him, he disappeared on his sword light. Whoosh! At the same time, he dodged perfected Lord Netherming's attack again. Jiang Ziyi did not relax. He was most wary of perfected Lord Netherming, so he had been guarding against him. Continue to attack and exhaust him here. Perfected Lord Netherming's expression was cold. He was very patient and confident that he could kill perfected Lord Wu here. The facts proved that his train of thought was correct. No matter how Jiang Ziyi defended, he was still hit by perfected Lord Netherming in the end. Even the invincible self-created world could not defend against perfected Lord Netherming's attack. This was because under the attacks of perfected Lord Jiuling and the other 5th transformation perfected lords, his space of movement became smaller and smaller. He was forced into the encirclement of a giant spirits. The giant spirits self-destructed and the self-created world was broken. Boom! Almost at the same time, the sparkling golden spear landed on the 6th mountain armor. A rank 3 offensive treasure. Jiang Ziyi's expression changed. Perfected Lord Netherming was the most powerful person below the Tao Lord of the Ghost Clan. He was the closest to becoming an invincible perfected lord. Under the enhancement of the rank 3 offensive treasure, 30% of the terrifying power of the attack landed on Jiang Ziyi's body. His body, which was close to a superior-grade immortal artifact, was instantly covered with dense cracks and was about to collapse at the same time. The golden spear's special ripples attacked Jiang Ziyi's sea of consciousness. It was an attack of the primordial spirit. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The process was so fast that Jiang Ziyi did not have time to react. Block! Block! Jiang Ziyi roared in his heart as he swallowed 2 healing elixirs. One was for physical injuries, while the other was for primordial spirit injuries. Crack, crack! His primordial spirit and the rainbow lotus throne began to collapse. However, the healing elixirs took effect and pulled back the collapsing primordial spirit. That was close. Just a little bit more. Jiang Ziyi used his self-created world again to immobilize perfected Lord Netherming's next attack. Then, he flashed and retreated far away. In this short period of time, the injuries on his body were completely healed. He recovered again. This is definitely not the effect of the imperishable substance. It's strange. His body and primordial spirit had already begun to collapse. Even the imperishable substance can't heal him instantly. Perfected Lord Jiuling, perfected Lord Xianluo, and perfected Lord Mo Xie were shocked to see this scene again. Let's see how many times you can recover. Perfected Lord Netherming saw it clearly. He had been so close to killing perfected Lord Wuda just now. Whoosh! In the Nether Ghost prison, 100 Jinni appeared again. At the same time, perfected Lord Netherming wielded his golden spear and used his secret technique to attack Jiang Ziyi again. Jiang Ziyi had withstood this attack. However, he felt as if he was dancing on the line between life and death. He could fall into an irreversible crisis at any time. It's not time to give up yet. He frantically used the 6 styles of the great Tao and the self-created world. Between life and death, I can often experience more things. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to comprehend the 7th style of the Great Tao of the Mountain and Sea Sword Sutra. This is a life and death crisis, but it's also an opportunity. He had been through countless battles in the ancient immortal world all these years. However, he had never been so nervous and intense as he was now. Whoosh! The 6 giant sword lights around Jiang Ci spun rapidly. With the help of the abyss-devouring divine sword, the 6 sword styles rotated faster and faster as the battle progressed. He actually began to adapt to the current dangerous situation. As long as he was not hit by perfected Lord Netherming's golden spear, he did not have to worry about death. Of course, this was only a perfect state in theory. Jiang Ci understood that under the joint attack of 4 5th Revolution true monarchs of the Ghost Race, he would not have such an opportunity. Therefore, his mind was at a high level. His body, primordial spirit, Taoist techniques, secret techniques, etc. were all used to the extreme. It was as if he had reached a state where he could move as he pleased. Damn it, this human is too difficult to deal with. Perfected Lord Jiuling was somewhat annoyed. The 4 of them had worked together for such a long time, yet they still could not take down perfected Lord Wuda. This was a very embarrassing matter. He is relying on the power of his supreme treasure. Perfected Lord Xian Luo snorted. I have some doubts about his cultivation realm. Perhaps he is not even a 5th Revolution true monarch. Because his sword is also a rank 4 supreme treasure, he is relying on it to have the attack of a 5th Revolution true monarch. Perfected Lord Mo Xia's body had been cut in half by the abyss-devouring divine sword, so he was very clear about the power of this sword. Don't worry, no matter what he is relying on, he will not be able to escape from our encirclement today. He will eventually die here. Perfected Lord Netherming was surprisingly calm. Indeed, under the joint attack of the 4 of them, Jiang Ci would not be able to escape from the Ghost Hell prison. Moreover, their speed was slightly faster than Jiang Ci's. Even if Jiang Ci could escape from the Ghost Hell prison, he would not be able to escape from their pursuit. Although it seemed like a long time, only less than 2 minutes had passed since the start of the battle. At the same time, the battle had alarmed the perfected lords within a radius of millions of kilometers. Because of the terrifying aura fluctuations of the battle, as Jiang Ci and the 4 5th Revolution true monarchs of the Ghost Race collided again and again, the explosions were transmitted to millions of kilometers away. The perfected lords of the various races in this area were all guessing who was fighting. Since the opening of the ancient immortal world, there had not been a battle between 5th Revolution true monarchs. This was the first time. Soon, a piece of news spread. It was perfected Lord Netherming, perfected Lord Nine Spirits, and the other 5th Revolution true monarchs of the Ghost Race. They were besieging perfected Lord Wuda of the human race. It was said that perfected Lord Wuda, who had changed his name to perfected Lord Wudi, had just killed more than 100 perfected lords of other races when he was targeted by perfected Lord Netherming and the other Ghost Race experts. This news shocked all the perfected lords on this planet, and then spread to the other planets of the ancient immortal world, causing a huge uproar. Killing more than 100 perfected lords in one battle. Too terrifying. It's a pity that perfected Lord Wuda is going to die without the help of the Tao Lords. No matter what, he is the most famous perfected lord after the opening of the ancient immortal world this time. The perfected lords of the various races were discussing with emotion. This was because perfected Lord Wu Da had caused the previous battle for the token of the chaotic heaven immortal abode. In the end, it had attracted 2 Tao Lords, resulting in the first battle between Tao Lords since the opening of the ancient immortal world. This time, it was perfected Lord Wu Da again, but this time, it was the first battle between rank 5 perfected lords. Although the perfected lords of the various races on planet 1024 were curious about the scene of the battle, none of them dared to go near it. At most, they were 10 million kilometers away, sensing the terrifying energy waves from afar. Perfected Lord Jiankong, perfected Lord Jiankong, and the other human experts also stopped after escaping 10 million kilometers. This was because they had also sensed the commotion of the battle. They knew that perfected Lord Wu De had successfully stopped the 4-rank 5 perfected lords. Hang in there, Jiang Xi. Perfected Lord Jinkong's expression was full of worry as he cheered for Jiang Xi in his heart. Perfected Lord Wu De, hang in there for one more minute and perfected Lord Huayan will be here. Hang in there. Perfected Lord Jinkong was also very worried. Rank 5 perfected lords were the true high-end combat power of the human race. The death of any one of them could be said to be a great loss. The other perfected lords of the human race were also very worried. If perfected Lord Wu De had not chosen to bring up the rear, they might have died by now suddenly. Everyone felt as if something strange had happened. In fact, they were not the only ones. All the perfected lords on planet 1024 felt this abnormality. This was because the world on this planet had quieted down. There was no sound or any energy waves coming from it. The sound of wind, the sound of flowing water, the falling leaves at this moment, everything stopped. The perfected lords of the various races were all shocked. What happened? This strange situation actually covered this huge planet with a diameter of 100 billion kilometers? Could it be that another Tao Lord had descended and controlled this space-time? However, the scene of a Tao Lord's descent was completely different from this strange situation. Look, that's a heavenly tribulation. Oh my God, it's the immortal ascension tribulation of a Tao integration cultivator. How is that possible? Who hasn't transcended the tribulation yet? A Tao integration cultivator has entered the ancient immortal world? That's impossible. How can a heavenly tribulation appear in the ancient immortal world? Amidst the shock, the place where the battle took place was lit up. Dazzling white thunderclouds emitted blazing light as they broke through the gray barrier of the ancient immortal world and descended on this planet. Chapter 573. Outside the invisible barrier of the ancient immortal world, the slowly flowing gray airflow seemed to have been greatly stimulated and suddenly rolled violently. After that dazzling white thundercloud broke through the invisible barrier, it arrived above the planet and flashed with blazing lightning before rapidly expanding. Looking from tens of millions of kilometers away, the original white thundercloud was only the size of a palm. But soon, the perfected lords who were watching the scene discovered that the white thundercloud was expanding very quickly, as if it was rapidly spreading toward them. White thundercloud. Judging from the color, it's the first tribulation of a tribulation transcender, but the range of the thundercloud is too abnormal. Shouldn't the first tribulation cover an area of 90,000 kilometers? This thundercloud seems to have already covered millions of kilometers. It's not just millions, I think it's at least tens of millions of kilometers. Strange, why do I feel that the aura of the thundercloud has already reached 100 times that of ninth tribulation transcender? Is this still the first tribulation of a tribulation transcender? When some geniuses with heaven-defying talent transcend their tribulation, the power of their tribulation is indeed stronger than that of an ordinary Tao integration cultivator. The perfected lords of the various races were all shocked and speechless. Even the youngest among them had lived for tens of thousands of years, and most of them had lived for at least an era. There were also a few ancient existences that had lived for tens of millions of years. All of them could be said to be experienced and knowledgeable, but they had never seen such a shocking and even somewhat terrifying thing. It was really too heaven-defying. As everyone knew, the ancient immortal world had a terrifying pressure that was everywhere. Even a nine-tribulation transcender would find it difficult to move an inch. In front of these perfected lords, puny Tao integration cultivators were like ants. How could they enter the ancient immortal world? Moreover, they could fight against the 4/5 revolution perfected lords of the ghost race. None of those who could cultivate to the perfected lord level were stupid. Below the thundercloud was where perfected Lord Wuda and the 4/5 revolution perfected lords of the ghost race were. Everyone knew that the person transcending the tribulation could only be perfected Lord Wuda. This was because the 4/5 revolution perfected lords of the ghost race, whether it was perfected Lord Nether or perfected Lord Nine Spirits, were all ancient existences of the ghost race. They had already become famous in the universe hundreds of thousands of years ago, so it was impossible for them to be the one transcending the tribulation. On the contrary, perfected Lord Wuda was a mysterious powerhouse that suddenly rose in the past 1,000 years. And the perfected lords of the various races didn't know his true identity. Even if there were rumors that he was the mountain sea sword immortal, it was just speculation. From the looks of it, it didn't matter if true Lord Wuda was the mountain sea sword immortal. Even the mountain sea sword immortal's feat of extinguishing 5 soul lamps within 1,000 years was not as terrifying as this. This was because in the history of the original universe, who could trigger a heavenly tribulation in the ancient immortal world? This was the first time in history. Therefore, many perfected lords were guessing whether perfected Lord Wuda, who had triggered the heavenly tribulation, could successfully transcend it. The first tribulation is already so terrifying. Will true monarch Wuda survive it? True monarch Jinkong sighed. The news had reached the hall of true monarchs of the human race. Their clones with immortal power had learned of true monarch Wudi's true identity. So true monarch Wudi was true monarch Wuda. More than 10 perfected cultivators of the human race looked at perfected Lord Winesword. It was rumored that true monarch Winesword and true monarch Wuda had some sort of relationship. Judging from the current situation, the rumors were true. He will definitely make it, true Lord Winesword said resolutely. While the true monarchs of the various races were still in shock, the white thundercloud finally stopped expanding. It finally covered an area of 10 million kilometers. Its diameter was 100 times that of an ordinary heavenly tribulation. Rumble, then heaven and earth rumbled. A 9-step stairway to heaven appeared. At the end of the stairway, a magnificent heavenly gate appeared. The heavenly gate was 10 million feet tall. It was completely white and covered in complex patterns, as if it contained the ultimate truth of heaven and earth. The majestic stairway to heaven and the heavenly gate stood above the sky and below the thundercloud. Within the area covered by the heavenly tribulation, the eerie ghost hell was broken open by the terrifying power of heaven and earth the moment the white thundercloud appeared. Perfected Lord Nether, perfected Lord Nine Spirits, and the other ghost race elites who were besieging Jiangxi were also shocked. They immediately realized that the heavenly tribulation was triggered by perfected Lord Wuda because the white thundercloud's aura was not on them. Is actually a Tao integration cultivator? Perfected Lord Nine Spirits was not only shocked but also a little confused. This 5th revolution perfected Lord had never expected that perfected Lord Wuda, whom the 4 of them had been besieging for so long, was actually a Tao integration cultivator. A Tao integration cultivator with a lifespan of only 10,000 years. This perfected Lord Xianluo and perfected Lord Mo Xie both sucked in cold air. They had lived for so long, but they had never seen such a heaven-defying thing. Retreat. Retreat from the area of the heavenly tribulation immediately. Perfected Lord Nether was shocked, but he was very calm and decisive. The 4/5 revolution perfected lords of the ghost race quickly gave up the encirclement and turned to retreat. The heavenly Tao was ruthless, but it had laws. Any cultivator in the area of the heavenly tribulation would have to face the tribulation. Once the tribulation lightning struck, the 4 of them would also have to face the corresponding heavenly tribulation. They were all 5th revolution perfected lords, and the tribulation lightning that struck would not be the ordinary tribulation lightning of a tribulation transcender. Therefore, even perfected Lord Nether did not have the heart to avenge his child at this time. Of course, he also believed that perfected Monarch Wu would die here even if he did not make a move. The more heaven-defying one's talent was, the stronger the heavenly tribulation. This was a well-known rule. Perfected Lord Wuda was only a Tao integration cultivator, but he already had the battle prowess of a fifth revolution perfected Lord. With such talent, the heavenly tribulation that would descend would definitely not be just one tribulation. 6 consecutive tribulations would be the minimum. It might even be the extremely rare case of 9 consecutive tribulations. Moreover, this heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. The power of the first tribulation was already 100 times that of a 9th tribulation transcender. How powerful would the 9th tribulation be when its power accumulated? Therefore, perfected Lord Nether did not believe that perfected Lord Wu Da could survive this heavenly tribulation. As the heavenly tribulation descended, Jiang Xi stood in the air and looked up at the white thunderclouds that had stopped expanding. In the thunderclouds, astonishing lightning flashed like dragons. The time that the tribulation lightning had accumulated had already exceeded the normal range. The first tribulation is 100 times that of a 9th tribulation transcender, but last time in the Tonggu continent, the 9th tribulation triggered by the 8th tribulation transcender of the ancient god race was also 100 times that of a 9th tribulation transcender. However, the time that tribulation lightning had accumulated was definitely not as long as this one. Jiang Xi frowned slightly. Then, he took a deep breath and adjusted his state to the best. Since he had already triggered the heavenly tribulation, there was no chance for regret. He had to go all out and survive this heavenly tribulation. The main reason he decided to trigger the heavenly tribulation was because of the battle with the 4/5 tribulation true monarchs of the ghost race. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, he used the 6 styles of the Great Tao one after another. His intuition told him that if he really created the 7th style of the Great Tao and made the Mountain Sea Sword Sutra reach the level of an ultimate secret technique, it would become a Tao monarch secret technique. At that time, with his foundation, the heavenly tribulation he triggered would be incomparably terrifying, and he would have no hope of surviving it. Sometimes blindly pursuing the limit and perfection will have the opposite effect. As it turned out, his intuition was very sharp and correct. The power of the first tribulation he triggered was 100 times that of a 9th tribulation transcender. If he waited until he created the 7th style of the Great Tao before triggering the heavenly tribulation, its power might be at the level of a first tribulation true monarch. In this way, the power of the heavenly tribulation would gradually accumulate. When it reached the 9th tribulation, its power might reach the level of a Tao monarch. A Tao monarch level tribulation lightning? Jiang Xi did not have the confidence to take it on. The power of the first tribulation lightning is still weak. I can still attack. Jiang Xi sensed that the 4 ghost race experts wanted to leave this place. Just now, these 4/5 tribulation true monarchs of the ghost race took advantage of the environment of the ghost hell to surround and kill him. Now, under the heavenly tribulation, it was his home ground. He was going to transcend the tribulation, and the 4 ghost race experts did not have the courage to stay in the range of the heavenly tribulation. You almost killed me just now, and you still want to escape? Do you think you can escape? Jiang Xi sneered. Carrying the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation, he rode the green sword light and flashed at an extremely fast speed, catching up to true Monarch 9 spirits, who was slightly slower, this bastard. True Monarch 9 spirits of the Rakshasa race immediately became anxious. He did not want to fight at all now. He just wanted to leave the range of the heavenly tribulation as soon as possible. This heavenly tribulation was too terrifying. It covered a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. Even a 5th tribulation true monarch would need nearly a minute to leave this range with the speed of 200,000 kilometers per second. Therefore, there was no time to waste. Otherwise, When the tribulation lightning descended, he might die. Save me. True Monarch 9 spirits anxiously shouted to True Monarch Netherming. True Monarch Netherming frowned. He wanted to use the ghost hell. However, just as the 100,000 ghost hell pagodas released the blue ghost fire, it was destroyed by the terrifying power of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation was so powerful that it was difficult for these ghosts to condense. Boom, boom, boom. True Monarch Netherming, True Monarch Xian Luo, and True Monarch Mo Xie could only attack at the same time. They respectively condensed a white bone spear, a black fist mark, and a glowing dagger and attacked Jiang Xi. However, after that attack, they did not intend to turn back and continue to fight. They all continued to run out of the range of the heavenly tribulation. Without the ghost hell, these attacks can't threaten me. Jiang Xi smiled confidently. When the attacks of the 3/5 tribulation true monarchs came within 10,000 feet of him, he instantly used the self-created heaven and earth. Then, he flew away and easily dodged the 3 attacks. Immediately after, Jiang Xi swung his black abyss devouring divine sword and attacked True Monarch 9 spirits with a fiery red light. 6 styles of the Great Tao, fire sword style. At this moment, the distance between the two sides was less than 100 kilometers. The sword light was close to the speed of light and arrived in an instant. Damn it! True Monarch 9 spirits knew that he could only rely on himself. If he did not defeat this heaven-defying human, he would definitely not be able to escape the range of the heavenly tribulation. He turned around and slashed with his saber. The illusory saber light turned into a glowing shield in a mysterious way. However, how could such a hurried defense block Jiang Xi's all-out attack? Moreover, that was a 4th-stage supreme treasure, the abyss-devouring divine sword. Poof! The glowing shield formed by True Monarch 9 spirits was directly broken. Chi! The abyss-devouring divine sword carried a fiery red sword light and penetrated his 1st-stage supreme treasure armor. The terrifying energy contained in the fire sword style instantly exploded. A bloody hole appeared in True Monarch 9 spirit's body, and eerie ghost chi spread out. At the same time, the imperishable substance quickly circulated and healed his injuries. Ah! He shouted in shock and anger, because this attack had used up half of his imperishable substance. Without the help of the ghost hell, he was not Jiang Xi's match at all. If this continued, he would die in just 20 strikes. Save me! Save me! He asked his 3 companions for help in horror. Unfortunately, under such circumstances, True Monarch, Netherhell, and the other 2 were not willing to stop. Damn it! Damn it! Human, True Monarch, Netherhell, Dao Monarch Panlian, you all deserve to die. True Monarch 9 spirits cursed in despair. In the face of certain death, he no longer had any fear. He even cursed Dao Monarch Panlian, who had sent him to the ancient immortal world. True Monarch Wuda, if I die, you won't have an easy time either. I won't lose out if I bring a human genius with me before I die. True Monarch 9 spirits roared crazily. At the same time, his body began to expand rapidly. From 100 meters tall, he became a 10,000-meter tall balloon in the blink of an eye. Ghost Chi, immortal power, and Taoist charm mixed together and circulated rapidly, containing terrifying power. True Monarch 9 spirits wanted to self-destruct to seriously injure Jiang Xi. In the situation where he was about to transcend the tribulation, once he was injured, it would definitely affect his subsequent state. However, he had forgotten about Jiang Xi's defense. Just now, the 4/5 transformation True Monarchs had joined forces and failed to kill Jiang Xi. So what if they self-destructed? Therefore, Jiang Xi was not afraid at all. Self-destruct? Did you ask me for permission? This was 50 billion experience points. Jiang Xi would not let him self-destruct just like that. He had to personally deliver the final blow. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 20 consecutive blows were delivered in an instant. I hate it. True Monarch 9 spirits roared with grief and indignation. The indestructible substance in his body had been used up. His indestructible body had been destroyed, and he could no longer recover. In the final sword light, his body that had not yet expanded to its limit suddenly collapsed, and his body and soul were destroyed. A fifth transformation, true monarch, an ancient existence who had lived for millions of eras, had fallen just like that. The battle between true monarchs was intense and fast. The series of blows between Jiang Xi and true monarch nine spirits happened in an extremely short period of time. It had only been 2 seconds. The remaining true monarch Netherming, true monarch Xian Luo, and true monarch Mo Xie had not yet escaped 500,000 kilometers. At this time, the white thundercloud in the sky had finally succeeded in condensing tribulation lightning after several seconds of accumulation. Rumble! The tribulation lightning rumbled and resounded throughout the world. This is troublesome. True monarch Netherming's expression was grave. True monarch Xian Luo and true monarch Mo Xie were worried. Their strength was similar to true monarch nine spirits. Now that true monarch nine spirits had fallen, would they be the next? Boom! The world rumbled. The originally gray sky of the ancient immortal world became as bright as day. The dazzling light illuminated half of the planet. 99 sword-like white tribulation lightning, each as thick as a bucket and 100 times more powerful than a ninth tribulation transcenders, fell from the sky one after another and smashed toward Jiang Xi. At the same time, 3 more terrifying white tribulation lightning shot toward true monarch Netherming, true monarch Xian Luo, and true monarch Mo Xie. The expressions of the 3 fifth transformation true monarchs changed, and they had no choice but to stop. This was because the white tribulation lightning aimed at them was twice as powerful as a 5th transformation true monarchs. This kind of power was not simply the power of 2 5th transformation true monarchs added together. It was at least twice as powerful as a 5th transformation true monarchs all-out attack. The threat it posed was even higher than 10 5th transformation true monarchs joining forces. On the other side, Jiang Xi was also dealing with his own tribulation lightning. The heavenly tribulation of an ordinary tribulation transcender only has 9 tribulation lightning bolts, but mine. He raised his head and looked at the sky. 99 white tribulation lightning bolts, 100 times more powerful than a 9th tribulation transcenders. This was equivalent to 10,000 times more powerful than a 9th tribulation transcenders. Of course, the strength of the first tribulation lightning was not enough to hurt him. After all, even a 5th transformation true monarch would find it difficult to kill him with his defense. However, Jiang Xi still took the initiative to withdraw the 6-layered mountain armor on his body. There is no pressure now. I can borrow the power of the tribulation lightning to quickly increase my cultivation realm. The heavenly tribulation was both a tribulation and an opportunity. In order to transcend the tribulation, he had prepared for thousands of years. With the guidance of Master Nine Firmaments and Master Wine Sword, he was naturally clear about the details of transcending the tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. The speed at which the tribulation lightning fell was very fast. The sword-like white tribulation lightning struck Jiang Xi's body one after another without any intention of stopping. It was as if it would not give up until the person transcending the tribulation was dead. However, the strength of Jiang Xi's body was close to that of a high-grade immortal artifact. Such a powerful tribulation lightning would not be able to injure him. Under the baptism of the heavenly tribulation, every time he withstood a bolt of white tribulation lightning, the quality of his body would slightly increase, and the strength of his primordial spirit would also increase. The spiritual energy in his body was also transforming into immortal energy. 99 bolts of tribulation lightning. Perhaps the first tribulation will be able to make my body reach the level of a high-grade immortal artifact. Jiang Xi was looking forward to it. Boom! The speed of the lightning was naturally very fast. In less than a second, all 99 bolts of white tribulation lightning struck down. Jiang Xi relied on the strength of his body to easily withstand these bolts of tribulation lightning. As expected, my body has surpassed that of a high-grade immortal artifact. Jiang Xi stood in the air, gently clenching his fist, and a powerful force circulated between his fingers. Not only the strength of my body, but the strength of my primordial spirit has also increased. My overall strength has also increased by a small level. Now, even perfected Lord Netherming would not be able to instantly destroy my body and primordial spirit. It was very difficult for a fifth transformation true Lord to increase one's strength. Increasing one's strength by a small level was also a very terrifying thing. Jiang Xi turned his gaze to perfected Lord Netherming and the other two Ghost Clan experts in the distance. At this time, the three Ghost Clan experts had also transcended the tribulation lightning that was twice the strength of a fifth transformation true Lord. Other than perfected Lord Netherming, the other two were in a sorry state. Their aura had decreased slightly, which was caused by the consumption of the imperishable substance. However, although Jiang Xi's strength had increased, he did not fly over to kill the enemies. This was because the three Ghost Clan experts were still within the range of the heavenly tribulation and would not be able to escape in a short period of time. Of course, the most important reason was that his first tribulation was not over yet. The first step of the 9-step stairway to heaven emitted dense, immortal power. Like a small waterfall, it poured down and poured into Jiang Xi's body. Immortal power poured into his body. Absorb, convert. Jiang Xi did not stand on ceremony and quickly converted the spiritual power in his body. On the other side, so much immortal power, it's even more than that of a 9th tribulation transcender. How deep is his foundation? Perfected Lord Netherming, perfected Lord Xianluo, and perfected Lord Mo Xie also saw this scene. The shock in their hearts that had not yet dissipated climbed to the peak again. Under normal circumstances, after a Tao integration cultivator became a first tribulation transcender, the immortal power that would appear on the first step of the stairway to heaven would only be a little bit. Such a shocking scene of immortal power flowing like a small waterfall would not appear at all. However, the shock did not end. The next scene made them even more shocked. In the sky of the ancient immortal world, outside the invisible barrier, gray fog violently churned. At this time, a ray of 7-colored light appeared in the gray fog. Like the white thundercloud just now, it broke through the invisible barrier and fell toward Jiang Xi. Impossible. Heavenly Tao Source. It's actually the Heavenly Tao Source. No matter how calm perfected Lord Netherming was, he could not calm down at this time and turned pale with fright. That was the Heavenly Tao Source that even he could not control. Even if he had stepped into the Heavenly Tao, he was still far from being able to control the Heavenly Tao Source. It was something that only sovereigns were qualified to control. Perfected Lord Xianluo and perfected Lord Mo Xie were also extremely shocked. Of course, they also knew what the Heavenly Tao Source was. It was too incredible. The universe actually bestowed a wisp of the Heavenly Tao Source to a tribulation transcender during the first tribulation. This was something that had never happened in the history of the original universe. At the same time, that wisp of 7-colored light of the Heavenly Tao Source drilled into Jiang Xi's body. I didn't expect this thing to appear. He was very surprised. When he had entered the 9th extraterritorial battlefield's ancient god abyss, he had obtained a similar wisp of the Heavenly Tao Source with the help of the Heaven Connecting Tower. After refining it, his body, primordial spirit, and affinity with Taoist techniques had significantly improved. Moreover, a wisp of the Heavenly Tao Source was worth 10 trillion experience points. Refine. Jiang Xi operated the immortal energy in his body and quickly refined the wisp of the Heavenly Tao Source. At this time, The immortal energy of the first tribulation finished pouring into his body, and the spiritual energy in his body was completely transformed into immortal energy. Jiang Xi discovered that the disguise technique he had used with his spiritual energy had lost its effect, and his original appearance was revealed. This time, perfected Lord Netherming and the other two experts of the ghost race saw him. He is Jiang Xi. Perfected Lord Netherming's expression changed. He was the strongest expert of the ghost race below the Tao monarch level, and he held great authority in the ghost race. Many important information regarding the human race had to go through him. Therefore, he naturally knew about this human genius who was ranked first on the assassination list. Jiang Xi, perfected Lord Xianluo, and perfected Lord Mo Xie were also shocked. They had also heard of this human genius. This was because more than 4,000 years ago, the news that Tao Lord Nine Firmaments had accepted a human who had yet to become an immortal as his disciple had spread throughout the entire universe. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments was one of the top 3 experts of the human race, and his prestige shook the myriad races of the universe. At the time, all the races had called this young human the Lucky One. And that lucky one was Jiang Xi. Yes, only the current era's genius of the human race can do this. The 3 experts of the ghost race exchanged glances after calming down and thinking about it. Jiang Xi was the only human genius who could enter the ancient immortal world as a Tao integration cultivator and had such a profound foundation. However, despite their shock, the 3 of them didn't stop. They continued to flee, trying to escape the range of the tribulation. This was because the tribulation wasn't over yet. When a wisp of the heavenly Tao's origin descended from the universe, white thunderclouds that covered an area of 10 million kilometers surged rapidly, and their color changed as well. Streaks of red thunderclouds began to spread. Terrifying dark red lightning surged within the thunderclouds, exuding terrifying power. The tribulation's power has increased 100-fold. It's already at the level of a first revolution true lord. The second tribulation is already so powerful. He's dead for sure. Perfected Lord Netherming and the other 2 experts of the ghost race sneered. As they fled from the tribulation, they also sent messages to their races. Chapter 574. Ghost Territory, Rakshasa Star Field. Rakshasa Star was not only the ancestral land of the Rakshasa race, but also the 4th sacred ground of the ghost race. The shocking news of a human Tao integration cultivator undergoing tribulation in the ancient immortal world was immediately spread to Rakshasa Star by perfected Lord Netherming and the other 2 ghost race powerhouses. This was because Tao Lord Pan Lian of the Rakshasa race was the instigator of the hunt for perfected Lord Wuda. Perfected Lord Wuda is not only the mountain sea sword immortal, but also the human race's prodigy, Jiang Xi. He dares to undergo tribulation in the ancient immortal world. When Pan Lian Tao Lord heard the news, his handsome face was also filled with shock. Even though he was a Tao Lord who stood at the peak of the universe, he had never heard of a cultivator who could enter the ancient immortal world as a Tao integration cultivator. Moreover, he dared to trigger a heavenly tribulation there and do such a crazy thing. Opposite him, perfected Lord Black Time's master, Tao Lord Hunzi of the top race. The Hunzi race also had a terrifying light in his eyes. He had not left Rakshasa Star for the past 30 years. Not only had he not avenged his disciple, but he also wanted perfected Lord Wu Da's armor treasure. He has the combat strength of a 5th transformation true lord at the Tao integration stage. If we don't get rid of him, he'll be a huge problem in the future. While Tao Lord Hunzi was shocked, he also encouraged Tao Lord Pan Lian to take action personally and even wanted the ghost race to send more Tao Lords. This was because he knew that the current situation was no longer something a Tao Lord of a top race like him could control. Once he took action, there would definitely be more human Tao lords waiting for him. Only a top race like the Ghost race had the strength to send more Tao lords to fight against the human Tao lords. Only then would they have a chance to get rid of this terrifying prodigy. Tao Lord Pan Lien did not care about his good friend's encouragement. He said in a cold voice, "Just as Tao lords of the Ghost race are not enough. Spread this news and let all the races in the universe know." Tao Lord Hunzi agreed. The human race occupied the best territory in the universe. The Ghost race and a monster race were not the only two top races that opposed the human race. There were also many top races that were hostile to the human race, and these top races had Tao lords overseeing them now that an unprecedented prodigy had appeared in the human race. Some races could not sit by and watch. Soon, the Ghost race spread the news throughout the universe. For a time, all the races of the universe were in an uproar. The expressions of some of the Tao lords of the top-tier races changed as they erupted with shocking, killing intent. At the same time, Tao Lord Pan Lien of the Rakshasa race and Tao Lord Seven Souls of the Golden Yaksha race. These two Tao lords, along with Tao Lord Hunzi, who came from one of the supreme clans, headed towards the ancient immortal world. The demon clan's holy land, infinite demon starry sea. Tao Lord Tao Tai of the fourth sacred hall and Tao Lord Kamlan of the fifth sacred hall. These two gigantic beasts were crouching in the starry sky, exchanging information. One of them was an ancient ferocious beast with a ferocious appearance. Just its eyes alone were bigger than a planet. The other was the primogenitor of the demonic spider race. He had a human face and 16 terrifying legs that covered a small half of the starry sky. I can see in this young human the peerless glory of some of the human chosen from the primordial era. He has to be eliminated. Tao Lord Tao Ye's voice boomed out. "If it's just the two of us, we won't be a match for the human Tao lords," Tao Lord Amlin said. Last time, he had personally come to the ancient immortal world for the token of the Hun Tian immortal abode, but he had been defeated by the heavenly court's emperors. Unfortunately, Moon Devourer isn't willing to enter the ancient immortal world. The Tao Lords of Celestial Wolf Mountain and Green Hill aren't willing to take action either. Tao Lord Amlin sighed again. "Don't worry. The Ghost race and some other top-tier races will be more proactive than us," Tao Lord Tao Tai said. "Let's hope so. This time, we have to eliminate this human chosen no matter what." Tao Lord Amlin's human face revealed a ferocious expression. Then, the two Tao Lord level beasts disappeared from the starry sky and headed toward the ancient immortal world. Human race, Heavenly Court's Hall of True Lords. The clones of many perfected cultivators were gathered in the palace. They were exchanging real-time information about the 3,600 planets of the ancient immortal world. Wherever supreme treasures appeared, where there was a great battle, or where rank 5 true lords appeared, they had to be careful to avoid them in time. When the latest news spread in the Hall of True Lords, the palace instantly fell silent. All the perfected lords were in disbelief. Shocking news. Jiang Ci isn't just Mountain Sea Sword Immortal, or Wood a true lord. How laughable. Some of us were laughing at Jiang Ci before, saying that if he entered the ancient immortal world, he would be sending himself to his death and delivering supreme treasures to the other races. I didn't expect him to have already made such a name for himself in the ancient immortal world. He entered the ancient immortal world as a Tao integration stage cultivator in less than 10,000 years of cultivation. He even has the battle prowess of a rank 5 true lord. Now, he's undergoing his tribulation in the ancient immortal world. No one doubted the authenticity of this news because they had just heard that Wuda True Lord was fighting against the other races on planet 1024 of the ancient immortal world. Before hearing this news, they were still in awe of Wuda True Lord's strength. He was fighting 4 rank 5 true lords of the Ghost race alone. Then he's in great danger now. The Ghost race and a monster race definitely won't allow Jiang Ci to successfully undergo his tribulation in the ancient immortal world. Someone frowned. Although many of them had mocked Jiang Ci before, That was only a momentary resentment. There was no enmity between them. Now that this human genius was in mortal danger, many of them began to worry about Jiang Xi in the face of the greater good of the human race. The lords of the Tao Lord Palace will definitely step in. I hope they can save Jiang Xi. If he survives, he'll definitely become a peak expert of the human race in the future. The eyes of these true lords were filled with hope. At the same time, within the Skyspan Mountain River diagram, in the starry sky, where the Tao Lord Conference was being held, a huge long table appeared in front of him. There was a black throne at each end of the long stone table. There were 11 golden thrones on each side. In total, there were 24 thrones. At this time, for figures with ethereal auras appeared on the thrones one after another. The first seat on the left belonged to Tao, Lord Nine Firmaments. He looked at the other 3 human Tao Lords. Jian Yi, Xiang Shan, Cheng Feng, you know the situation. This time, the 3 of you will go to the ancient immortal world and bring Jiang Xi back. Is that all right? Tao Lord Nine Firmaments said, what problem can there be? Nine Firmaments, don't worry about fighting in the Chaos Sea. Xiang Shan and I are both flood-level Tao Lords. Although Cheng Feng is a desolate-level Tao Lord, he's not weak. With the 3 of us, I guarantee that your little disciple will be brought back in one piece. Tao Lord Jian Yi laughed loudly. He was a burly man with a full beard, and he carried a golden greatsword on his back. That's right. Even if most of the human Tao Lords are in the Chaos Sea and can't come back, we can still sweep through the monsters and ghosts. Tao Lord Xiang Shan was filled with killing intent. He was so tall that he looked like a small mountain sitting there. Don't worry, senior apprentice brother. Leave little disciple nephew's safety to us. Tao Lord Cheng Feng, who was dressed in a violet gold Taoist robe, chuckled as well. Then I'll leave it to the 3 of you. Tao Lord Nine Firmaments nodded. Ancient immortal world, planet 1024. The white thunderclouds had completely turned crimson. Bolts of lightning swam through the thunderclouds like swimming dragons. The aura they emitted had already reached the level of a first revolution true lord. The tribulation lightning this time also needed a certain amount of time to accumulate. And this period of time gave Jiang Xi the opportunity to strike. The 6-layered mountain armor reappeared on his body. In addition, the toughness of his body had already surpassed that of a superior-grade immortal artifact. In a one-on-one situation, apart from True Lord Nether, True Lord Qian Luo, and True Lord Mo Su were no match for him. Therefore, there were no surprises this time. His speed was even faster than before, and he easily caught up to True Lord Qian Luo. As True Lord Qian Luo begged for mercy in despair and indignation, Jiang Xi killed him with only 15 strikes. At the same time, he slashed out massive sword lights to disturb True Lord Nether and True Lord Mo Su, delaying their speed. Then, 99 bolts of crimson tribulation lightning descended. Jiang Xi still chose to use his body to withstand the tribulation lightning, using it to raise his cultivation level. Soon, after the tribulation lightning baptism, his body, primordial spirit, and immortal force had all improved significantly. His body's toughness had improved to that of a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Will there be more heavenly Tao origin energy descending this time? Jiang Xi looked up at the sky. The result did not disappoint him. In the sky, outside the invisible barrier, 10 rays of 7-colored light appeared. Like small snakes, they passed through the barrier and drilled into Jiang Xi's body. One ray of heavenly Tao origin energy was worth 10 trillion experience points. 10 rays were worth 100 trillion. However, this time, Jiang Xi did not immediately refine the heavenly Tao origin energy. Instead, he temporarily stored it in the space of the heavenly tower. Because 10 rays of heavenly Tao origin energy were not something that could be refined in a short time. On the other side, True Lord Nether and True Lord Mo Su, who were still alive, were still frantically fleeing. Just now, They had both withstood a tribulation lightning that was 3 times stronger than a 5th transformation True Lord. This powerful tribulation lightning had caused them some damage, and they had no choice but to use the imperishable substance to recover from their injuries. However, these 2 5th transformation True Lords were very clear that the real threat to them was not the tribulation lightning, but that human prodigy. True Lord 9 Spirits and True Lord Xian Luo had been easily killed by this Dao integration cultivator. No, he was no longer a Dao integration cultivator, but a second tribulation transcender. Hold on, Dao Lord Pan Lian and Dao Lord Seven Souls have already set off. They will soon arrive at the ancient immortal world. True Lord Netherming said in a deep voice. He no longer worried about whether Jiang Ci would die under the heavenly tribulation. Now, it was their turn to face a life-and-death crisis. Not only did they have to face the increasingly powerful tribulation lightning, but they also had to face the attack of that human prodigy. Even though he was the strongest ghost below the Dao Lord level, he was not confident that he could survive under such circumstances. True Lord Netherming's words did not bring any hope to True Lord Mo Su. He did not say a word, but despair had already begun to grow in his heart. Although the heavenly tribulation covered an area of 10 million kilometers, with the speed of a 5th transformation True Lord, they would only need 1 minute to escape. However, that was under the premise that they were running at full speed. Now, they were affected by all kinds of interference. 3 minutes had already passed, and they had only flown 2 million kilometers. Next was the 3rd tribulation, the Orange Thundercloud. Its power was 100 times that of a 1st transformation True Lord before the 99 bolts of tribulation lightning struck. Jiang Ci attacked again and killed True Lord Mo Su. At this point, of the 4 5th transformation True Lords of the Ghost Race, only True Lord Netherming was still alive. After that, Jiang Ci was baptized by the heavenly tribulation for the 3rd time. The strength of his body was another step closer to that of a supreme-grade immortal weapon. The strength of his essence spirit had increased by a huge level and was equivalent to that of a 3rd transformation True Lord. Moreover, there were 30 wisps of heavenly Dao origins that descended this time, which surprised Jiang Ci. This was only the 3rd tribulation. How many more heavenly Dao origins would there be? Of course, Jiang Ci was also worried. The current situation seemed optimistic. However, if the heavenly tribulation this time was to descend 9 consecutive tribulations, the power of the next 3 tribulations would definitely be terrifying. If he was not careful, he might die. After all, the power of the 3rd tribulation was already 100 times that of a 1st transformation True Lord. More importantly, he had just received a message from his master, Dao Lord 9 Clouds. Many Dao Lords of other races were rushing towards the ancient immortal world. Their goal was obvious. Of course, this was something that Jiang Ci had already expected. The heavenly tribulation was very fast. He believed that he could escape the ancient immortal world in advance. The prerequisite was that there were no accidents. Jiang Ci looked coldly at True Lord Netherming. This 5th transformation, True Lord of the Ghost Race, might be an accident. I have to get rid of him before the 6th tribulation. This was a hidden danger. If True Lord Netherming suddenly went crazy and wanted to fight him to the death, it would definitely affect his tribulation. At this moment, True Lord Netherming was still 6 million kilometers away from the heavenly tribulation's range. However, the distance between Jiang Ci and True Lord Netherming was more than 400,000 kilometers. Rumble in the sky, orange thunderclouds rolled, and yellow thunderclouds began to appear. The 4th tribulation was about to descend. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Ci rode on his sword light and turned into a green phantom, chasing after True Lord Netherming. His speed had already exceeded 200,000 kilometers per second. Swoosh! While chasing, Jiang Ci swung his sword continuously, slashing out beams of golden sword light with shocking power to slow down true Lord Netherming's speed. This was the 6 styles of the Great Tao, the Golden Sword style. After transcending 3 tribulations in a row, Jiangxi's energy had already transformed into the more powerful immortal power of a 3rd tribulation transcender. It was 1,000 times, no, 10,000 times stronger than the original Tao integration stage spiritual energy. Then, under the enhancement of the mystic technique Tao fusion technique, the 7 Taos merged, and the amplification of immortal power increased from 20,000 times to 140,000 times. In summary, the power of every attack he used now was far beyond that of a top 5th transformation True Lord before transcending the tribulation. Human race. True Lord Netherming also sensed the power of the Golden Sword light. He panicked and had to stop to deal with it. Blue ghost fire rose around him, turning into all kinds of weapons and attacking Jiangxi. At the same time, he waved the golden spear in his hand, creating tens of thousands of terrifying spear shadows, which collided with Jiangxi's sword light. Boom, boom, boom. The collision of the golden sword light and the spear shadows created a huge explosion of energy that swept across millions of kilometers. Even the perfected lords, tens of thousands of kilometers away, could feel the terrifying aura fluctuations. Before transcending the tribulation, Jiangxi had almost been destroyed several times when facing true Lord Netherming's golden spear. But this time, after the explosion of energy subsided, the sword light and spear shadows all disappeared. Both sides were equally matched. Although he did not suppress the other party, Jiangxi did not care. He had achieved his goal. He only needed to delay true Lord Netherming. After transcending 1 or 2 more tribulations, his cultivation level would increase again. Then, it would be time to kill true Lord Netherming. Then, before the 4th tribulation descended, he and true Lord Netherming continued to fight. Both sides used their respective mystic techniques and fought crazily. If this continues, I will definitely die. True Lord Netherming was scared. He had lived since the ancient era of the universe and had experienced countless fatal tribulations. However, he had never been so close to death like today. I, Netherming, am destined to become a Tao Lord. How can I die here? True Lord Netherming roared. A spear shadow that surpassed a 5th transformation True Lord stabbed toward Jiangxi. Crazily, you think too much. Jiangxi sneered. He slashed again and blocked the spear shadow. In the next moment, they stopped temporarily because the 4th tribulation had descended. The 4th tribulation of a tribulation transcender was a yellow thundercloud. However, its power was only at the 2nd transformation True Lord level. 99 yellow lightning bolts descended. Jiangxi still used his body to resist. The tribulation lightning seemed to want to destroy everything. It fell one after another, not giving anyone any chance to breathe. If Jiangxi's body had not been strengthened by the first 3 tribulations, it would have disintegrated directly. But now, he had withstood the 4th tribulation's baptism. Some cracks could be seen on his body. A 5-colored treasure light spread out and emitted a fragrance. It gave people the feeling that his body had become holy, impossible, a supreme-grade, immortal artifact. True Lord Netherming was very close. When he saw this scene, his expression changed greatly. When he had gone through the 9th tribulation, his body's strength had barely reached the level of a supreme-grade, immortal artifact. Jiangxi was now in the 4th tribulation and had reached this level. Nothing is impossible. Jiangxi chuckled. After so many years of accumulation, all of it had finally erupted. He had relied on the secret Tao pattern technique that he had obtained in the battle pattern continent. His body's strength had long been close to a supreme-grade immortal artifact. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his body to reach the level of a supreme-grade immortal artifact after going through the 4th tribulation. A supreme-grade immortal artifact. Now, Even if I stand here and don't move, true Lord Netherming can forget about destroying my body with one strike. Jiang Ziyi was very confident. At the same time, outside the invisible barrier of the ancient immortal world, another 50 strands of heavenly Tao origin descended. This scene made true Lord Netherming extremely jealous. But he did not dare to stay and quickly fled. Jiang Ziyi was already on par with him earlier. Now that the fourth tribulation had passed, Jiang Ziyi's immortal energy had transformed again. His strength would definitely surpass him. Rumble. In the sky, thunderclouds churned as the fifth tribulation began to brew. This time, it was a green thundercloud with a power that was 100 times that of a second revolution true lord. The 9 tribulations of a tribulation transcender had different colors: white, red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, purple, and black. The 9th tribulation was black. Now it was the 5th tribulation. Can you escape? Jiang Ziyi looked at the escaping true Lord Netherming. Before the new tribulation lightning descended, he had time to attack again. Then he rode on the sword light, and his speed was faster than before. In an instant, he caught up with true Lord Netherming. True Lord Netherming had just endured a tribulation lightning that was 5 times stronger than a 5th revolution true lord. His body was seriously injured, and his speed had decreased a lot. Even if he had the indestructible substance in his body, he would need some time to recover. Kill! Jiang Ziyi's 6 sword lights circled around him. He did not hesitate to attack. The 2 sides were originally enemies. Moreover, he had almost died in the hands of this ghost race 5th revolution true lord. Now that he had the chance to kill the other party, he naturally would not show mercy. The abyss devouring divine sword flashed with red sword light. He used the most explosive fire sword style and slashed out. Clang! True Lord Netherming's expression was grim as he swung the golden spear and turned around to attack. If it was earlier, the Grade 3 golden spear and the Grade 4 abyss devouring divine sword would be evenly matched. However, this time, the abyss devouring divine sword had the complete upper hand. A tyrannical power burst forth and sent true Lord Netherming flying with the golden spear. Then, Jiang Ziyi took a step forward and crossed the void, closing in once more. The abyss-devouring divine sword pierced out with a golden sword light. Buffed! The Grade 4 cardinal treasure pierced through true Lord Netherming's chest. The cold and sharp sword light wreaked havoc in true Lord Netherming's body, rapidly depleting his indestructible substance. You can't kill me. My Tao Lord is about to arrive. When that time comes, you will die. True Lord Netherming roared. Can't kill you? Dream on. Jiang Ziyi sneered and used heaven and earth of creation at the same time. The ghost and demon race said that he was invincible within 10,000 feet. That was true under certain circumstances. The specific circumstances referred to when he encountered a Tao Lord, or when the 100 ghost fire titans in the Nether Ghost Hell self-destructed like before the tribulation. He could break through heaven and earth of creation apart from those specific circumstances. Jiang Ziyi was confident that no expert would be a match for him. However, True Lord Netherming could not use Nether Ghost Hell against the heavenly tribulation. Without that powerful technique, his combat strength would be reduced by 30%. Of course, it did not matter whether True Lord Netherming's combat strength decreased or not. That was because he was trapped in heaven and earth of creation and was frozen in midair without any strength to resist. The number 1 expert of the ghost race beneath Tao Lords. After killing you, I should be able to truly be considered as an invincible perfected lord, right? Jiang Ziyi's expression was calm as he swung his sword casually. Sword lights slashed true Lord Netherming's body one after another. This ancient existence of the ghost race was indeed strong. However, his body was only slightly stronger than ordinary rank 5 perfected lords. His body began to disintegrate after just 30 slashes. During that process, true Lord Netherming could not speak and could only express his emotions through his eyes. From anger to indignance, to despair and hatred. In the end, this existence that was close to being an invincible perfected lord was killed by Jiang Ci in body and spirit. At this point, the 4 rank 5 perfected lords of the ghost race that surrounded him were all dead. The hidden danger is gone. I can focus on the tribulation now. Jiang Ci was in a good mood. At that moment, the 99 bolts of lightning of the 5th tribulation descended. While Jiang Ci was in a good mood, the golden Yiksha, silver Yiksha, and Rakshasa races of the ghost race were about to go crazy. Of the golden Yiksha race, true Lord Netherming, who was close to being an invincible perfected lord, was dead. Of the silver Yiksha race, the veteran rank 5 perfected Lord Xianluo was dead. Of the Rakshasa race, 2 rank 5 perfected lords, perfected Lord Nine Spirits, and perfected Lord Amosia, were dead. In a situation where Dao lords could not attack casually, rank 5 perfected lords were the trump cards of each race. Even though the ghost race was a peak race and had accumulated over countless eras, there were only slightly more than 100 experts of this level. Now that 4 of them were dead, it was a heavy loss. Moreover, true Lord Netherming was one of them. He was known as the #1 expert of the ghost race below Dao lords and was comparable to 10 rank 5 perfected lords. His death pained the upper echelons of the ghost race. Jiang Ci of a human race, you deserve to die. Dao Lord Panlian and Dao Lord 7 souls of the ghost race, who were rushing to the ancient immortal world, roared in anger after hearing this. A terrifying aura swept through the galaxy like a wave, and all the stars exploded. The trillions of living beings living in this galaxy were reduced to nothing in an instant. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.